Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 401, 401. Inside the tire shop, Lewis suddenly raised a hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The next second, the aluminum roll-up door twisted violently, buckled inward, and then blew off its tracks as if it had been hit by a raging elephant. It flew straight into Lewis before he could react, and the impact shattered his skull. Brain matter and blood sprayed across the floor. Harsh sunlight poured in through the opening, making everyone inside squint and wince. Through the glare, they could only make out a tall man stepping through the doorway with a cigar clenched in his teeth. One of the gunmen jerked his rifle up and tried to fire. The next instant, his rifle was smashed into a U-shape by a single punch. At the same time, 3 bloody holes opened in his body. Logan showed no intention of dodging. After the first shots rang out, he did not even bother transforming into Ghost Rider. Bullets slammed into him, punching through his organs, but the wounds sealed almost immediately after the rounds passed through. Bullets that struck bone ricocheted back out and ended up hitting the man behind him. He grabbed one gunman by the ankle and hurled him across the shop into 2 others. Then he planted both hands on the side door of the Dodge Ram and yanked. The heavy vehicle flipped like a rolling press. The 3 men tangled together beneath it were crushed into a pulpy mess against the wall. The whole building shook from the impact. The Dodge Ram had taken some damage, but the frame was still intact. Logan tore the jammed door clean off the vehicle. Benny raised a pistol with trembling hands and aimed at Logan. His face had gone paper white. Sweat ran down his cheeks, and his teeth clicked uncontrollably. He never got the chance to pull the trigger. Logan seized his wrist and squeezed. Bone, flesh, and the pistol itself collapsed together into a mangled wreck of blood and broken parts. Benny stared at his hand in horrified disbelief, as if it had already been packed into a dumpling wrapper. Then he screamed. Logan answered by slashing once. Benny's head, skull, and all split apart into several jagged pieces. Logan spotted the girl, still alive. She was staring at him with wide, frightened eyes. He dragged on the cigar, taking a lungful deep enough to kill a lesser man outright, then exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Without waiting for a reply, the weathered older man turned and walked out. Next, he had the Reyes group to deal with. Mexico border, running drugs like a well-oiled machine. Logan was certain they had bought off plenty of crooked cops to keep the route open. Unfortunately, despite the Reyes group's infamous reputation, almost nobody knew where their real nest was. Compared to the FBI and the DEA, it was their fellow drug lord, Marta, who wanted them dead even more. The 3 bosses themselves spent most of their time in Juarez, Mexico. They rarely crossed into Texas. Instead, they ran the entire criminal network remotely, controlling 147 mules, more than 100 hidden cells, and over 10,000 members. Logan was still a one-man war. Even after recovering his memories, he was still the same blunt instrument he had always been. From his point of view, he had signed a labor contract with no end date. The devil was not going to give him a vacation anyway, and eternal pursuit of the wicked was still better than slaughtering innocents. The souls of the guilty belonged in hell to begin with. He was only stepping on the gas a little early, and the contract he had signed had already been burned into his mind. Drex had been generous enough to ensure he would never lose his memories again and had granted him true immortality. As long as the black hole dimension existed, Logan would keep coming back. There was even a reward system for collecting more souls. The reason Logan had become so driven was simple. Drex had promised that if he delivered 100 million sinful souls, Silver Fox, Carla, would be brought back to life. For the Logan who had recovered his memories, that was impossible to refuse. It made him almost desperate. The Reyes group was not easy prey. When the DEA and CIA had launched operations against them, they had both moved with caution. A massive power was shielding the organization, and if even a single part of the procedure was illegal, the entire operation would be shut down. If crime were truly wiped out, what would the gentleman upstairs live on? Drex watched Logan's path of destruction with quiet approval. The Ghost Riders he had chosen were proving to be very efficient. Aside from Johnny Blaze, they were all decisive killers, direct and relentless. Frank was the steadiest and most effective of them all. Drex even considered rewarding him by resurrecting his wife and daughter, though that might make Frank lose a little of his edge. Honestly, the best place to harvest sinful souls was a prison. The Ghost Riders seemed to avoid prisons by default, probably because they considered prisoners already punished by law and in the middle of redemption. Outside of town near Mexico City, the infrastructure was predictably awful. Once you got out of the city, there were only about 10 kilometers of proper road left. After that, it was dirt. Dust surged into the sky as the vehicle rolled on. Outside the windows stretched an endless wilderness broken only by clusters of Saxall trees. Up ahead, a settlement appeared on the horizon. The buildings were dilapidated, the road was blocked off, and a few harsh-looking Latino men stood beside the barricade, their faces hard and unfriendly. They were all members of the Reyes group, guarding the only route leading to one of their most important production sites. They asked in Spanish. The driver answered in Spanish too, but Logan had already lost patience. In the Soul radar, every one of these men was stained with sin. He tore the vehicle open and lunged at them. His adamantium claws raked across one man's throat. The man's eyes bulged wide. He barely had time to make a small choking sound before his head flew off. The others had not even processed what happened before Logan was already inside their ranks. His adamantium claws extended to a full meter, and in just a few brutal motions he shredded them apart. Then he glanced back at the terrified driver. Logan moved on. The driver did not argue. He slammed the vehicle into reverse and got the hell out of there. This road led straight to one of the Reyes Group's drug production bases, one of the most important places in their entire network. Chapter 402-402. Inside the production site, a line of women was forced to manufacture drugs under conditions that would have broken down a machine. Tarika had never bothered to give them proper protective gear. The air was hot and heavy with poison. The chemical haze stung the lungs, and harsh sodium lamps flickered overhead without mercy. Everything in that place was designed to grind their bodies down. The women had inhaled so many toxic compounds that their skin had gone rough and blotched. Their limbs had grown thin and weak, and their bodies had withered into a miserable, half-living state. Their expressions were dull and vacant, like they had been emptied out from the inside. They were prisoners of the factory, trafficked in from all over by the Reyes Group, and worked day and night until their lives were used up. The longest serving among them had not seen sunlight in 3 years. There had been others who lasted longer, but once sickness took hold, the managers cleaned them up before they became a problem. A few gunmen stood watch over them, making sure none of the women secretly sampled the finished product. After years inside a drug factory, nearly all of them were addicted anyway. The rest of the armed men were in the 3 offices attached to the repair shop. Most wore loud floral shirts. A few were shirtless, their arms and shoulders covered in tattoos. The rooms were cool, with heavy air conditioning. The gunmen sat around drinking iced whiskey and smoking cigars while playing cards. Stacks of cash spread across the table. Then, boom, an impossible burst of force tore the office's iron door straight out of its frame. The heavy slab of metal flew across the room and smashed one of the gunmen into the wall. Logan walked in. The gunman jerked in shock, scrambling in panic. One of them reached for the pistol on the card table, but before he could squeeze the trigger, Logan punched him square in the chest. Bones cracked with a wet popping sound. The man's sternum caved in, and his internal organs were reduced to pulp. Logan kept moving. He drove forward like a wrecking machine, taking men out one by one. In 2 seconds, more than 10 gunmen were dead. Some of the faster ones managed to draw pistols and rifles and open fire, so Logan snatched up a rifle and answered them in kind. The office erupted into a storm of gunfire. Bullets ripped through chairs and desks, drilled holes through wood and metal, shattered bottles of whiskey, and scattered fragments of playing cards and dollar bills into the air. Then, just as suddenly, the shooting stopped. Only the sounds of broken glass remained, crunching underfoot. Logan stepped out of the office, idly drinking from a bottle of whiskey he had taken along the way. His shirt had 4 or 5 bullet holes in it, but his skin underneath was untouched. No blood, not a drop. The more people he killed, the stronger he became. That level of resilience was one of Drex Valen's little gifts. The gunfire from the first office alerted the others. Men from the neighboring rooms shouted curses and questions in Spanish, trying to figure out who was coming. Bang! One gunman quietly slipped a hand toward the pin on a grenade. A bullet from the upper floor punched through his head before he could do anything. The grenade rolled onto the floor. The remaining gunmen rushed out of their office, and before they had even taken a few steps, Logan cut them down. He hunted them like a wolf in a field full of rabbits, shooting the ones who ran and crushing the ones who tried to close the distance. When one of them lunged at him in a desperate attempt at hand-to-hand combat, Logan swung the rifle like a baseball bat and turned him into red paste. It did not take long. Logan, who killed with the same casual ease most men use to eat or breathe, finished off everyone in the building except the terrified women. He drove them away, then sat on a table, lit a cigar, and kept drinking whiskey. For an immortal body, it was a very satisfying way to spend the afternoon. Who was it? Filiberto Reyes wore a heavy beard and had a brown complexion. His skull was broad, giving him the look of a lion at rest. Right now, though, there was nothing calm about him. His brows and hair seemed to tremble with his rage, and his face had gone red with blood. The room itself felt smaller under the weight of his presence. Everyone inside knew exactly what happened to people who angered Filiberto Reyes. After the worst possible torture, a corpse hanging from a streetlight was practically a standard punishment in the Reyes group. He had once cut a man into pieces and packed the remains into a refrigerator just to deliver them to an enemy. No, we checked the cameras. Since Logan had never shown any intention of hiding himself, the Reyes group had identified their attacker almost immediately. Filiberto paused. To ordinary people in this universe, mutants were still deeply intimidating. To speak of, the Mutant Brotherhood, in particular, had become a terrorist name that made the whole world uneasy. It probably has nothing to do with the Brotherhood, one of his men said. Then hit back harder. Filiberto's voice boomed like an enraged lion. For a drug cartel, the worst thing in the world was the appearance of weakness. The moment rivals sensed blood, competitors and allies alike would swarm in like hyenas, trying to tear the Reyes group apart. Do not care how much it costs. Bring Francis in, especially the woman working under him. The threat dragged up old memories of humiliation and fear from when he had still been just a robbery man. Back then, he and his brother Miguel had to hand over 2/3 of everything they stole to their gang boss. Later, they teamed up, killed that boss, and broke away on their own, building the massive Reyes empire from the ground up. Bolton shrugged, then climbed onto a motorcycle and headed for the outskirts of Mexico City. It was a classic Harley Street, modified with ape-hanger handlebars. He wove through traffic and blasted past cars with a brazen, arrogant confidence. The mutant factory was disguised as an ordinary chemical plant not far from the main road out of Mexico City. The Mexican president's weak grip on the country made places like this almost absurdly brazen. The checkpoint at the outer gate clearly knew Bolton well. They opened the barrier and let him through without a fuss. Bolton parked the motorcycle, pulled out an ID card, and swiped it through the heavy alloy door. Inside, everything looked like a normal chemical plant. Thick pipes, huge reaction vats, furnaces, workers moving about to keep up appearances. He walked through a narrow, damp underground passage and entered the true mutant factory. Francis stood waiting for him, file folder in hand, dressed in a white lab coat. Behind him, the scene really did look like hell. Ice water, electric chairs, water torture, searing irons, clubs. Chapter 403-403. Inside the mutant factory, the staff were torturing the test subjects in every way they could imagine, pushing them to the brink of death so the mutant serum injected into their bodies would trigger. The screams were so sharp they seemed to slice straight through the ears. Some of the subjects had already awakened their X gene. One had bone spikes punching out of his skin. Another had black, scale-like armor spreading across her body. A third had grown gills like a fish. There was nowhere on Earth that felt more like hell. We produced 3 new mutants this time. I'm sure Mr. Francis narrowed his eyes, fox-like and hungry, as if he could already smell the profit. A brainwashed mutant could sell for at least $7 million. The cost to make one never exceeded $150,000. The biggest expense was the Weapon X serum itself. In chaotic Mexico, the bodies used as test subjects cost nothing at all. Thanks to these rich, reckless drug lords, they had already earned well over $1 billion and supplied dozens of mutant enforcers into this lawless land. It was an arms race. The moment one side bought mutants, the other side had to buy the same number just to keep the balance. The chaos in Mexico was the best salesman they could have hoped for. Bolton pulled out his phone and opened a video. No. Mr. Francis's expression turned serious. He took the phone and replayed the footage several times, studying every movement of Wolverine with careful attention. This isn't one of ours. This was an unexpected variable. On the surface, Francis looked indifferent, but privately his interest had been piqued. He showed up and destroyed one of our factories, Bolton said, laying out everything Logan had done in detail. There was no point hiding it. The facts were already out there. Now the Reyes group has shown weakness. Mr. Francis said, "This man is strong, very strong." He handed the phone back. "Money is no issue. Mr. Filiberto is willing to pay well for your services. More importantly, Mr. Francis, this mess is disrupting the balance between the different groups." Bolton was more than just the Reyes group's number 3. He was sharp enough to know what mattered. Francis was silent for a moment. He did not care much for these drug lords, but the current chaos was bad for business. And the people behind him did not like this kind of instability either. After all, a chunk of the yearly military spending and a chunk of the money the congressmen and the CIA, FBI pretended not to notice was being washed through places like this. If something went wrong, he would be found dead in his own bathroom the next day. "Fine," Francis said at last. In Mexico City, a plain office building sat along the street, while white-collar workers in neat clothes came and went without suspicion. No one would have guessed that the 5th floor housed one of the Reyes Group's laboratories. Raw drug paste, after being crudely processed in the jungle, was dried under hot sodium lamps and turned into cocaine. Every year, this place produced nearly 1.5 tons of product. The Reyes Group kept the operation so quiet that even the clerks working downstairs had no idea a drug nest was sitting right above them, churning out the little white powder night after night. Logan had no idea this building was a cocaine factory either, but he had soul radar. A heap of rotten souls gathered together was more than enough reason to start killing. He kicked the window frame hard enough to rip the entire window clean out of the wall, leaving only a gaping square of empty space. Inside, the Reyes Group's workers were still busy making drugs. They never had time to react to the sudden attack. Logan moved. Bang! The nearest gunman was struck so hard that his 100-kilo body flew into the air. His eyes bulged wide, and he was already dead before he hit the ground. The others recovered fast and opened fire. At this point, Logan no longer cared much about ordinary gunfire. Unless it was a large-caliber automatic rifle, most of these weapons could not break through him. Submachine guns and small rifles only shove him backward. Once he planted his feet, he just kept walking. One of the Reyes gunmen looked at him and cursed. A mutant. Then everyone heard it, a dull set of footsteps. But with all the gunfire clattering through the room, nobody could tell where they were coming from. Boom! The wall Logan had just passed suddenly exploded inward. A huge shape burst through it. The newcomer stood nearly 2 meters tall, his skin like brown stone. He was so heavily muscled that his body looked almost square. His face was more ape than man, the kind of face that suggested brains had not been a major priority. A fist came swinging in like a charging truck. Logan met it head-on. The moment their fists were about to collide, adamantium claws snapped out from his hand, and those unbreakable blades drove straight through the mutant's fist from root to tip. The mutant screamed in agony. He had never expected anyone to be this underhanded, hiding knives in a fist. More importantly, his supposedly indestructible hand had actually been pierced. Logan's other hand shot forward as well. Another set of adamantium claws burst out, and he ripped the mutant open from the bottom up. His intestines and organs spilled out onto the floor in a wet, awful heap, too heavy to stay in place. The mutant's legs gave out. He dropped to his knees, and Logan's claws flashed once more, taking his head clean off. The gunman had been waiting for Chap to tear Wolverine apart. Instead, the mutant they trusted had been killed with shocking ease. Chap was not one of the factory's products. He had joined the Reyes group willingly. Unlike the mass-produced mutants who had been brainwashed and stripped down into half-witted tools, Chap had been valued. He had a real position inside the organization. Chapter 404-404. While Drex Valen kept his attention on Logan, he suddenly sensed a dimensional ripple from the movie universe he had already been working in. That was hardly surprising. With the black hole dimension and Earth's dimension growing increasingly intertwined through the Ghost Riders, the boundary between worlds had started to thin. Drex flexed his fingers, almost eager to get moving. The heaven dimension of this film universe probably was not all that powerful. Inside a cathedral in New York City, the Archbishop hurried over to greet the divine visitors. No one knew why angels would choose to descend here instead of the Vatican. It did not matter. This was a movie universe, after all. Maybe the heaven dimension thought America was more pious. This time, there were 3 angels. Their purpose was simple: investigate why no souls were reaching heaven anymore. Even in a fallen world, it was hard to believe there was not a single decent soul left. For the record, while Drex had been paying attention to the mutant universe, years had already passed in this movie universe. Years without souls arriving in heaven was enough to make the angels suspicious, so they had come down to investigate. Unfortunately for them, before they could start laying on the celestial mystique and speaking in those so-called revelatory riddles no one could actually understand, the cathedral doors suddenly exploded open. Standing outside were 3 men. They were the Punisher, Barnes, and Johnny Blaze, all of whom had just been teleported there from somewhere else by Drex. All 3 looked confused as hell. The blown-apart door had not helped. But once they spotted the 3 white-winged angels standing barefoot atop the statues, they seemed to understand what they were supposed to do. The angels looked at them in confusion. These 3 Ghost Riders felt off. The angels and the avenging spirits had different duties and different systems entirely. That had been set in stone back when Jehovah still ruled. The 3 Ghost Riders had no time to coordinate. Their boss had simply slammed a mission and a reward into their heads. Kill the 3 angels, and a resurrection quest would open. Collect 100 million evil souls, and their wives and daughters could be brought back to life. The Punisher lost his composure immediately. Kill the angels, gather 100 million sinful souls, and Steve Rogers could be restored, because the ice block was already in Drex's hands. Barnes lost his composure immediately, too. Johnny Blaze, well, for him, collecting 100 million souls meant freedom. The Punisher did not care that they were angels and drew his gun without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The angels were caught off guard and took the shots. After the black hole dimension's energy began corroding them, their expressions changed at once. They looked similar, but they were absolutely not Ghost Riders. Something else had taken their place. On Drex's side, he worried that the 3 knights might not be enough or might fail to hold the angels in place. After thinking it over, he reluctantly burned through a large chunk of evil souls and turned them into creatures of the black hole dimension. New life, forged in the crushing pressure of the black hole dimension. Saints. There was no better term for them. He needed the look to be right. This was an age where appearance was justice. D might decide the angels looked more trustworthy and switch sides. Those things are so ugly. And yes, from a name alone, Drex also did not exactly sound like a saint. 12 men and women were born. They inherited the black hole dimension's power and souls, and the moment they emerged, they possessed strength far beyond most living beings. Unfortunately, they were all appearance and no proper technique. They could not fire lightspeed fists or reproduce the usual techniques of the Golden Saints. The problem was simple. Drex had no idea how to make someone throw a lightspeed punch without also turning Earth into a crater in the process. That was too much of a headache. Better to give them bodies that were simply powerful. Under the terrifying pressure of the black hole dimension, their physiques were forged to an extreme density, as if they had been born under 1,000 times Earth's gravity. Their strength, speed, and durability all far outstripped the cursed warriors. Probably around 10 times Thor-level strength, if he had to guess. And then there were the golden cloths. Not only were they made of adamantium and vibranium, they were also reinforced by the mysterious energy of the black hole dimension. In other words, they were almost impossible to break. Even the power of the Infinity Stones would have a hard time destroying them. Back in the cathedral, the three Ghost Riders were indeed getting beaten down by the three angels. Just as it looked like they were about to be overwhelmed, the 12 golden saints arrived. Shining golden armor, pure white cloaks, beautiful faces that looked like they had been carved out of legend itself. And every other force that had already been monitoring the battle. We are the 12 golden saints of the god of destruction and ruin. The angels stared at them in confusion. Then they sensed the aura of another dimension clinging to the golden saints and immediately understood what was happening. The angels were furious, though their words were already being blocked by Drex. With 12 golden saints and 3 ghost riders closing in together, the 3 angels were beaten to death. Their souls did not reach heaven. The black hole dimension dragged them in instead. Drex watched in surprise as the 3 souls entered heaven and kept glowing there, bright as miniature suns. Damn. He could not help but be tempted. He had no idea how many souls heaven had been feeding on, but each angel's soul was worth more than all of his recent gains combined, and then some. D finally arrived at the scene, hoping to make contact with the 12 golden saints. But the golden saints ignored them completely and vanished. Of the 3 ghost riders, only Johnny Blaze stayed behind. Barnes and the Punisher left just as quickly. Drex was not in any rush. He intended to wait for heaven to send more people down. With the heaven dimension and earth dimension now so tightly linked, they would not be able to keep pretending nothing was wrong. And when that happened, he would be able to trace heaven's location through the souls of the angels. For a rookie dimension lord, this was his first real dimensional war. Win, and he would take everything. Lose, and there would be nothing left. That was why dimension wars were so rare. Nobody liked starting one. After all, they were not those multiverse-level monsters. Most dimension lords were only single-universe or low-father-level beings. Their power was close enough that nobody could be sure of the outcome. Who could say whether they would actually win? Chapter 405, 405. Dimension lords were cunning creatures by nature. When nobody knew whether a war could be won, and a single defeat meant there would be no second chance, every one of them became a little more slippery than the last. Why fight reality itself when you could bully a single universe instead? Why clash with another dimension when you could simply harvest souls in peace? That was the sensible approach. Everyone could get along. No need to start a war, right? But when a dimension had no ruler, that was another matter entirely. At that point, it was basically meat delivered to the doorstep. Drex Valen had no intention of letting that meat walk away. He knew Heaven's side did not realize a Dimension Lord had already figured out their master was missing. They still thought they were the ones holding the advantage. So they decided to send a warning. After all, it was common knowledge that Dimension Lords did not physically enter reality all that often. No one had expected someone as bizarre as Drex. This time, Heaven sent down more than 100 angels in one go. Angels did not need possessions or projections the way the creatures of other dimensions did. That was because Earth's dimension and Heaven's dimension had already been woven tightly together. The reason Jehovah had been able to act as all-powerful and all-knowing on Earth was because he had nearly folded Earth itself into heaven's domain. Of course, a Dimension Lord was all-powerful and all-knowing within his own domain too. And as the ones who benefited from that arrangement, angels did not need the usual tricks of dimensional beings. They descended in their true forms. They did not even bother descending quietly. A gate to the kingdom of heaven opened over New York City, and endless white feathers drifted down as more than 100 angels descended in a display so overwhelming it stunned everyone who saw it. Countless American believers dropped to their knees without even realizing they were doing it. Dee looked up at the spectacle and immediately felt the headache coming on. The people who knew what this meant understood at once that holy war had begun. A holy war between the God of destruction and heaven. At the center of the angelic formation stood one archangel. 3 enormous snow-white wings spread and folded around him in a careful, protective shape. He wore a plain white linen robe, yet somehow it looked more sacred than ceremonial armor. His features were perfect, but in a way that erased the difference between male and female. The downcast eyes held a cold emptiness that did not belong to any mortal being. He looked less like a person and more like a myth that had stepped out of Scripture and into the street. Soon, the archangel descended toward the ground, but he did not touch it. Barefoot, he hovered in the air. His wings moved gently, holding him aloft, and as he did, a peculiar divine force spread through the atmosphere. Even the distant sounds around the city sharpened. Humans knew that sound. Every Sunday, churches rang with it. A choir singing praise to God. Only this was different from the ordinary voices of worship. Clearer, more beautiful, more overwhelming. The kind of sound that could make a believer fall to their knees and weep from gratitude alone. Unfortunately for heaven, this was America. Plenty of people believe in God, but not all of them were the sort to kneel at the first dramatic entrance. Above them, thunder rolled. Blinding light cracked through the night. Countless pillars of brilliance tore across the darkness like spears. Then the choir rose again, as if 1,000,000 angels had joined in a single hymn. A massive column of light finally pierced the sky from end to end. Drex Valen watched heaven's entrance with naked envy. Those birds really did know how to make an entrance. He was far more practical. Before the 100 angels and the archangel had even fully adjusted to the scene, several hundred Kryptonians were already standing ready. Every one of them wore gold cloth, with golden wings spread behind them. Drex had clearly decided. This was going to be his signature look. Just like angels, who could be identified instantly as Jehovah's servants, these golden figures would make any Dimension Lord recognize whose side they were on. That meant the angels had no choice but to focus on the intruders whose appearance looked even more premium than their own. Heretics, the archangel said, drawing his holy sword and pointing it at the golden figures across from him. By the name of the Lord, I command you to retreat. Retreat. The response for Drex's side was a golden arrow fired straight back. The holy war began at once. The golden arrow used by the Kryptonians was not just any arrow. Besides the adamantium and vibranium reinforcement, it carried Drex's divine power of death. Even Hela would have had a miserable time surviving a hit from it. One of the angels was struck dead on the spot and turned to ash. Then the golden Kryptonians charged in, wielding swords that could cut through the subatomic layer, thunder hammers, and divine shields as they tore into the angelic ranks. Ghost riders appeared from nowhere on the ground below and joined the feast. The angels had not expected these heretics to be so brutally effective. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 100 angels had already fallen. Drex, being Drex, had even revived the angelic army that had previously been killed by divine attacks. And this time, they were truly alive. That made the angels panic. They quickly called for heaven itself, because they had discovered something horrifying. The angels they killed were not returning to heaven for rebirth. They were simply disappearing, gone, completely erased. For a race that had always been willing to die without hesitation, that was enough to make fear take root. When they had first been created by Jehovah, they had little life experience and little understanding of death. They might not have known fear then, but after living for so long, the angels had developed minds of their own, and minds, inconveniently, did not like being erased. So the sky opened. A new world descended over New York City. Endless white clouds and sacred light intertwined above the streets. Countless angels stood in perfect ranks along the cloud line. The hymn did not stop. It only layered itself higher and higher. The sea of light spread out like an ocean connecting to the stars. Heaven had arrived. A flood of sacred radiance surged forward from the great gate of heaven. At the same time, countless angels roared and charged, flying out from within the glowing torrent. These were the middle-ranking angels who served before the throne of God. Their divine power far surpassed that of mortal beings. By combat strength alone, they were no weaker than many powerful mutants. And there were 3 million of them standing before God's throne. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Kung Uzishar. Chapter 406, 406. And that kind of force, when it surged out of heaven in swarms, carried a terrible momentum that seemed able to blot out the sky and shatter mountains. There were just too many of them. Far too many. So many that, at a glance, the whole horizon was nothing but angels in flight. So many that you could barely see anything else at all. Drex Valen's eyes lit up. The gap connecting the heaven dimension to Earth had already opened. Now the heaven dimension was his for the taking. Then, from high above, a thunderous roar rolled across the sky. It was the sound of the Vice Lord of Heaven, the Archangel Michael, calling upon his divine power to summon countless meteors. They tore through endless space and came crashing down toward Earth. These heavenly fire meteors had once stood for the majesty of God. In the biblical story, the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah were utterly destroyed after invoking God's wrath. When the archangel sounded the trumpet of doom and summoned an endless rain of blazing meteors. And now, those meteors of divine punishment had appeared once more. Aside, along with nations around the world, alarms were blaring. The angels were actually able to summon a meteor swarm as a weapon. It was beyond anything anyone had imagined. Too bad Drex's golden angels felt no fear at all in the face of the meteor's devastating impact. They even charged straight into the storm, smashing or punching the meteors apart head-on. Then they went on slaughtering more angels. At the same time, Drex made his move. A towering godlike figure appeared out of nowhere, so massive it seemed to stand against the sky itself. He reached into the void as though gripping 2 invisible gates and spread his arms apart. The force of that motion shook all of heaven. He was tearing at the very spatial fabric of heaven with pure physical strength. No matter how people dressed heaven up in beautiful language, no matter how much they imagined it as a flawless paradise, they could not hide its essence. It was still just another dimensional pocket, another alien space, no different in nature from the layers of hell beneath it. Almost instantly, cracks spread across heaven in dense sheets. These were not ordinary fissures in the ground. They were opening straight into the endless void itself. And anything touched by those void cracks vanished in an instant, sucked directly into the abyss. That was the true incarnation of infinite nothingness, a force capable of devouring all things. Even heaven could not withstand it. Under the pressure of the void, it began to collapse and fracture piece by piece. That's impossible. The angels stared in utter shock, their disbelief bordering on panic. That is, Nick Fury looked up at the figure that had only partially emerged. It was already larger than the entire Earth. The giant god was wrapped in an indescribably deep black. Black armor, black body, and apart from the occasional glint leaking from his eyes, features, and other openings, even the flames burning around him were jet black. He felt like an endless abyss that could swallow heaven and earth whole. An existence like that should not have been in this world at all. The moment he took shape, the entire universe seemed to fall silent around him. Countless forms of matter, even light and shadow, flowed toward him like rivers returning to the sea. that made his body even larger, even darker, and at the same time the universe's rejection of him grew heavier as well. Then the giant god threw a punch. The result was a scene of sky and earth being torn apart. Countless shards of light and sparks burst outward, raining devastation down on heaven below. Streaks of radiance slashed through palaces and the ground like blades of light, while scattered holy fire fell across the earth. It ignited countless trees and buildings. Add to that the feathers drifting through the sky and the void rift spreading everywhere, and heaven no longer looked anything like heaven. It looked like the ruins of the end of the world. More than that, it looked like a hell in the process of being born. In fact, compared to hell, this place was now more dangerous and more terrifying, because it was being destroyed. Drex's black hole dimension devoured the fragments of heaven he had torn apart at full capacity. Every piece it swallowed seemed to bring with it the thrill of consuming millions of souls. The light within the entire kingdom vanished in an instant, and everything before them fell completely into endless darkness. Then, a point of light suddenly burst forth. It was an impure color, a dim and yellowed radiance that carried the feel of finality, of decay, of the end of everything. Drex sensed that the power behind that light was on a completely different level from the angels around it. It was very close to his own current single-universe tier power. No wonder Jehovah had destroyed so many religions and enjoyed Earth's faith and souls for so long. He was almost catching up to me. Drex mentally snorted. That light had once been the first dawn of creation, but now its creator had twisted its nature completely, turning it into the twilight of destruction. Its only purpose now was to bring true doom to others. The twilight that destroyed all things and ended everything condensed into a dark, withering beam of light, swallowing Drex's massive hand in an instant. The shockwave from the collision ruthlessly erased everything it touched. Palaces became rubble. The land turned barren. Trees and flowers withered away. Even the angels made of light were swallowed by that twilight and vanished completely. Like lamps going out, their souls could not endure the erosion for even a moment. Their glow faded in an instant, then quietly died. Drex raised a brow. Those angels' souls were mine. After shattering the heaven dimension purely with physical force, Drex finally revealed the true might of the god of destruction and ruin, the most primal and most violent power in the universe. Against that force, the twilight was as fragile as foam. It shattered instantly. In that moment, heaven, already plunged into endless darkness, suddenly erupted with brilliance like stars going supernova. A sound shook the world, as if it were the first cry of the birth of the cosmos itself. Heaven was torn in two like a painting split apart by an invisible blade, leaving only boundless darkness in its wake. Countless void cracks spread across it, turning what had once been heaven into a scene of utter fragmentation. It was already equal to destruction. If no one repaired it, this dimensional space would eventually be swallowed by the void and disappear from history entirely. Heaven. Chapter 407. On that day, every believer in God across the world experienced a profound spiritual shock. It did not matter whether they were Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, or belonged to any other branch of Christianity. If they truly believed in God, if that faith genuinely existed within their hearts, they all felt it at the same moment. A nameless panic, a deep, instinctive fear, and an emptiness rising from the depths of their souls. It felt as though something fundamental had been severed. The sensation was difficult to describe, yet impossible to deny. But that was only the spiritual effect. What happened in the physical world was even more shocking. On that day, crosses everywhere began to crack. The towering crucifixes atop churches. The small pendants worn around believers' necks. Wooden crosses, metal crosses, crosses made from every conceivable material. Whether they bore the image of Christ or stood as simple symbols of faith, every one of them split down the middle as though struck by some invisible force. It was as if they had all suffered the same devastating wound. On that day, cathedrals throughout Vatican City trembled like structures caught in an earthquake. Many collapsed. Believers and non-believers alike came to the same unsettling realization. If God truly existed, then something terrible had happened to him. And once that thought took root, the entire Western world was shaken. For centuries, the singular God of Western civilization had dominated the spiritual landscape. Now, his most obvious manifestation in modern history appeared to be a silent announcement of catastrophe. It was a tragic revelation. Do gods really exist? Are the legends true? Before today, most people would have laughed at such questions. Many would have dismissed them outright. Some might even have called the questioner delusional. But now, no one could confidently claim that gods, myths, and ancient legends were nothing more than fabricated stories. Because mythology had become reality, not in some distant past, not in some forgotten age. Here and now, angels had descended from heaven. Another army of angels had slaughtered them, and heaven itself had been shattered. Yet Drex Valen never appeared before the masses, nor did he perform miracles to gather worshippers. At the moment, the heaven dimension alone was enough to keep him occupied. His black hole dimension was consuming heaven. The feast was so vast that even Drex felt as though he might choke on it. The power of a black hole had never been something that could be measured through simple arithmetic. 1 plus 1 did not equal 2. Certainly, a black hole's strength came from its mass and scale. The larger and heavier the black hole, the more dangerous it became. But that calculation only applied to a single black hole. When two black holes merged, the mathematics changed entirely. The reason lay in the nature of black holes themselves. Every black hole possessed a core. As the product of a dying star, a black hole was born through catastrophic collapse. When a massive star neared the end of its life, its core rapidly contracted under its own gravity before triggering an immense explosion. Under normal circumstances, the collapse stopped once the matter compressed into neutrons, creating a neutron star. But when the stellar core possessed sufficient mass, the collapse never ended. Even neutrons were crushed apart under unimaginable pressure. What remained was matter compressed beyond conventional understanding. That was the core of a black hole, a singularity. The gravitational force generated by that singularity was so immense that anything approaching it would eventually be consumed. Maintaining such a singularity required tremendous energy. Everything swallowed by the black hole helped sustain its existence. Without enough energy, the black hole would gradually evaporate. Physics described the process as Hawking radiation. But viewed from another angle, it was almost as though the universe itself rejected things that had become too powerful. The singularity was the true source of a black hole's might. Across the entire cosmos, no matter how massive or unstoppable a black hole became, it could possess only one singularity at its center. A black hole with two singularity cores was impossible. Its very nature forbade it. A black hole was fundamentally a region centered around a singularity of effectively infinite density, infinite space-time curvature, and infinitesimal volume. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, when a dying star collapsed beyond a critical threshold, it formed a point from which not even light could escape. That point became a black hole, a predator that devoured light, matter, and everything around it. Compared to neutron stars, black holes were vastly more dangerous, far less understood. Humanity knew remarkably little about the most terrifying celestial objects in existence. Countless brilliant minds had attempted to calculate their limits. In the end, most conclusions remained educated guesses. Even the smallest glimpse into a black hole's true nature was enough to inspire awe and fear. It was not an existence anyone would willingly make an enemy of. Its power surpassed imagination. The extreme curvature of space-time around a black hole could alter the flow of time itself. Like a river redirected through changing terrain, gravity could accelerate the current hundreds of times over, or reduce it to a crawl. In some circumstances, it could even create effects that resembled time reversing upon itself. To a black hole, time was little more than a toy manipulated through gravity and space-time distortion. Its gravitational pull was effectively limitless. Across the universe, astronomers had observed stars many thousands of times larger than their companion black holes being slowly torn apart and devoured, piece by piece. In terms of raw power, black holes already stood at the very edge of universal law. One could even argue they had surpassed those laws entirely. But dimensional black holes were different. They did not suffer from the same restrictions imposed by the physical universe. They could continue compressing indefinitely. Their density could rise without limit. And now, as the black hole dimension consumed the heaven dimension, that limitless potential was being unleashed. Drex could feel his power increasing every second. The growth was explosive, violent, relentless. It surged through him with such ferocity that even he struggled to endure it. Tifa and the others watched him with concern as pain twisted across his face. Chapter 408. The feast was savage. Drex Valen endured the agony of limitless power pouring into him, while simultaneously directing the black hole within himself to continue consuming. It felt as though he were an ordinary man trapped between two massive waterfalls, battered from both sides by relentless torrents. Every part of him hurt, yet his power continued to climb at an exponential rate, and it showed no signs of slowing down. Director Nick Fury had been summoned by the World Security Council to attend what was likely the fastest and most efficient emergency meeting in history. By the time he rushed from a Triskelion back to the helicarrier, his mood had darkened considerably. Not an easy feat for Nick Fury. The moment he stepped into the command room and reclaimed his usual position, he began issuing orders. Everyone get ready. I want deployment preparations completed within 30 minutes. He swept his gaze across the room. Notify the teams on site. Lock down every affected area. I don't care what's there or who owns it. Someone looked ready to object. Fury cut them off before they could speak. Don't tell me we don't have enough manpower. His expression hardened. This is an extraordinary situation. If necessary, we take control. A woman raised an eyebrow. Take control of everything, sir. D'agent. Efficient, meticulous, and notoriously cautious. She was also one of the agency's most gifted strategic analysts, known for identifying weaknesses and planning several moves ahead. The issue wasn't military resistance. The issue was religion. The authority of organized faith had long since declined from its medieval heights, but Vatican City still maintained specialized forces. Some called them paladins. Others called them defenders of the faith. Exorcists was another common term. Whatever the title, they were individuals capable of wielding supernatural power, and many were fanatics. Prefer not to deal with them if it could be avoided. Fury didn't hesitate. Don't worry about the religious zealots. His tone was absolute. These orders come directly from the Security Council. It was clear that, in Fury's eyes, the Vatican's special privileges no longer held much weight. Had already formed some theories about what was happening to the Catholic Church. The supernatural phenomena occurring across the globe had provided enough evidence to support a very interesting conclusion. And if that conclusion was correct, the Vatican no longer had the leverage to challenge anyone. The senior agents exchanged knowing looks. Even from Fury's brief explanation, they could infer truths the general public couldn't begin to imagine. Fury continued issuing orders. Jasper, monitor every major network. He pointed directly at the bald agent. Coordinate with local police and intelligence agencies. Then he added, the agent nodded once and immediately left the room. Phil Coulson straightened. I want you using every contact you've got. Reach out to anyone with influence inside the major religious organizations. Coulson grimaced. Religious leaders weren't exactly known for being easy to negotiate with. Then he saw Fury's expression and quickly corrected himself. Fury snorted. Warn them. If anybody decides to get creative, they'd better be prepared to hold funerals for their churches. Coulson paused. It was impossible to tell whether Fury was joking or completely serious. After a moment, he simply nodded and headed out. If things went wrong, having Fury's name attached to the operation might finally spread some of the blame around. With Coulson's departure, every top-level agent present had their assignment. As one of the earliest people to witness the events surrounding the god of destruction and ruin, Nick Fury found himself facing a problem unlike any he'd ever encountered. He didn't know what Drex Valen wanted. He didn't know what the being's intentions were. And how is a mortal supposed to understand the will of a god? Nick Fury had never believed in gods. But after what he had witnessed, he found his certainty shaken. He wasn't alone. A great many people were afraid. And the strange part was that Drex hadn't actually done anything to humanity. Not yet. But what if he was an evil god? What happened to mankind then? Even if his angelic servants didn't appear malevolent, that didn't necessarily make the situation better. Viewed generously, Drex's existence challenged every legal and political system on Earth. His messengers judged people according to a standard of good and evil that existed outside human law. They decided who was guilty, who deserved punishment, who deserved death. That alone represented a direct challenge to every court, every legal institution, and every individual entrusted with enforcing justice. Viewed less generously, it was even worse. It threatened to expose every hidden corruption buried beneath society's surface. If a convicted criminal suddenly died at the hands of one of Drex's divine agents, the message would be impossible to ignore. It would imply that human justice had failed, that the legal system's claim to fairness was a lie, and that those who controlled those systems had been exposed for everyone to see. The implications grew even darker. What happened if a nation's leaders suddenly died because some higher power judged them guilty? What happened if presidents, prime ministers, kings, and ministers were no longer beyond judgment? For governments around the world, the consequences would be catastrophic. No ruler wanted to face that reality. No institution built on authority wanted people questioning where true authority came from. Because at its core, this wasn't simply a conflict of law. It was a conflict over who possessed the right to judge. And that thought terrified people. For thousands of years, human beings had comforted themselves with the belief that their lives remained under their own control. Now there was a possibility that someone else held that power. Something else. A god. The struggle between divine authority and temporal authority was as old as civilization itself. The difference was that, in the modern world, temporal authority had long ago claimed victory. Now, for the first time in centuries, that victory no longer seemed guaranteed. Chapter 409. It seemed that divine authority was making its return. Within the black hole dimension, Drex Valen finally recovered from the overwhelming feast. Power beyond imagination coursed through every part of his body. With a casual gesture, he could now erase hundreds, even thousands, of single universes. The magnitude of that strength was difficult to comprehend. At this level, even if he stepped into another dimensional lord's domain, he no longer needed to worry about being overpowered. Yet he remained dissatisfied. This kind of strength can still be measured, Drex said quietly. True power should be infinite. His goal had never changed. He wanted to reach the level of the thought robot. Even among multiversal entities, the 5 great gods were insignificant compared to that existence. But Drex believed that once he crossed into the multiversal realm himself, he would be capable of challenging the thought robot, perhaps even destroying it. He refused to believe that rebooting the multiverse was the only way to erase such a being. After consuming the heaven dimension, Drex reconstructed heaven itself within the upper reaches of the black hole dimension. Only now it belonged to him. The 800 million angelic souls harvested from heaven had been converted into energy for the black hole dimension. All except one, Michael's soul. Michael, the 6-winged seraph, stood among the highest-ranking angels of the heavenly host. Unlike ordinary angels, he possessed genuine self-awareness, emotions, and individuality. More importantly, he possessed divine status. Within Jehovah's pantheon, a seraph was no different from a god in any practical sense. The only reason Michael remained classified as an angel rather than a deity was because Jehovah's faith operated under a strict monotheistic structure. It was a matter of title, not power. Because of that, Michael's soul was fundamentally different from every other angelic soul. The others had been tools. Michael had been a god without a divine name. Drex examined the soul floating above his palm. Still, he had another use for it. He needed subordinates. Powerful ones. Subordinates capable of accelerating his harvest of souls. In other words, the age of divine judgment had arrived. God would judge. God would sentence. God would enforce justice. Humanity would no longer be divided by borders. Crime itself would cease to exist. A cold smile touched Drex's face. He snapped his fingers. The countless souls transformed by the black hole dimension became new life. 100 million beings appeared. Every one of them possessed flawless features and ideal physiques. Men and women alike stood tall and radiant. Their bodies were powerful and perfectly proportioned, carrying an effortless sense of dignity and strength. Behind them spread enormous wings. Golden wings. Their feathers gleamed like sunlight forged into metal, each one resembling a strand of pure gold. Merely looking at them inspired feelings of reverence and nobility. The newly created beings immediately possessed intelligence and self-awareness, and they understood their purpose. Purify all evil, a far harsher creed than anything preached by traditional monotheistic religions. Drex nodded. He had gifted these golden angels with unimaginable power, 100 million of them, enough to cleanse the world with ease. At the same time, Angel Yin and her angelic legions joined the operation. There was no declaration, no warning. The purifying divine judgment began without fanfare. The golden angels would appear before their targets, recite their crimes, and then strike. Nothing more. A flash of gold, a severed head, a bisected body. The execution was swift and absolute. A single golden angel could slaughter thousands of heavily armed terrorists without difficulty. They moved so quickly that their victims rarely understood what was happening before they died. By the following morning, nearly 30% of the world's population had vanished. Every one of them had been connected to criminal acts or evil deeds. The golden angels paid no attention to social standing. Politicians, business magnates, military leaders, celebrities, none of it mattered. What significance could mortal authority possibly hold before divine judgment? Drex casually rolled a soul between his fingers. The harvest had been enormous. Although these souls could not compare to the quality of the 800 million angelic souls he had gained from heaven, they were still valuable. Unfortunately, the consequences were immediate. The earth of this cinematic universe descended into widespread panic. The Ancient One did nothing. As long as humanity wasn't facing extinction, intervention rarely interested her. In fact, she might have considered the situation beneficial. The United States suffered particularly severe losses. Large portions of its leadership had been wiped out. Only a handful remained. The resulting vacuum threw the nation into chaos. Some people who had never committed major crimes before took advantage of the confusion to loot and riot. Most survived only a few minutes. The moment they crossed the line, a golden angel found them. There was no trial, no courtroom, no appeal, just execution. The golden angels made no effort to remove the bodies afterward. The corpses were left where they fell. Fear was part of the lesson. Drex's actions had dramatically increased the cost of crime. In many countries, even severe offenses no longer resulted in execution. Life sentences and absurdly long prison terms had replaced capital punishment. That system no longer mattered. The golden angels could not be bribed. They could not be pressured. They could not be manipulated. If they judged someone guilty, the sentence was always death. Resistance was meaningless. Some nations even attempted to exploit America's collapse and launch military operations against it. The leaders responsible were promptly executed. Across the world, ordinary people lived in fear. No one knew how to adapt to a world ruled by God. If every crime resulted in death, how was society supposed to function? Most people avoided major crimes already. But minor wrongdoing? who could honestly claim a completely spotless life. Making matters worse, the new god who had destroyed heaven had offered no explanation. No commandments, no scripture, no guidance. International conflicts created an even greater dilemma. One nation's hero could easily be another nation's villain. As long as nations and ethnic identities existed, such contradictions would remain. How would divine judgment handle that? Would everyone involved be condemned? Fortunately for humanity, they didn't have to wait long. One of the golden angels made contact with a major world power and delivered the divine decree of the god of destruction and ruin. There would be no more national borders, no more human legal systems. God would provide protection. Any extraterrestrial threats would be handled by the golden angels. This arrangement would allow Drex to maximize soul collection, whether those souls belonged to criminals or ordinary people. The Earth of the mutant universe received the same treatment. After cleansing evil across multiple Earths throughout the multiverse, only 10,000 golden angels remained behind in this universe. The rest departed for the mutant universe. The amount of evil there was significantly greater. The resulting harvest filled Drex's coffers with an enormous number of souls. At first glance, the strategy seemed short-sighted, like slaughtering livestock instead of breeding them. But from Drex's perspective, it made little difference. Chapter 410. Drex Valen had discovered a new universe. After a brief investigation, he realized it wasn't an ordinary reality at all. At first glance, it looked mundane. Beneath the surface, however, countless superheroes and supervillains had already emerged onto the world stage. This was a comic book universe. Unlike his previous arrivals, Drex didn't immediately unleash the Golden Angels to purge evil. Instead, he decided to observe. For now, the President of the United States hadn't been sleeping well. Over the past year, the increasing appearance of superheroes had turned every day into a new crisis. After another restless night spent tossing and turning, he finally accepted his wife's advice and scheduled a complete medical examination. The clinic he visited was one of the finest in America. In fact, it ranked among the best medical institutions on Earth. The word clinic in its name didn't do it justice. Before heading in for testing, the president spent part of the morning online, venting his frustrations about the job. Being president was difficult. Trying to do it well was even harder. His complaints eventually shifted toward the American healthcare system and how much taxpayer money it consumed. Those remarks immediately struck a nerve. Before noon arrived, while the president was still undergoing examinations, rumors had already begun spreading across the country. The rumors multiplied at an astonishing rate. Advisors, political allies, and even family members started calling one another in panic, trying to find out what had happened to him. The message behind the rumors was obvious. A warning. Unfortunately for those responsible, they had picked the wrong target. The president didn't care. The moment his examination ended, he held a press conference and publicly blasted the organizations behind the media coverage, accusing them of spreading fabricated stories for profit. Then he returned to the White House and announced his intention to tackle one of the most difficult promises he had made during his campaign: healthcare reform. In America, the healthcare industry represented an enormous concentration of wealth. The financial interests tied to it accounted for more than 20% of the nation's economic output. Every year, vast sums of public money flowed into the system. The amount involved surpassed military spending and consumed a staggering share of government revenue. For many observers, the healthcare industry had become a disease within the nation itself. Everyone knew it existed. Almost nobody dared confront it. Compared to it, the financiers of Wall Street seemed almost reasonable. At least they could be negotiated with. The families profiting from the healthcare industry were different. Many were old dynasties whose influence stretched back generations. Their histories were stained with scandals, violence, and ruthless business practices. Some stories involved sabotage competitors. Others involved private security forces crushing labor movements. Whether every tale was true hardly mattered. The reputation remained. Within America, making enemies of those interests could be more dangerous than antagonizing the military itself. Yet the president had finally reached his limit. The mounting costs of superhuman disasters, scientific experiments gone wrong, incidents involving beings like the Hulk, emergency stockpiles, and a nation's growing deficit had pushed him over the edge. So he did what many stubborn men before him had done. He charged straight ahead. His administration announced plans to investigate the healthcare industry. The first step was transparency. Medical providers and insurance companies would be required to disclose pricing and financial data to government regulators. The goal was to close loopholes that allowed affiliated organizations to exploit subsidies and manipulate reimbursement systems. At least in theory. Of course, reality proved more complicated. The president had sounded fierce during the press conference. Once negotiations began behind closed doors, the resulting legislation became considerably softer. Organizations that failed to comply would face fines. The problem was that those fines were laughably small. $300 per violation. $10,000 annually at most. For companies handling billions, the penalties were meaningless. The bill looked more symbolic than practical. Even so, many influential figures quietly admired the president's determination. If healthcare reform truly began here, history might remember him kindly centuries later. Drex sat on a rooftop eating ice cream. Beside him, Lyra Yin accepted a spoonful from him before immediately feeding one back. The simple interaction looked strangely normal considering the cosmic subjects under discussion. This universe is fascinating, Drex said. Every major superhero and supervillain is already active. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. There's no doubt about it. It had taken him less than a day to uncover the reality's basic structure. Meanwhile, the universe itself remained completely unaware of his arrival. Tifa frowned. She, Lyra Yin, and the other angels had spent hours traveling across the world with Drex. Using their enhanced senses, they had overheard countless conversations. Drex shrugged. One of humanity's many flaws. His attention was elsewhere. The Council of Gods interested him far more. This universe differed significantly from the versions he knew. Asgard had become a dimensional realm rather than a physical world. The 9 realms connected by Yggdrasil were no longer planets, but entirely separate dimensions. Combined with Olympus, heaven, the celestial court, hell, and numerous divine domains, the structure of this reality was extraordinary. To Drex, it looked like an all-you-can-eat banquet, a feast of dimensions waiting to be consumed. The challenge was that a universe with a functioning council of gods was difficult to dismantle. The pantheons supported one another. Conflict happened occasionally, but they rarely escalated beyond control. That left Drex with a choice. Should he reveal himself openly and become their enemy, or infiltrate their ranks? His thoughts drifted toward the celestial court. The Marvel version had always struck him as absurd. The Jade Emperor dressed in green armor, resembling a bizarre fusion of samurai equipment and ancient ceremonial garb. Nezha looked more like a monster than a divine hero, with blue skin, fangs, and multiple arms. Drex felt no attachment to such a pantheon. Destroying it wouldn't bother him in the slightest. With a casual motion, he peeled back the veil surrounding the celestial core dimension. The dimensional realms of this universe made little effort to conceal their coordinates. Finding them was effortless. He studied the destination. This isn't quite the celestial court, I remember. A moment later, he arrived. Standing before him was a massive gate. The Southern Heavenly Gate. Rows of celestial soldiers stood guard. Their armor gleamed brilliantly, but the design was bizarre. Parts resembled Ming Dynasty lamellar armor. Other sections looked inspired by entirely different eras. The helmets seemed almost futuristic. The overall result was an awkward combination of styles that looked more ridiculous than majestic. Drex stared for a moment, then shook his head. If these soldiers marched through Times Square, they'd probably become a viral joke before sunset. The guards noticed him immediately. Hundreds of celestial soldiers leveled their weapons. Drex didn't answer. He didn't move. He didn't even glance at them. The next instant, every celestial soldier disintegrated into dust. Read up to 100 chapters ahead, and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 411, 411. Drex Valen gazed at the celestial court spread before him, his expression darkening. Before him stretched a magnificent kingdom seemingly built atop the clouds themselves. Towering palaces gleamed beneath heavenly light. Ancient halls stood in perfect rows, radiating majesty and authority. To ordinary mortals, the sight would have been overwhelming. One glance might convince them they were looking upon the true kingdom of the gods. Unfortunately, appearances meant very little to Drex. This celestial court was nowhere near as impressive as it looked. In fact, he was beginning to think that coming here in person had been excessive. The reason Earth's humans and the masters of Kamartaj held such influence over the mystical side of this universe was simple. Long ago, the various pantheons had fought one another so fiercely that they nearly crippled themselves. By the time the dust settled, they had been forced to surrender much of their influence over the mortal world. The celestial court had suffered the same fate. After all, gods rarely got along. Every pantheon believed itself superior. That tension only worsened when Jehovah began proclaiming himself the one true God while labeling every other deity a false idol. Conflict had been inevitable. Drex barely spared the southern heavenly gate another glance. An invisible force spread from him. The massive gate trembled, then stopped. Drex raised an eyebrow. His first attempt had been casual. He had deliberately restrained himself to avoid damaging the universe itself. Even so, the force he released should have been enough to destroy a star instantly. Yet the southern heavenly gate had merely cracked. Interesting. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he reached out, tore the entire structure free, and threw it directly into the black hole dimension. A useful artifact deserved preservation. Then he continued forward. The conquest of the celestial court had officially begun. Among Chinese mythological figures, few names were more famous than the Jade Emperor. Yet fame and respect were not always the same thing. Throughout countless stories, folk tales, novels, and legends, the ruler of heaven had often been portrayed in an unflattering light. Cold-hearted, jealous, cruel, cowardly, scheming. Many of those depictions had become so widespread that they were treated as accepted truth. Curiously, older heavenly sovereigns from ancient myths had rarely suffered the same treatment. In those ancient stories, even when powerful figures challenged heaven itself, the celestial emperor always remained above the chaos. One famous legend told of Xingtian, the headless warrior who continued fighting even after his execution, using his chest as a face and his navel as a mouth. Even such a challenge failed to shake the authority of the ancient heavenly emperor. Even then, heaven endured. The heavenly emperor remained seated upon the highest throne, unshaken, untouched. Those ancient rulers appeared only rarely in mythology, but whenever they did, they carried an aura of absolute authority. The Jade Emperor, by comparison, often seemed diminished. The reason was simple: legitimacy. The ancient heavenly emperors were primordial beings. They had been born to rule. Their authority was woven into creation itself. The Jade Emperor was different. Before ascending the throne, he had merely been an immortal cultivator among many others. Respectable, powerful, but hardly exceptional. His qualifications were neither the highest nor the most impressive. Yet through fortune and the support of powerful allies, he eventually ascended to become ruler of heaven. Many immortals never fully accepted that outcome. They might not openly rebel, but resentment lingered, and resentment had a way of finding expression. Whispers, rumors, stories, mockery. The endless stream of tales portraying the Jade Emperor as incompetent or ridiculous likely hadn't appeared by accident. After all, ordinary mortals shouldn't have possessed such intimate knowledge of heavenly affairs. Not in ancient times. Someone had been talking. Someone had been shaping the narrative. And there was little the Jade Emperor could do about it. His position lacked the absolute authority enjoyed by his predecessors. If he reacted too aggressively, he would only reinforce the criticism. So he endured it. And over time, even people with no stake in heavenly politics began looking down on him. Many immortals found the situation embarrassing. The celestial court watched Buddhist influence expand into its territory. Immortals often found themselves paying respect to bodhisattvas and arhats. For a government claiming dominion over heaven, it was hardly a glorious image. The celestial court itself occupied one layer among the 33 heavens. Those heavens were not merely symbolic. They were subdimensional spaces suspended between heaven and earth. The various gods and immortals inhabited different layers. The celestial court ruled from one of them. Their choice of location wasn't motivated solely by pride. The 33 heavens occupied an ideal position within the structure of reality. The power of the sun, moon, stars, and celestial bodies flowed through these realms before reaching the mortal world below. Whoever controlled the heavens became the first beneficiary of that energy. Divine power was tied to divine authority and could not be increased easily. Nevertheless, residing in the 33 heavens offered significant advantages. The celestial energies nourished rare treasures and heavenly resources unavailable anywhere else. No immortal would willingly abandon such a place. Because of their proximity to the stars, the immortals of heaven were also the first to notice something was terribly wrong. For over 2,000 years, the constellations had remained stable. Now, they had erupted into turmoil. The energy pouring from them had increased dozens, even hundreds of times over. No sensible immortal could view such a change as a blessing. Then there was the disappearance of the southern heavenly gate, and the instability spreading through the celestial court dimension itself. Everything pointed toward a monumental upheaval. Naturally, the Jade Emperor could no longer remain seated upon his throne. He didn't know what had caused the disturbance, but throughout his long reign, he had learned one lesson above all others. Every major change carried danger. His caution stemmed from his own history. No one understood better than he did how fortunate he had been to claim the throne. And because he understood that, he was unwilling to risk losing it. Any threat had to be crushed before it could grow. That had always been his philosophy. Others might call him ruthless, cold, paranoid. He didn't care. Power was addictive, and there were few positions in existence more intoxicating than the throne of heaven. To keep it, he was willing to do anything. Chapter 412. The Jade Emperor had spent centuries securing his position. Bringing Buddhism into heaven had been one of his most effective political moves. It served as a counterweight to the growing influence of the Taoist immortals, preventing any single faction from becoming powerful enough to challenge his authority. His treatment of his own bloodline stemmed from a different concern: fear. In every pantheon, war gods represented danger. They embodied conquest, conflict, and rebellion. More importantly, they were often the greatest threat to the ruler sitting atop the divine hierarchy. History had already proven it. Xingtian, the only deity in recorded myth who had ever fought his way into heaven itself. Back then, the heavenly emperor possessed supreme divine power. Even Xingtian had ultimately fallen before him. Xingtian died. The heavenly emperor remained, and the throne of heaven never changed hands. But the Jade Emperor was not that ancient sovereign. He never believed his own power could compare to the heavenly emperor's, which meant he couldn't afford risks, not even unlikely ones. That was why he had forced Erlang Shun, his own nephew, out of heaven. The immortal most qualified to become heaven's next war god had been exiled to the mortal realm, forever denied that path. Sun Wukong had suffered a similar fate. The Monkey King had been maneuvered out of the celestial court and pushed toward the Buddhist realms instead. The Jade Emperor had always been a schemer. Every move carefully calculated, every threat quietly neutralized. And because powerful forces stood behind his throne, most immortals could do little more than grit their teeth and endure. As long as he remained ruler of heaven, things would continue exactly as he wished. So when the disturbances spreading through reality reached the celestial court, he immediately summoned his officials. The grand hall filled with gods and immortals. Seated atop his throne, the Jade Emperor looked down upon them. After ruling for more than 2,000 years, he possessed the authority of a true monarch. The moment he spoke, silence fell. The assembled immortals bowed. After a brief pause, one official stepped forward, holding a jade tablet. "Your Majesty, Long-Hair and Keen-Eye possess divine hearing and celestial sight." The Jade Emperor nodded. The pair served as guardian deities of the Taoist pantheon, gifted with extraordinary perception. Yet to the Jade Emperor, they were still subjects. Compared to someone like Heimdall of Asgard, their abilities were hardly exceptional. A command was issued. Celestial soldiers departed. Moments later, two unusual immortals entered the hall. One was blind, but his ears were enormous. The other was gaunt, with eyes that bulged unnaturally from his face. They approached the throne and dropped to one knee. Many Taoist immortals, particularly the more powerful ones, never truly respected the Jade Emperor. Publicly, they obeyed. Privately, they felt otherwise. Long-Hair and Keen-Eye were among the most blatant examples. They barely concealed their indifference. Unfortunately for the Jade Emperor, they enjoyed the protection of influential Taoist factions. As long as they didn't openly violate heaven's laws, there was little he could do. So he ignored their attitude and repeated his question. A voice echoed through the hall. Drex Valen stepped into the high heaven palace. Every immortal froze. One moment the space before the throne had been empty. The next a man stood there. No one had sensed his arrival. No one had seen him enter. Then they looked at him, and silence consumed the hall. Mortals would have seen only a man. The gods saw something entirely different. Radiant, divine light poured from Drex's body, illuminating heaven and earth. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to revolve around him. Even the celestial court dimension itself reacted to his presence. The entire realm began to resonate. It sounded like a hymn, or perhaps a lament, a plea for mercy from the dimension itself. The authority of destruction and ruin was vast, comparable to the highest cosmic powers in existence. If Drex chose to bind himself to this multiverse, he could instantly gain access to its full power. Every limitation holding him back would disappear. He would ascend directly into the ranks of true multiversal entities. In effect, he would replace Galactus and inherit the eternal duty of consuming worlds. The multiverse desired him, a Kryptonian unlike any that had ever existed. But Drex had no interest in such a future. Binding himself to a single multiverse would make transcending it vastly more difficult, perhaps impossible. His ambitions stretched far beyond that. Even without actively invoking the power of destruction and ruin, his mere presence was enough to make every living being understand one simple truth. He was unimaginably powerful. The Jade Emperor rose from his throne. For the first time in centuries, genuine alarm crossed his face. The stronger a being was, the more clearly they could perceive the horror standing before them. Though none of them could yet see the black hole hidden behind that overwhelming divine radiance. The Jade Emperor demanded. Drex stared at him. His eyes drifted toward the green armor that made heaven's ruler resemble a feudal samurai more than the supreme sovereign of the celestial court. For a moment, he said nothing. Then he made his decision. With a single thought, the celestial court ceased to exist. The palace, the heavens, the immortals, the throne, everything vanished. The Jade Emperor's expression froze forever. Gone. The black hole dimension immediately began consuming the celestial court dimension. Carefully, methodically, Drex wanted every fragment, every soul, every drop of power. Missing even one piece would be wasteful. The gateways to these divine realms are hidden, he mused as the dimension collapsed into his own. The real danger was alerting the others. If the remaining pantheons realized what was happening and sealed their dimensional entrances, finding them later would become troublesome. Drex doubted these gods had never faced dimensional invasions before. Most likely, their combined strength had always been enough to repel such threats. After all, dimensional lords rarely possess the ability to physically enter reality. That limitation had protected the pantheons for ages. Unfortunately for them, Drex was an exception. When the celestial court dimension was finally consumed, the black hole dimension expanded once more. Then Drex rebuilt it. Not the flawed version he had destroyed. The true celestial court. Or at least his vision of it. He created celestial armies. Celestial generals. The 28 mansions of the stars. An entire heavenly bureaucracy. Every detail reconstructed from memory. These creations would serve as camouflage for the divine wars to come. In reality, they were vastly superior to the originals. Before long, a great assembly of immortals knelt before a newly raised throne. A throne now occupied by a different ruler. Their voices thundered across heaven. Drex leaned back upon the throne and smiled faintly. His fingers tapped the armrest. Chapter 413, 413. The changes within the celestial court dimension did not escape Heimdall's notice. Unfortunately, Drex Valen's divine radiance was simply too overwhelming. Even Heimdall could only tell that something significant had happened to the celestial court. The details remained hidden behind a brilliance he couldn't penetrate. So he reported the anomaly to Odin. The All-Father considered the matter carefully. Given the celestial court's strength, he found it difficult to imagine anything catastrophic occurring there. Most likely, it was some internal dispute or minor disturbance. Neither of them imagined that Drex's first target would be Asgard. The decision had been deliberate. Heimdall's sight and the Bifrost represented the greatest intelligence and mobility advantage among the Pantheons. If Drex intended to wage war against the gods, eliminating those advantages early would make everything that followed much easier. There was only one concern. Drex considered the possibility. Still, the war had to begin. The first sign of disaster appeared above Asgard. Before Heimdall could fully understand what he was seeing, Drex used divine power to transport heaven's armies directly into the realm. Banners unfurled. Drums thundered. Hundreds of thousands of celestial soldiers emerged from the skies. Their ranks stretched endlessly across the horizon. The heavens darkened beneath their numbers. The sight resembled a living storm front swallowing the world. Celestial generals marched at the forefront. Star-lords, divine commanders, the lords of wind and rain, the god of thunder and the goddess of lightning. Countless heavenly warriors filled the skies. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, tempest winds howled through Asgard. Torrential rain crashed across the Golden Realm. The very foundations of the world trembled. Anyone familiar with divine warfare immediately understood what this meant. The armies of heaven had mobilized, and armies of this size did not march merely to make a statement. They marched to conquer. Shock rippled throughout Asgard. Thor looked excited rather than concerned. He had wanted to test himself against foreign pantheons for years, especially their war gods and thunder gods. Judging by the scale of the invasion, the celestial court had come prepared for a genuine war. Odin, however, saw things differently. The situation felt wrong. There had been no warning, no declaration, no obvious cause. Surely there had to be some misunderstanding. Seeking answers, he dispatched several Asgardian envoys. The envoys never returned. Their heads did. The severed heads were thrown back into Asgard. That ended any possibility of negotiation. Asgard had fought the celestial court before. In their minds, heaven wasn't particularly terrifying. They had no reason to fear it now. What they didn't realize was that heaven had changed. The original celestial court had been destroyed. Drex had rebuilt it according to the standards of the ancient heavenly empire. Not the weakened court of later eras. Not the compromised bureaucracy of the Jade Emperor. This was the celestial court at its mythical peak. The unconquered heaven of legend. When the entirety of heaven appeared above Asgard, even Thor's expression grew serious. The enemy hadn't merely sent an army. They had brought their homeland with them. This wasn't a war. It was an extermination campaign. What happened? The heavens trembled. The 33 heavens stood above clouds and storms alike, occupying the highest reaches of existence. Yet now dark winds swept across the celestial skies. Endless clouds gathered. The light vanished. Purple lightning churned within the darkness. Crimson flames rolled through the storm. The pressure radiating from them was so overwhelming that weaker beings struggled to breathe. At first glance, they appeared to be thunder and fire. Thor knew better. As the god of thunder, he could feel their true nature. The lightning wasn't truly lightning. The fire wasn't truly fire. Those were merely the forms they had assumed. Beneath those appearances lurked something far stranger, something beyond simple elemental power. It was Drex's divine authority. For the first time, he was actively experimenting with the power of destruction and ruin, and he found it surprisingly entertaining. Divine power was extraordinarily flexible. It could become energy, matter, weapons, storms, virtually anything. Even more fascinating was its nature. Its apparent mass was zero. Its true mass was infinite. The concepts of destruction and ruin that formed Drex's divine authority originated from the essence of black holes themselves. Doomsday possessed some claim to those concepts as well. But compared to a black hole, even Doomsday's destructive potential felt crude and limited. As a result, Drex's divine power represented a transcendent expression of annihilation itself, a higher state of destruction. The realization amused him. Even so, he had no intention of using this power to erase Asgard immediately. That would reveal too much. If he appeared utterly invincible, the remaining pantheons would panic and retreat into hiding. That would complicate his plans. A prolonged war, a difficult victory. Those would create the perfect conditions for future campaigns. For that reason, the gods and immortals he recreated were stronger than their originals. But not overwhelmingly so, strong enough to win, weak enough to struggle. At the forefront of Heaven's army stood Erlang Shun. His three-pointed, double-edged spear gleamed beneath the storm-darkened sky. Behind him marched hundreds of thousands of celestial soldiers. The moment Thor entered the battlefield, Erlang Shun attacked. The spear descended like a falling star. Fast, precise, unstoppable. Divine power surged through the strike. Boom! Thor raised Mjolnir and met it head-on. The collision shook the battlefield. Both warriors specialized in overwhelming physical strength. Neither yielded. Neither gained an advantage. The original Celestial Court Drex had destroyed, never possessed Erlang Shun. Drex had created him personally, which meant Thor had never encountered him before, and the realization surprised him. Very few beings could match him physically. Even fewer could stand toe-to-toe against him. Yet this three-eyed warrior was doing exactly that. Where was Neza? Where was the Celestial Marshal? Thor didn't know. All he knew was that this newcomer was dangerous. The battle raged on. Hundreds of exchanges followed. Still no victor emerged. Then Erlang Shun's spear finally slipped past Thor's guard. The blade cut across the Asgardian's divine body. For the first time in a long while, Thor was wounded. His eyes widened. Erlang Shun rested his spear across one shoulder. Pride radiated from him. Thor frowned. The title meant absolutely nothing to him. Other pantheons always had impossibly complicated titles. Judge? Lawkeeper? Executioner? Something along those lines. Whatever the title meant, one fact remained undeniable. He was being pushed back by Heaven's divine lawmen. That was humiliating. Fortunately for Asgard, Thor wasn't fighting alone. Many universes treated Thor as Asgard's primary powerhouse. This universe was different. The gods' universe lacked no warriors. Tyr, god of war. Balder, god of light. The Valkyrie legions. The warriors of Valhalla. Powerful gods emerged from every corner of the realm. They joined the battle one after another. Soon, Heaven and Asgard collided in a conflict that shook entire dimensions. Thunder battled heavenly storms. Divine weapons shattered mountains. Gods clashed with immortals. The battlefield descended into complete chaos. And thus, the War of the Gods officially began. Chapter 414. The war between the Celestial Court and Asgard was impossible to hide. Every pantheon in the universe became aware of the conflict almost immediately. Most chose not to interfere. Instead, they watched from afar, eager to see which side would emerge victorious. It was exactly the outcome Drex Valen had hoped for. As for the gods of the Celestial Court, they had already made their choice. Compared to the previous Jade Emperor, this new Heavenly Emperor was everything they had ever wanted. A ruler whose will could move heaven and earth. A sovereign whose thoughts alone could erase laws and reshape reality. Of course, Drex himself had little interest in being an emperor. The throne was merely a disguise, a useful mask. He had seized the Celestial Court and recreated its gods solely to further his plans. Once everything was over, he would likely leave them to exist within the black hole dimension. Transforming the black hole dimension into a Celestial Court dimension was out of the question. Doing so would drastically slow his growth. Only by preserving its fundamental nature could the black hole dimension continue to devour all forms of energy and souls. Good souls, evil souls. It made no difference. Everything could be consumed and converted into power. Unlike heaven, which had always been selective about what it accepted, the black hole dimension was not. The celestial gods he fought with astonishing enthusiasm. Even the Asgardians found it strange. Erlang Shun was not originally a god, not in the strict sense. Though he had possessed countless divine titles throughout history and received worship from mortals through officially recognized temples, he had never truly held a major divine office. At least, not before Drex arrived. Drex had always liked Erlang Shun. When he discovered this universe's celestial court lacked him entirely, he simply created his own version. Then, using the authority of a dimensional ruler, he granted him a new position. Judicial God of Heaven. A divine office wasn't merely a title. The greater the office, the greater the divine power and authority attached to it. Certainly, history was filled with incompetent rulers who occupied powerful positions despite lacking talent. The Jade Emperor had been one such example. Erlang Shun was not. His achievements had already proven his worth. His strength alone was enough to make even high-ranking gods uneasy. The old Celestial Court had always been governed by hierarchy. Beneath the Heavenly Emperor stood countless exalted offices. Imperial sovereigns, celestial emperors, sacred lords, the Queen Mother. Many of these positions have been created during later reorganizations of heaven, often divided among competing factions. Others, however, trace their origins back to the oldest eras of creation. Ancient beings who had wielded such authority since the dawn of myth itself. But after Drex consumed the Celestial Court dimension and merged it into the black hole dimension, those original divine offices lost their foundation. The black hole dimension did not recognize them. As a result, while the recreated gods were stronger than their predecessors, their old paths of advancement had vanished, which left only one option: earn the favor of the new Heavenly Emperor. Every god understood it. The first generation of divine offices in the new Celestial Court had yet to be established. Whoever earned Drex's approval might become the first holder of one of those positions. Drex had briefly considered recreating the old hierarchy. Then he looked through the endless collection of obscure titles and immediately lost interest. Many of them were difficult to understand. Others sounded impressive, but revealed nothing about their purpose. Why bother? Simple titles were better. War God, Sun God, Moon God. Everyone understood those. There was no need to create an endless maze of bureaucratic ranks. Besides, the old system had another flaw. It allowed powerful figures to stand alongside the Heavenly Emperor as equals. That was unacceptable. Drex had no intention of sharing authority. The position of Heavenly Emperor should be absolute. No equals, no rivals, no competing thrones. Had this been the genuine Celestial Court of myth, he might have shown greater respect to its ancient rulers. This version, Marvel's interpretation of the Celestial Court, inspired no such reverence. On the battlefield, Erlang Shun's patience finally ran out. Despite their prolonged duel, Thor still stood. Erlang Shun let out a cold snort. Then he unleashed the true power of his divine office. The difference was immediate. Golden divine radiance flowed across his body. His presence transformed. Majestic, solemn, unyielding. The light coursed through him like a living river. Space itself began to stiffen around him. The battlefield felt heavier, as though some invisible force was imposing judgment upon reality itself. His divine power surged into his armor. The brilliant golden-purple armor he wore dissolved into particles of light. In its place appeared a suit of black divine armor, forged entirely from condensed godly power. Black armor, black crown, an ocean of divine authority. His very existence became overwhelming. Then his third eye opened. A pillar of divine light erupted from his forehead. The heavens shook. Power roared through him like a raging sea. His fighting spirit exploded. So did his killing intent. Combined with the authority of the judicial god of heaven, the result was terrifying. Every god on the battlefield felt the pressure. Even Thor's expression changed. For a brief moment, the pressure reminded him of Odin. Impossible. Thor stared in disbelief. How could a glorified judge possess such power? What he didn't understand was that the office of judicial god of heaven was far more than a simple judge. Its authority encompassed the enforcement of heavenly law, the judgment of gods, the maintenance of order across heaven, earth, and countless realms. The divine power attached to such authority was immense. Thor barely had time to react. Erling Shun's spear struck him. The force blasted the god of thunder from the sky. The divine power of judgment tore through his body. Pain unlike anything he had experienced in centuries exploded through his nerves. Below, the celestial armies erupted into cheers. Their morale soared. Seeing one of Asgard's greatest champions overwhelmed inspired every soldier on the battlefield. After all, wars created heroes. The same way mortal kingdoms produced legendary generals through conflict, divine wars could elevate ordinary gods into figures of myth. Those who fought on the front lines stood to gain the most, certainly more than those who hid behind walls and whispered from safety. The rewards of victory had always belonged to the bold. Drex understood that. It was one reason he had recreated these souls instead of simply erasing them. They were useful, ambitious, motivated. This was also a test, an opportunity. Those who fought bravely would be rewarded. Those who shrank from danger would prove they were unworthy of remaining in the new celestial court. Seeing Thor fall back, Erling Shun moved to finish the battle. He raised his spear. One final strike. Thor's head would become a trophy, a symbol that would ignite the morale of heaven's armies. Then everything changed. A beam of divine light descended from above. It crossed the battlefield in an instant and pierced directly through Erling Shun's divine body. Chapter 415. At last, Odin entered the battlefield. Clad in the destroyer armor, the king of Asgard descended like a living star. The moment he arrived, he intended to accomplish one thing: break the momentum of heaven's army. And to do that, he chose Erling Shun as his target. Without warning, Gungnir, the eternal spear, flashed through space. The weapon carried an absolute law. It would strike. It would pierce. Before Erling Shun could react, the spear tore through his divine body. A heartbeat later, it returned to Odin's hand. The battlefield fell silent. Many celestial soldiers and heavenly gods stared in shock. This was no ordinary god. This was a being regarded as the equal of a heavenly emperor. Far above the battlefield, Drex Valen watched with his chin resting against one hand. Interesting. This Odin was incomparably stronger than the version from the films. The sheer volume of divine power boiling within him seemed capable of crushing space itself beneath its weight. If the cinematic Odin possessed even a fraction of this strength, he would have long surpassed the ordinary Skyfather tier. Drex could also see another truth. Odin's power had become so immense that his own body struggled to contain it. Countless hidden injuries riddled his divine form. Ordinarily, he would have spent centuries recovering. Unfortunately, heaven had come knocking at his front door. There was no time left for rest. Erling Shun looked down at the wound in his chest. The power of the judicial god flowed through him. The injury closed almost immediately. Even so, his brow furrowed. The divine energy left behind by Odin continued burning inside the wound. It felt like molten iron embedded in his flesh. The judicial god's authority was steadily erasing it, but the process would take time. Odin's power was not something that could be dismissed casually. The king of Asgard raised his gaze toward heaven. His voice echoed throughout the battlefield. The question wasn't his alone. Every pantheon observing the war wanted the same answer. The celestial court had always been regarded as cautious. Its former ruler was infamous for avoiding unnecessary conflict. Yet now heaven had launched a full-scale invasion against the Norse pantheon, arguably the most aggressive of all the divine realms. The contradiction made no sense. Odin took a step forward. Immediately, Erlang Shun moved to block his path. His voice rang across the battlefield. Silence followed, then disbelief. Every watching pantheon was stunned. The Jade Emperor was dead? There was a new heavenly emperor? How had something this significant happened without anyone noticing? In truth, signs had existed. The problem was that no one had interpreted them correctly. At that moment, a streak of divine light shot forth from heaven. A sword. The weapon flew directly into Erlang Shun's hand. The instant his fingers wrapped around the hilt, limitless divine power surged into him. An understanding appeared within his mind. The immortal slaying sword, one of 4 supreme divine blades forged from the essence of the celestial court dimension itself. After consuming the celestial court, Drex had used the power of the black hole dimension to recreate many of the legendary treasures he remembered. This sword was one of them. Erlang Shun tightened his grip. Fear vanished. Confidence remained. He raised the blade and pointed it directly at Odin. The king of Asgard's expression darkened. He was Odin, ruler of Asgard. Yet the new heavenly emperor had not bothered to face him personally. Instead, he had sent a single subordinate, a judge. The insult was impossible to ignore. Was heaven truly so confident, or simply arrogant? Odin abandoned all restraint. Gungnir rose. The spear's tip aligned with Erlang Shun's throat. The eternal spear embodied a fundamental truth. Its strike was inevitable, its judgment unavoidable. Even mighty gods such as Ra, the sun god, or Yahweh himself would regard its power with caution. Then Erlang Shun swung. The immortal slaying sword descended. Reality split. The heavens shuddered. For an instant, it seemed as though the world itself might be cut in half. The brilliant radiance of Gungnir froze. Its certainty halted. Its absolute law faltered. The sword severed the chain of causality itself. Drex had recreated the legendary qualities attributed to the immortal slaying sword and pushed them to their logical extreme. If its defining trait was sharpness, then it would cut anything. Matter, energy, space, time, cause, and effect. Nothing was beyond its edge. The blade's power exploded outward. Even Odin's destroyer armor split open beneath the strike. A wound opened across the All-Father's body. Deep, brutal, severe enough to expose flesh beneath divine metal. Thor's voice rang across the battlefield. Shock filled his face. The man he had always viewed as invincible had just been wounded. And not by a king, not by a war god, by heaven's judge. Was that sword truly superior to Gungnir itself? Odin grunted in pain. He had never expected the new ruler of heaven to possess such terrifying strength. The man hadn't even appeared personally. A single weapon had been enough to injure him. Worse still, the divine power left behind by the sword continued eating away at him. Like poison embedded in bone, his immense divine power could suppress countless things. It could not suppress this. Fortunately, Erlang Shun was merely wielding the sword. He was not its true owner. Otherwise, Odin suspected the strike might have killed him outright. The difference in quality between their powers was simply too great. The reason was simple. Within the new celestial court, the position of judicial god held extraordinary authority. Drex intended to establish 2 things above all else: his own supremacy and heaven's laws. The old celestial court had become corrupt. Its authority had weakened. Its mission to judge and punish had become little more than a joke. Drex had no intention of allowing that to happen again. If heaven claimed legitimacy over the cosmos, then its laws needed to be absolute. Legislation could be flexible. Enforcement could not. The moment enforcement weakened, corruption followed. History repeated that lesson endlessly. Kingdoms did not collapse overnight. They rotted from within. Lax laws, corrupt officials, unchecked abuses. The old celestial court had suffered from the same disease. For more than 2,000 years, the previous regime had accumulated countless flaws. Drex barely needed to investigate. A casual inquiry revealed gods abusing authority, exploiting their positions, and ignoring the laws they were supposed to uphold. He despised that kind of hypocrisy, which was why the office of judicial god stood just beneath the heavenly emperor himself. One god below, all other gods above. That was the status Drex had granted Erlang Shun. Armed with the authority of the judicial god and the immortal slaying sword, Erlang Shun fought Odin on equal footing. The battle shook the heavens. Had Odin not been wearing the destroyer armor, a relic blessed by countless gods and forged by the dwarves to oppose the celestials themselves, he might not have lasted this long. And as the battle continued, Erlang Shun grew stronger. He became more familiar with both his divine office and the sword. Gradually, relentlessly, he began forcing Odin backward. Divine power poured from him like an endless sea. To the Asgardians, his presence felt like a living furnace pressed directly against their faces. Their divine energy boiled. The godhood within their bloodlines felt scorched. Every breath became painful. Every moment became suffering. And the pressure only continued to grow. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 416. The Heavenly Court was a colossal machine, a vast institution responsible for keeping an entire realm in motion. The work it handled was so intricate, so layered, that most people could not even begin to imagine it. A story from the journey to the west illustrated the point perfectly. The Dragon King of the Jing River once made a wager with Yuan Shoqing over something as simple and as deadly as the timing of rain. Yuan Shoqing said that clouds would gather tomorrow at the hour of the dragon, rain would fall at the hour of the snake, and by the hour of the goat the rainfall would be complete, totaling 3 qi, 3 cun, and 48 dian of water. The Dragon King refused to believe it. After all, he was a dragon deity in charge of summoning wind and rain. Who better than him could know when and how much rain would fall? But Yuan Shoqing was no ordinary man. Though he had never entered the immortal ranks, his mastery of divination and calculation had already reached an almost unfathomable level. He did not need any backing or hidden influence. A simple calculation of the heavenly balance in that region was enough for him to determine the exact amount of rain the dragon god should bring. It was no different from plugging 2 known values into a formula to solve for the third. The answer was sitting there in plain sight. Unless the Heavenly Court intended to create a colossal disaster, it simply could not act otherwise. And of course, the Heavenly Court had no desire to trigger such chaos. So everything unfolded exactly as Yuan Shoqing had predicted, and the one left to suffer was the old Dragon King of the Jing River. If he followed the imperial decree of the Heavenly Court, he would lose the wager for certain. That outcome would strip him of all dignity in front of his waterkin, and that was something he could not accept. So, whether from bad advice or sheer desperation, he tampered with the rain when it came time to summon it. He delayed the downpour by an hour. He also reduced the total rainfall by 40 units. Taken lightly, that was defiance of the heavenly order and a crime of deceiving the throne. Taken seriously, it was a violation of the natural cycle itself, a rebellion against the grand workings of heaven and earth. Punishment by extermination would not have been an exaggeration. So the Dragon King of the Jing River was inevitably dragged to the execution dragon platform. The reason this story was brought up was simple. It proved one thing. The Heavenly Court's operation was strict beyond imagination, and its demands on the gods were no less precise than the parts of a finely engineered machine. One person alone could never control the whole system, even if that person was the Heavenly Emperor himself. The Heavenly Emperor stood above all, and if he wished, he could strip any immortal of their divine office. But if the Heavenly Court was to function properly, it still had to rely on each god and immortal fulfilling their own role. And the one who governed that order, the one who kept the divine offices in line, was the judicial Heavenly God. That was why the position was so important in the new Heavenly Court. At this moment, the Asgardian gods were unquestionably rebels in the eyes of the Heavenly Court. The old Heavenly Court simply had not possessed the strength to do anything about them. But things are different now. The power of the judicial Heavenly God was devastatingly effective against these so-called rebels, almost like the demonic banishing power of the true warrior, the great Emperor Jinwu, had once been against demons and monsters. And Yang Jian was only growing more ferocious as the battle went on. Even King Odin was being driven backward under his relentless assault. Seeing that, the god of war Tyr immediately joined the fight to assist Odin. Tyr was one of the fiercest warriors in Asgard. Among the gods, only he had ever dared place his hand in the mouth of the wolf god Fenris, and he had paid for that courage by losing his left hand. He was Thor's half-brother, and even with only one hand remaining, he still possessed terrifying combat power. Yang Jian had not expected the Norse pantheon to have another monster like this, one who could stand almost on the same level as Odin. In fact, once Tyr took over part of the pressure, Odin was even able to withdraw slightly and catch his breath. At the same time, Balder, the god of light, who had been holding back the heavenly soldiers on another front, charged in as well. He was Tyr's full brother. His main weapons were two longswords. They could unleash immeasurable heat and light. While in Asgard, no weapon could kill him, except mistletoe. That was the reason he had been able to hold off so many heavenly soldiers by himself. But now, seeing Yang Jian's overwhelming divine might and unstoppable momentum, the brothers all reached the same conclusion. Take down Yang Jian first. Tyr and Balder joined forces and threw themselves into a brutal battle against Yang Jian, while Thor and their other brother Vidar, a giant over 3 meters tall, intercepted the heavenly soldiers and kept them from interfering. "Well, look at that," Drex Valen said with a spectator's calm, almost amused tone. "There's still one speed god short of a full set. Heimdall makes 5. Xing Tian," Drex Valen said, his voice turning colder. The power of the black hole dimension had already spread into the dimensional space of Asgard. Drex Valen had long since relaxed. This prize was already in his pocket. It was not going anywhere. At this point, he was simply watching the show. Ragnarok was about to begin in Asgard. A towering brute stepped forward. He carried a massive battle axe in one hand and a huge shield in the other. It was none other than Xing Tian, the god of war Drex Valen had shaped from myth and legend. One hand bore Xing Tian's shield. The other wielded Ganshi as he danced into battle, a colossal ancient giant. The moment Xing Tian appeared, the faces of the Asgardians changed. After all, giants were their age-old enemies, the kind of foe that instinctively dragged out every old wound and blood feud. And this was no ordinary giant. This one still had his head. He looked vicious enough to carve fear into bone. The instant Xing Tian, now bearing the title of God of War, entered the battlefield, the pressure on Asgard's brothers became crushing. This giant was absolutely the most terrifying giant they had ever faced. If the giants of the past had possessed even half of his ability, they would already be dead. Protected by the divine power of war, Xing Tian's body was unbreakable. He completely ignored their attacks. But every time his Ganshi axe swung, Tyr and the others did not dare meet it head-on. Tyr had already tried once. The result had been terrifying. The Ganshi axe, empowered by the divine force of war, was utterly unbreakable and had nearly cleaved him and his weapon in two. Tyr asked through gritted teeth. He was being forced back step by step, barely hanging on only because Balder was recklessly absorbing most of Xing Tian's attacks. Tyr had originally assumed this giant was simply relying on brute force, smashing everything with raw strength. He He never imagined the other side's martial skill would be so absurdly refined that it had dismantled him, a god of war, in just a few moves. Xingtian's voice rang out like iron striking stone. "You foreign false gods." Tyr blurted out in shock. He was a god of war too. So the difference between them was that enormous? Chapter 417. The Heavenly Court had been re-established after the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, but in those early years, Taoism was far from the dominant power it would later become. At the time, countless schools of thought flourished side by side. Immortals from many traditions held positions within the Heavenly Court, and even the ancient Huanglao sages, the forerunners of Taoism itself, possessed little real influence. In theory, the Rui scholars should have been the natural rulers of heaven. Their influence in a mortal world surpassed every other school. Yet their teachings focused on governing humanity rather than pursuing immortality. They devoted themselves to serving worthy rulers and preserving the wisdom of the sages, showing little interest in ascending to godhood. As a result, their presence in heaven remained limited. Even the few immortals associated with the Ruist tradition were typically practitioners who blended Ruist and Taoist teachings. The legalists, by contrast, wielded tremendous authority within the Heavenly Court. Their problem was that their power depended heavily on mortal dynasties. When Emperor Wu of Han suppressed the 100 schools and elevated a single ideological framework, the legalists lost much of the political support that sustained them. Though they remained influential on the surface, anyone paying attention could see the cracks beneath that facade. The real struggle for dominance lay between the Huanglao school, the military strategists, and the yin-yang masters. Each possessed unique strengths. None could secure a decisive advantage. That stalemate lasted until the arrival of Zhang Daoling. A disciple of the Huanglao tradition, Zhang Daoling had served within the imperial government and earned respect from both scholars and military leaders alike. After unifying the scattered Huanglao sects throughout the mortal world, he gradually absorbed the declining yin-yang school, the Mahists, and the healers. The first foundations of what would become Taoism began to take shape. But even that wasn't enough. The event that truly transformed Taoism into a dominant force came later. Zhang Daoling marched north and eradicated the witch and demon threats that plagued the lands of Ba and Shu. Put simply, it was war. The emerging Taoist tradition stood alone against the surviving powers of the demon race. One battle determined the future. One battle reshaped heaven. The Huanglao school, with its emphasis on non-action and natural order, did not oppose a younger successor replacing it. After consulting Laozi, Taoism entered the Heavenly Court as a religious institution and rapidly expanded its influence, absorbing territory and authority from numerous rival schools. Before long, it became the single most powerful force in heaven. That war marked the rise of Taoism, and the key to that victory was not a single immortal or sage. It was the million Taoist soldiers who fought and bled to carve out that future. Those same soldiers had remained passive until now. They watched from the sidelines. Then Drex Valen made his decision. Drex had never been sentimental. He was always more interested in what came next than preserving what already existed. More importantly, he had never placed much value on these gods. Watching them stand idle while Yang Jian was surrounded and attacked had left him deeply disappointed. So, without warning and without ceremony, they were swallowed by the black hole dimension. Nothing remained. Only the gods Drex had personally created survived. Xingtian, the war god, was one of those creations. He had been made so recently that even Yang Jian had only confirmed his identity through the authority of his divine office. Before that moment, he hadn't even known such a giant existed within the Heavenly Court. Then there were the other new gods Drex had created according to his own preferences. Ignis, the god of fire. Tidebreaker, the god of water. Tempest, the god of thunder. And many more besides. Standing beside Drex was another of his creations. The moon goddess, Luna. She seemed less like a woman and more like moonlight given form. Her beauty radiated with such brilliance that the world itself appeared dimmer in comparison. She possessed the elegance of polished jade, skin as flawless as fresh snow, and a grace that flowed like still water beneath an autumn moon. Her emerald brows framed luminous eyes. Her waist was slender as a willow branch. Though her expression remained distant and calm, every movement carried an effortless charm capable of captivating anyone who looked upon her. The soft rustle of her robes, the delicate chime of jade ornaments, and the ethereal arrangement of her dark hair gave her the appearance of someone who had stepped directly out of an ancient masterpiece. Even history's greatest beauties would have seemed ordinary beside her. She required no adornment, no cosmetiques, no embellishment. Her beauty felt timeless, unique, perhaps unmatched across all ages. There were very few true beauties within the celestial realms. The Chang'e, pursued by Zhu Beiji in ancient stories, was not a specific goddess at all, but merely a title used for certain celestial maidens. A genuine goddess worthy of legend was far rarer, and the office of moon goddess was far more important than most would imagine. Its authority exceeded even that of the Tyene Star Lord. According to older myths, particularly those originating from the ancient state of Chu, the Tyene Star Lord had merely been one of the celestial officials serving beneath the moon goddess, and one who had even attempted to divide her authority. Of course, Drex knew none of that. He simply remembered hearing of a moon goddess named Luna and thought the position sounded important. So he created her. The remarkable part was that her beauty wasn't his work. Drex lacked that kind of artistic refinement. Left to his own devices, he would have created another tall, long-legged beauty with dramatic curves and an intimidating presence. Luna's classical elegance came entirely from the black hole dimension itself. Fortunately, the heavenly court dimension still retained enough mythological records for the black hole dimension to reconstruct her properly. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Drex had even considered creating a sun god. Then he discovered that the heavenly court's records contained far too many solar deities. There was Solara, wife of the heavenly emperor Dijun. There were various solar deities and star lords. The position was far less straightforward than he expected. One of Drex's newly created gods stepped forward eagerly. It was Chi-Yu, one of the most famous divine figures of the ancient age, the earthly incarnation of the Lord of War. Legends described Chi-Yu as a being born from primordial origins, a monstrous warrior who challenged the Yellow Emperor himself. Ancient records described him as possessing 8 arms, 8 toes, and a form unlike any ordinary man. The references to his 8 toes stemmed from his bovine features. Like an ox, he possessed cloven hooves. His unusual head was often misunderstood by later generations. The true meaning was much simpler. His appearance was unlike anything commonly found beneath heaven. Horns grew from his skull. His features resembled a fusion of man and beast. Combining the various myths and descriptions painted a clear picture of the legendary warlord who once fought against the Yellow Emperor. Twin horns, 4 eyes, 8 arms, a bronze head, an iron brow, the body of a man, the hooves of an ox. When Chi-Yu rose into the heavens, standing hundreds of feet tall, the atmosphere itself seemed to change. The scent of burning iron spread across the 9 heavens. Then came another smell. Blood, ancient, overwhelming, as though countless battlefields had awakened at once. Chapter 418. The greatest authority possessed by Chi-Yu, the Lord of War, was his dominion over warfare itself. And because he was the legendary creator of weapons forged from metal, he also possessed authority over every weapon ever made. Drex Valen nodded. Chi-Yu immediately shot towards Xingtian's battlefield. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his empty hands and slashed toward the nearest target. Baldur, god of light. Chi-Yu had already identified him as the cornerstone of Asgard's resistance. Whenever Yang Jian or Xingtian came close to delivering a killing blow, Baldur stepped in and intercepted it on behalf of his brothers. As long as Asgard remained, no attack could truly defeat Baldur, at least under normal circumstances. At first glance, Chi-Yu appeared unarmed. In reality, What he wielded was infinitely more dangerous than any divine artifact. He wasn't holding a weapon. He was holding divine authority, the authority of the Lord of War. Crimson divine power gathered in his hands, blood-red and unmistakable. The power condensed into a weapon embodying the very concept of warfare itself. A battle axe, the purest symbol of conquest and slaughter. The moment it formed, Chi-Yu brought it crashing down upon Baldur's head. Baldur reacted instantly. Every ounce of his divine power surged outward as he raised his weapons to defend himself. It didn't matter. The outcome had already been decided. The authority of the Lord of War was not merely destructive. It determined victory. It determined defeat. It determined life and death. The moment Chi-Yu's strike descended, Baldur's fate had already been written. Defeat. Death. Resistance became meaningless. Defense became meaningless. If such a strike could simply be blocked, then the authority of the Lord of War would be nothing more than a joke. Instead, it reached directly into causality itself, rewriting destiny with terrifying force. As long as a battlefield existed, the Lord of War stood as an almost unbeatable existence, far beyond the title of an ordinary war god. Baldur had no answer. The crimson axe passed through him, his head separated from his body. The god of light shattered into fragments of divine radiance. Under normal circumstances, Baldur would have eventually returned. That was simply how his existence worked. But Chi-Yu's authority had no interest in normal circumstances. In a single instant, the divine power representing Baldur was completely erased. The meaning of absolute defeat had been fulfilled. The god of light ceased to exist. The battlefield froze. Every one of Baldur's brothers stared in shock. None of them had imagined Chi-Yu could be this terrifying. Then they noticed something even worse. The two arms that had slain Baldur were no longer acting alone. The remaining 6 arms were already weaving divine power into new weapons. Blades, spears, swords, halberds. Every weapon imaginable materialized from crimson divine energy. Tyr's expression changed immediately. Even Odin had not fully recovered yet, and now he had watched the son least likely to die vanish before his eyes. Pure fury exploded within him. Ignoring the damage to his own body, Odin charged directly into battle. He intercepted Chi-Yu head-on. The moment they clashed, Odin nearly found himself torn apart by the storm of axes, spears, swords, halberds, hooks, and blades wielded by Chi-Yu's 8 arms. Fortunately for him, he possessed an answer to powers that manipulated causality and fate. The Destroyer Armor. Long ago, the armor had been blessed by countless gods. Among them were many deities who wielded authority over fate itself. At the time, the various pantheons had only wanted someone capable of standing against the Celestials. They had chosen Odin largely because he was reckless enough to charge into impossible battles. No one had truly expected him to win. They merely hoped he could survive longer than anyone else. Because of that, the blessings placed upon the Destroyer Armor had been completely sincere. No one held back. Then Odin achieved the impossible. He had actually severed the head of a Celestial. The victory had been brief. The punishment that followed had been brutal. But Odin survived, and he returned carrying an armor infused with the power of countless gods. Now, facing Chi-Yu, Odin activated the blessings of the fate gods embedded within the Destroyer Armor. Their power surged forth and collided with the authority of the Lord of War. For the first time since his creation, Chi-Yu encountered resistance. A strange feeling crossed his mind. His divine authority had always been unstoppable. Now it had met an equal. His power erupted across the battlefield like an endless storm. The authority of war descended upon Odin, declaring destruction, declaring defeat, declaring annihilation. War had never represented mercy, nor justice, nor righteousness. War was destruction given form. Where it marched, blood followed. Where it lingered, cities became ruins. Where it ended, graves remained. War was the ultimate trial faced by all living things. Sooner or later, everything was consumed by it. No one truly escaped. Even the victor would eventually become another casualty. Yet that did not mean the god of war always stood triumphant. War was a double-edged blade. Those who wielded it were forced to suffer its consequences as well. At most, a war god could tilt the scales, push destruction toward someone else. That was the true essence of warfare. Every war deity followed the same principle. Whether it was Chiyu, or Ares of Greece, or Horus of Egypt, the difference lay only in how much influence they could exert over the outcome. Ares had been defeated by his own sister. Horus had lost an eye. Even gods of war were not immune to defeat. And now that same truth was unfolding once again. Odin endured. Driven by grief and rage, he unleashed even more of the divine power stored within the destroyer armor. Power that could never be replenished. Power that diminished with every use. But Odin no longer cared. The battlefield trembled. Chiyu attacked. Xingqian attacked. Yangjian attaqued. Three overwhelming divine beings joined forces. And still they could not suppress the All-Father. Tyr and his brothers watched in stunned disbelief. Their father stood alone against three gods powerful enough to shake worlds. And he was winning. Across the battlefield, the gods of other pantheons wore increasingly ugly expressions. Many of them were beginning to regret their generosity. Long ago, they had poured too much divine power into the destroyer armor. Even after all these centuries, Odin still had reserves remaining. Now the All-Father stood clad in the strength of countless gods. Some blessings restored his body. Others reinforced it. Together, they allowed him to unleash levels of power that should have torn his own flesh apart. This wasn't a simple increase in strength. This wasn't 1 + 1 becoming 2. This was something far more terrifying. A monster empowered by the accumulated might of entire pantheons. And at that moment, All-Father Odin looked unstoppable. Chapter 419. Back in his prime, Odin had reached the level of an All-Father through the destroyer armor alone. Now, after countless ages had passed, he was older than ever, and everyone knew the truth about the Asgardians. The older they became, the stronger they grew. Their divine power deepened with age rather than fading. As a result, Odin's current combat power had reached a terrifying level, approaching that of a single universe entity. Before Drex Valen could respond, two more gods stepped forward. One was Ignis, the god of fire. A version of Ignis had once existed within the God Council's universe as both a member of the council and one of the demigods. Drex had erased that version entirely and created a new one from scratch. This Ignis was modeled after the ancient legends. He possessed the head of a beast and the body of a man. Twin fire serpents hung from his ears. Two blazing dragons coiled beneath his feet, and crimson scales covered his entire body. The second was Tempest, the god of thunder. He bore the head of a tiger, the body of a man, and carried two yellow serpents in his hands. Fortunately, Odin was no longer the unstoppable warrior king he had once been. Since the founding of the God Council, conflicts between pantheons had become increasingly rare. It had been a very long time since Odin had fought a battle of this scale. More importantly, he was still struggling to fully adapt to the immense power currently flowing through him. Divine energy surged from his body in massive waves. The force resembled a cosmic tsunami. Most mortals would never understand the true nature of that power, but instinct alone was enough to make them tremble. It felt like standing before an approaching apocalypse. Yet to the Eastern gods, the display revealed something else. Odin's control was slipping. His divine power was leaking into the surrounding environment. To gods who pursued absolute mastery over every fragment of their strength, the meaning was obvious. His power has surged too quickly. Yang Jian immediately increased the pressure. The others understood at once. Xingqian attacked more fiercely. Chiyu attacked more fiercely. Ignis attacked more fiercely. Tempest attacked more fiercely. They had no fear of death. The gods of the new heavenly court were effectively immortal. As long as Drex Valen wished it, they could be restored to life. Short of a handful of multiversal beings, no one could steal a soul from his grasp. Drex turned toward the remaining members of the 12 primordial witches. The remaining primordial witches stepped forward. Each possessed terrifying divine authority. Their domains were simple, direct, and overwhelmingly powerful, granting them equally straightforward forms of divine might. The battle had dragged on long enough. It was time to end it. Unfortunately, Thor and his brothers had reached the same conclusion. When they saw more gods entering the battle against their father, they immediately rushed forward to help. It made little difference. The gap in power was simply too great. Any one of the 12 primordial witches could have fought Thor and his brothers alone. There were 12 of them, together with Chi Yu, Xing Qian, and Yang Jian, that gave the heavenly court 15 father-level gods. The sight left every observing pantheon deeply unsettled. Within the universe of the gods, father-level entities were not considered the absolute peak. Yahweh alone stood close to the level of an omnipotent All-Father. Hundreds of pantheons existed throughout creation, and nearly every one of them could field at least one or two father-level beings. The Greek pantheon possessed even more. The rulers of sea, sky, and underworld. The primordial earth goddess Gaia. The Titans imprisoned within the abyss. The original heavenly court had barely qualified as a first-rate pantheon. Its influence had been limited, its authority modest. This new heavenly court was another matter entirely. Not a single familiar face remained, yet its military power had already entered the ranks of the supreme pantheons. Even the heavenly host was beginning to feel pressure. Yang Jian, wielding the immortal slaying sword, became the primary force holding back Odin. Even Chi Yu found himself avoiding direct clashes with the blade. Gradually, the tide began to turn. The immortal slaying sword was approaching the threshold of single-universe power. No matter how mighty Odin was, the strain continued to build. His wounds multiplied. His movements grew heavier. Most importantly, the divine power stored within the destroyer armor was rapidly diminishing. The blessings of countless gods were nearly exhausted. Several giant drummers stepped forward. Each stood over 10 feet tall, with blue-green skin, savage features, and protruding tusks. Their upper bodies were bare, revealing muscles like carved granite. With thunderous roars, they raised drumsticks as thick as a man's waist and brought them crashing down upon enormous war drums covered in the hide of the legendary Koei dragon. Boom! 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 The sound rolled across hundreds of miles. The heavens trembled. Clouds shook. The drums echoed through the sky like divine thunder. The spectacle was impossible to ignore. Despite the heavenly court's growing advantage, Drex Valen still hadn't moved to finish Odin himself. This was the comic book version of the God Council universe. And Asgard possessed a terrifying backer. The elder gods of the Shadow Realm. Drex wasn't certain whether those ancient beings would intervene. If they did, he would need to prepare. The battle that followed might require every ounce of his strength. Even then, victory would not be guaranteed. Odin tightened his grip on Gungnir. Lightning danced around the spear in dazzling arcs. The primordial power of the rune force surged through him. All of Asgard trembled faintly in response. The pressure in the air became almost unbearable. Odin was nearing his limit, which was why he had already sent a message to Heimdall. Activate the Bifrost. Target the heavenly court dimension. The Bifrost was Asgard's ultimate weapon. It drew upon the immense power of Yggdrasil itself. It could tear through dimensional barriers, transport armies between realities, and if used offensively, it possessed enough destructive power to shatter entire planets. Within the God Council universe, the Bifrost was even more dangerous. Its power could extend across dimensions and inflict damage upon other realities. Destroying a dimension outright required something on the level of the Infinity Stones. But damaging one? That was entirely possible. Odin's objective was simple: force the heavenly court to retreat. If this new heavenly emperor intended to make an example of Asgard, then perhaps he could persuade him to seek an easier target. After all, Drex Valen was hardly the first ruler arrogant enough to believe he could conquer every pantheon and establish a single divine order. Others had attempted it before. Every one of them had failed. To buy Heimdall enough time to charge the Bifrost, Odin pushed himself beyond his limits. Terrifying power erupted from his body. The friction generated by that energy turned the surrounding atmosphere crimson. Every trace of moisture evaporated instantly. The temperature skyrocketed. The battlefield became a furnace. Explosive shockwaves rippled outward. The atmosphere compressed under unimaginable force until it seemed almost solid. Everything in its path was crushed. Everything in its path was destroyed. Nearby mountain peaks disintegrated into dust. Such was Odin's power. One hand gripped the reins. The other wielded Gungnir. Mounted atop Sleipnir, his eight-legged divine steed, Odin charged forward. The horse released a thunderous cry, as though proclaiming the strength of the All-Father to the heavens themselves. Together, rider and mount tore through the storm ahead. Chapter 42420. The Bifrost served as both Asgard's gateway to the Nine Realms and its greatest strategic weapon. Connected to the immense world tree, it continuously drew vast amounts of energy from the void, creating a self-sustaining cycle of power. In peacetime, it was guarded and maintained by Heimdall. Such a monumental creation had taken more than a century to complete. The dwarves of Nidavellir and the master craftsmen of Asgard had forged it together. It was both shield and spear, a fortress capable of defending Asgard and a weapon capable of destroying its enemies. And it was the source of Odin's confidence. As for Baldur's death, faced with the overwhelming strength of the heavenly court, Odin had no choice but to set vengeance aside for now. He tugged on the reins. Beneath him, Sleipnir surged forward. The eight-legged divine steed raced across the battlefield in a blaze of thunder and fire, like a bolt of lightning streaking through the dark sky. In a single breath, Odin was upon Chi-Yu. Gungnir swept forward in a deadly arc clang. The spear split the heavens, but it failed to strike its target. A crimson glow burst from Chi-Yu's hand, extending outward and taking the shape of a sword. The blood-red blade intercepted Gungnir and knocked aside the legendary spear. The divine weapons created through Chi-Yu's authority showed no fear of Gungnir's unmatched sharpness. Spear and sword collided. The resulting shockwave tore through the air and shattered the towering waves below. Odin poured divine power into his assault. Golden lightning danced across his armor. Countless rune symbols ignited upon Gungnir's surface, glowing with ancient power. His white hair whipped wildly in the wind. An immense pressure radiated from him, heavy as a mountain. For a brief moment, it felt as though all creation should kneel at his feet. Then Odin vanished. A flash of gold crossed the battlefield. The gods were forced back as he reappeared among them. His speed was lightning itself. Under the black sky, golden thunder and silver divine light collided repeatedly, unleashing silent waves of destruction. Below them, the raging ocean exploded apart. Entire sections of sea vanished into clouds of steam. Nearby mountain ranges shattered like brittle glass. Their remains crumbled into dust and were swept into the sky. Chi-Yu was driven backward, not because he had lost in skill, not because his authority had failed. He was simply being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of divine power Odin was unleashing. Even so, Chi-Yu had carved dozens of wounds into the destroyer armor. Odin ignored every one of them. The moment Chi-Yu was forced back, Gungnir's unstoppable edge swept toward young Jien and the others. The spear of Odin, golden lightning wrapped around it like a miniature sun. Thousands of rune symbols erupted with brilliant radiance. The weapon carried enough energy to devastate worlds. Yet it struck nothing. The point where it landed fractured. Space itself cracked and collapsed, forming a dark vortex. A mountain-sized bolt of golden lightning slammed into the black ocean below. It was blocked by one of the 12 primordial witches, Dijiang. As the god of space and speed, he possessed absolute confidence in his ability to outpace even Sleipnir. Redirecting Odin's spear was effortless. Odin's eye narrowed. He was no stranger to such powers. The destroyer armor itself carried blessings from deities associated with space. Instantly, Dejiang became his new target. Murderous intent burst from Odin's lone eye. The pressure alone scattered clouds and distorted the atmosphere. Space hummed around him. Golden arcs of electricity slithered across the destroyer armor like living serpents. Each flicker generated violent energy fluctuations. Matter disintegrated. Light bent. Space cracked. It was as though reality itself struggled to bear the presence of a warrior standing at the peak of single-universe power. Odin blinked across the battlefield repeatedly. Each movement brought Gungnir closer. The spear struck like a venomous serpent lunging for its prey. Dejiang merely sneered. He wasn't just a god of space. He was also a god of speed. For Odin to think he could catch him was absurd. Again and again, Dejiang evaded every attack with ease. At the same time, he redirected the assaults of his allies, causing them to crash into Odin from impossible angles. Had Odin not possessed the experience of countless wars, he would have been severely wounded long ago. Each block produced an earth-shaking detonation. The impacts resembled miniature planets colliding. Shock waves rippled outward. Space trembled. The compressed atmosphere shrieked like a living thing. Then Odin saw an opportunity. The instability in the surrounding space was limiting Dejiang's control. Many viewed Odin as Asgard's greatest warrior. Few remembered that he was also one of the greatest masters of rune magic in existence. Hundreds of glowing rune symbols appeared around him. Each one shone like a miniature sun. Then they exploded. Blazing lightning, scorching heat, corrosive poison, freezing frost. Dozens of elemental forces collided and merged, releasing terrifying magical power. Yet every attack missed. Not a single one reached its target, because standing among the heavenly court's forces was another member of the 12 primordial witches. Zhulong, the god of time. Detonating those runes takes time, Zhulong said calmly. Time shifted. Every god of the heavenly court vanished from the blast zone. Odin's carefully prepared ambush struck nothing. Immediately, he realized the truth. That outcome was impossible for a mere space god. Someone else had intervened. At that moment, Drex Valen felt a strange presence. Something was watching the battlefield, a power unlike any of the combatants below. Then reality shifted. An invitation reached him. In the next instant, Drex found himself standing within a realm of shadows. There he saw them. The elder gods seated within the darkness. The gods above gods. Before them, even Odin was little more than an insect. These were the beings who fed upon Ragnarok itself, harvesting the life force released through endless cycles of destruction and rebirth. Their origins had long vanished into the mists of prehistory. Seated upon thrones of shadow, they sustained themselves by drawing nourishment from the Norse gods. Again and again, they watched the cycle unfold. The end of the world. Death. Rebirth. For countless ages, Asgard had been destroyed and restored in an endless loop. Ragnarok came. Ragnarok ended. And then it began again. Each cycle released vast quantities of energy. The elder gods consumed it all. Over time, they had grown unimaginably powerful. They now claimed near omnipotence, though evidence suggested their influence beyond their chosen domain was far more limited than they admitted. Even so, one thing remained undeniable. Their ability to predict the outcomes of actions within the Norse cycle was absolute. After the most recent Ragnarok, Thor had sacrificed his life to inherit Odin's power and wisdom. That journey eventually brought him before the shadow-seated gods. When he learned the truth of the cycle, he condemned them. Furious, Thor accused them of trapping his people in an endless repetition of meaningless death and rebirth. And he swore to break the cycle forever. The beings seated in shadow mocked him. They praised his determination while assuring him it was impossible. Then they realized something alarming. Thor actually possessed the power to do it. He intended to seize the thread of fate itself and drag it from the end of the cycle back to its beginning. Chapter 421. The beings seated within the shadows had begged Thor not to take away their source of sustenance. They had even offered him a place among them. Thor refused. Instead, he destroyed the tapestry woven by the gods of fate, shattered the cycle, and brought the endless repetition to an end. In doing so, he seemingly destroyed the shadow-bound gods as well. That was the legend of the elder gods of the Shadow Realm within Marvel's God universe. It was also the story in which Thor became Rune King Thor. And now, those same elder gods had summoned Drex Valen for one simple reason: to stop him from destroying the Asgard dimension. Dimensional demon god, lord of the black hole dimension, god of destruction and ruin, their voices echoed through the endless darkness. If Ragnarok failed to unfold according to its destined course, they would lose access to the life force that sustained them. That was why they had stepped forward despite facing someone like Drex. Drex's voice was calm. Asgard is already my prey. You expect a dimensional lord to abandon a dimension that's practically in his grasp? Silence followed. The elder gods understood. A dimensional lord abandoning a nearly conquered dimension was almost unheard of. Ordinarily, they would never have bothered negotiating. Most dimensional entities appeared only through projections. Such intruders could simply be expelled. Drex Valen was different. The Lord of the Black Hole Dimension stood before them in person. What puzzled them most was how he had left his own dimension while retaining such terrifying power. Even stranger was the divine title that instinctively surfaced in their minds the moment they saw him. God of destruction and ruin, a god recognized by the multiverse itself. Entirely different from beings like them. Powerful, unrestrained, overflowing with terrifying divinity. The elder gods had no desire to fight someone like that. Had it been anyone weaker, they would have already been thrown out of the Shadow Realm. At the same time, Drex was having revelations of his own. These elder gods weren't nearly as powerful as he'd expected. He had originally assumed they were multiversal entities. Part of him had even been curious to compare them against the god Rune. Now he realized he'd likely overestimated them. Even Rune King, Thor, might only have reached true multiversal status. Possibly not even that. Perhaps merely beyond single-universe level. We are willing. The elder gods proposed a bargain. Over countless ages, they had accumulated a collection of unclaimed dimensions. Surely enough to satisfy the appetite of the black hole dimension. There was, however, one condition. The agreement would have to be witnessed and enforced by the 5 great cosmic gods. Drex raised an eyebrow. At first, the idea surprised him. Then it made perfect sense. These beings had existed for ages beyond counting. Naturally, they would have access to resources few others could imagine. The Shadow Realm itself was proof enough. It was a dimensional space in its own right. Drex smiled faintly. The meaning behind his words was obvious. Asgard itself was a valuable dimension. Its countless powerful souls were equally valuable. If the compensation wasn't worth at least several times what he stood to gain from devouring Asgard, then there was no point negotiating. And if negotiations failed, the Shadow Realm and its elder gods would become part of his harvest as well. The elder gods had survived for untold ages. Of course, they understood exactly what he meant. What surprised them was how low his asking price was. They had prepared themselves to pay far more. The agreement was quickly finalized. Under the witness of the 5 great cosmic gods, a binding contract was established between Drex Valen and the elder gods of the Shadow Realm. In exchange for abandoning his conquest of Asgard, Drex received 5 ownerless dimensions. One of them rivaled Asgard itself in size. Its energy reserves were equally immense. The others were only slightly weaker. Drex honored the contract. Immediately, the Heavenly Court dimension withdrew. Its armies retreated without hesitation. After all, Drex intended to cultivate a reputation. An honest dimensional lord. A being who honored his bargains. Good reputations made future business far easier. Of course, that didn't stop him from having additional thoughts. Those old monsters definitely have more dimensions hidden away. Once the agreement was complete, Drex located the coordinates of his newly acquired territories. The black hole dimension immediately began consuming them. It had already digested nearly a third of the heaven dimension he'd acquired earlier. Now 5 more dimensions were being added to the feast. Each one contained energy reserves comparable to heaven. One surpassed it by a tremendous margin. The black hole dimension grew stronger with every passing moment. Heimdall stood atop the shattered remains of the Rainbow Bridge. Both hands rested upon his great sword as he gazed into the distance. To protect Queen Frigga and the people of Asgard, he had remained behind instead of joining the battlefield. As far as Heimdall was concerned, victory and defeat were never determined solely by armies. Everything followed fate. Asgard was unlike any other divine realm. Its story had already been written. The elder gods of the Shadow Realm had orchestrated Ragnarok itself. Because of that, the destiny of Asgard was carved into ancient stone. Unchangeable, a closed circle with no escape. No matter how powerful the heavenly court became, no matter how close Odin came to defeat, no matter that Baldur had been slain within Asgard itself, the Asgardians never truly believed the end had arrived. And now they had been proven right. The heavenly court had withdrawn. Asgard would perish only in Ragnarok. That was both its greatest blessing and its greatest curse. Its blessing because no outside threat could destroy it. Its curse because the prophecy became even more certain. The more impossible its destruction seemed, the clearer it became that Ragnarok was unavoidable. Its fate could not be changed. Long ago, after learning of Ragnarok, Queen Frigga had traveled to her homeland of Vanaheim. She searched for the 3 Norns. She hoped to find some way to alter destiny and save Asgard. Her efforts achieved nothing. All she found was silence. Eventually, she was forced to wait for the appointed day. Even Null's predecessor, Kol Borson, had glimpsed a future in which Asgard lay in ruins. Desperate to prevent it, he slaughtered numerous gods, stole their power, and forged the hammers of fear. His intentions may have been noble. His methods were not. The brutality of his actions earned the condemnation of both Odin and the Vanir. After replacing his brother and ascending as king of Asgard, Odin himself eventually foresaw Ragnarok. At the time, he used Hela as the spear of Asgard. She conquered realm after realm, expanding Asgard's dominion across the 9 realms. The later conflict between father and daughter had never been part of the plan. On one hand, Odin never expected his eldest child to gain the recognition of Yggdrasil and deepen her connection to Asgard itself. On the other, Hela's ambitions extended far beyond the 9 realms. She wanted more, much more. Moments earlier, during the battle against the heavenly court, Odin had even contemplated a final measure. If things became truly hopeless, he would release Hela, the goddess of death, bound to Asgard through the world tree itself. His ultimate weapon. Chapter 422. Given Hela's abilities, there was a good chance she could have inflicted devastating losses on the heavenly court. Of course, being Odin's daughter didn't necessarily mean she felt any affection toward him. Considering Asgard's rather unfortunate family tradition of settling disagreements with violence, the most likely outcome would have been Hela appearing just to beat her father senseless before dealing with anyone else. Meanwhile, Drex Valen had discovered something unusual. Earth. Specifically, the Earth of the God universe. A powerful presence lurked there. The moment Drex's awareness brushed against it, the presence reacted. A golden figure erupted from the planet and rose into space. Cosmic energy poured from its body, not like a star exploding, like millions of stars detonating simultaneously. Even the energy radiating from its existence disrupted magnetic fields and shook space itself. The golden flames surrounding it were not fire. They were torrents of hyper-energized particles. A brilliant column of light speared through the atmosphere and vanished into the void. And still its power continued to climb. Higher, higher, seemingly without limit. Drex regarded the figure with interest. The man possessed the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. But this wasn't truly the Sentry. Or rather, it was just not the part most people wanted to meet. The discovery surprised him. The Earth of the God universe was ruled by religious powers rather than nation-states. Yet somehow the Sentry still existed here. Then again, the Allfathers probably couldn't stop the Void. Not this version. The Void was the darkness hidden within the Sentry. Far more dangerous than something like the Dark Phoenix. At least the Dark Phoenix could be reasoned with. The Void wanted only one thing: destruction. The figure opened eyes as black as oblivion itself. Waves of annihilation spread outward. There was no compassion within those eyes. No mercy. No hatrith. Nothing. Only emptiness. The final void that remained after all matter, all energy, and all life had ceased to exist. The gods hadn't ignored Earth. They had tried to intervene. They had simply failed. The void was too powerful. While the Sentry existed at the level of an All-Father, the void had crossed into true single-universe territory. Several All-Fathers working together still couldn't defeat him. A few had nearly died trying. Eventually, the gods retreated. The void responded by slaughtering every superhero who resisted him and establishing himself as Earth's absolute ruler. Unlike the Sentry, the void indulged every dark impulse imaginable. After conquering the world, he drowned himself in excess. Pleasure, power, possession. He exterminated hundreds of millions of men. Most young and attractive women were gathered into designated territories under his control. The remaining male population was exiled to isolated islands. Every day became an endless cycle of indulgence. His limitless stamina and complete immunity to disease left him free to pursue every desire without consequence. When he grew bored of a woman, he paired her with carefully selected men in an effort to improve future generations. Children were raised separately according to gender. Those he deemed ugly or undesirable were initially marked for extermination. Eventually, he found a use for them: labor, industry, maintenance. The people he considered completely worthless became food for the exotic predators he enjoyed collecting: lions, tigers, sharks, giant octopi. The Void's Earth had become a nightmare kingdom. Then he arrived, directly inside the Heavenly Court. For a single universe entity, locating the Heavenly Court dimension wasn't difficult, especially since Drex had made no effort to close the door. In fact, he had been hoping the Void would come to him. The Void's voice echoed across heaven. The gods of the Heavenly Court stepped forward immediately. The Void glanced at them. Surprise flickered across his face. At first glance, they looked insignificant. Yet every one of them possessed power comparable to the rulers of other pantheons. Interesting. This Heavenly Court was stronger than it appeared. Drex waved a hand. Once someone entered the black hole dimension, they became prey. And this version of the Void clearly hadn't experienced enough defeats. Drex found himself mildly entertained. He'd been bored lately. Perhaps this would be fun. The Void smiled. He was bored as well. The gods of this universe had spent years hiding from him. Now, someone was finally willing to stand and fight. Boom! The atmosphere exploded outward. Air compressed so violently that it ignited into crimson light. Storm clouds vanished. The heavens lit up. Within 1/10,000th of a second, the Void's fist arrived in front of Drex's face. Crack! The Void raised an eyebrow. For perhaps the first time in a very long while, he felt genuine surprise. He had fought countless opponents. Very few survived a direct punch. Even fewer stopped it. Drex had done both. Within a microsecond, he reacted. His hand rose calmly. His fingers closed around the incoming fist. The impact vanished. Drex remained seated. His chair remained intact. His table remained intact. Every ounce of force had been dispersed through matter and energy at the atomic level. The Void's attack achieved absolutely nothing. His eyes lit up. The Void's learning ability bordered on absurd. During his battle with Molecule Man, he had learned molecular restructuring simply by observing it. Mastering Drex's microscopic control wouldn't be difficult. Then Drex punched him. Just once. The blow struck like a blade forged from pure force. The Void's chest collapsed inward. His bones shattered. His body folded into an impossible arc. Blood erupted from his mouth. A being capable of surviving planetary destruction looked like a broken rag doll. Yet somehow he endured. Boom! The atmosphere detonated. Thunder cracked. The resulting shockwave exploded outward like the simultaneous detonation of tens of thousands of tons of explosives. Invisible force wrapped around both combatants and hurled them away. They became twin meteors streaking through the sky. Flames erupted around their bodies as they tore through the atmosphere. Neither stopped fighting. Not for a moment. During their ascent, Drex and the Void exchanged thousands of collisions. The Void's anger grew with every impact. His body cracked apart repeatedly under Drex's attacks. Fractures spread across his flesh like cracks through shattered porcelain. Drex spoke calmly. One hand remained clasped behind his back. He was fighting entirely with his right hand. The humiliation was unbearable. The Void had never been treated this way. Never. Rage exploded from him. Madness filled those pitch-black eyes. The golden figure became a streak of light. He hurled himself at Drex with all his strength. Boom! The collision echoed across space. The two figures slammed into each other like colliding celestial bodies. Violent radiation burst outward. High-energy particles flooded the battlefield. The darkness of space became their backdrop. The stars themselves seemed to flicker like distant spotlights illuminating the clash. And the battle had only just begun. Chapter 423. Two figures faced each other across the void. Each radiated a terrifying presence. Even after moving the battlefield into space, the shockwave from their clash remained catastrophic. Vast tides of energy rolled through the darkness, battering the fabric of space itself. Invisible particles collided by the trillions, producing dazzling bursts of light that painted breathtaking cosmic phenomena across the heavens. The space within the black hole dimension was far more resilient than the vacuum of normal reality. But in truth, it was little more than wallpaper. Beneath that illusion lay an endless sea of black holes. Not that Drex Valen believed his opponent could tear through the disguise. The gap between them was simply too large. The Void had only recently reached the single universe level. Drex had surpassed that threshold so long ago that the difference could no longer be expressed with numbers. The scale was so absurd that calculation itself became meaningless. Even without using any abilities, Drex's physical body alone completely overwhelmed the Void. He could stand motionless and allow the creature to attack forever without suffering the slightest injury. The only reason this fight was still happening was because Drex was bored. Otherwise, the Void would already have been consumed. Whoosh! Golden flames distorted space. In the blink of an eye, the Void crossed the battlefield and appeared at Drex's side. Its arms snapped upward. An elbow strike shot toward Drex's head. Drex smiled. This time, he didn't even bother using an entire hand. One finger, a single raised index finger. Ignoring the light speed barrier entirely, he intercepted every attack at superluminal speeds. The exchange was unbelievably violent. Within a single femtosecond, offense and defense shifted hundreds of times. Despite fighting at point-blank range and unleashing everything it had, the Void couldn't break through that solitary finger. Every punch, every kick, every shockwave, every explosion, all of it vanished into the silent vacuum of space. Only the overflowing torrents of energy remained, pulverizing nearby cosmic dust into particles even smaller than before. The two combatants continued fighting while racing through the stars. Boom! Drex flicked his finger. A terrifying blast of energy erupted forward. The Void failed to evade in time. Its left arm exploded into a cloud of shredded flesh and vanished completely. The threat of death finally pushed it to unleash everything. It roared soundlessly. The vacuum swallowed the noise. Golden flames surged higher. Power flooded from its eyes. Twin beams erupted outward like collapsing dams. A torrent of destructive particles comparable to cosmic gamma ray bursts swept across space. Yet Drex remained where he was. His finger moved casually through the air like a brush painting on a canvas. Dozens of energy strikes appeared. Every single one landed. The void's body disintegrated. Its flesh exploded. Its bones vanished. Its existence nearly ceased altogether. And then, Drex lowered his hand. Instead of finishing the fight, he watched with anticipation. A vast black shadow spread across space. It swallowed the golden radiance pouring from the sentry's body. Twisted tendrils emerged from the darkness. The void. The true void. Everyone knew the rule. Heroes became weaker after redemption. Monsters became stronger after surrendering to darkness. The sentry was said to possess the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns. But under normal circumstances, he wasn't nearly that powerful. Only by completely abandoning himself and allowing the void full control could that unimaginable strength be released without restraint. The version Drex had fought earlier felt wrong, like madness chained to the last fragments of reason. Once he realized that, he'd shattered Robert Reynolds' remaining consciousness. Now, he was about to witness the real thing. Crimson light mixed with black shadows. The energy seeped into the chunks of flesh that had once been the void's body. Sharp, insect-like limbs burst from its back. They spread outward like monstrous wings. Drex watched its power climb at an impossible rate. Before the transformation was even complete, it had already become several times stronger than before. Most people would have panicked. Most people would have tried to stop the transformation. Drex did neither. Instead, he created a comfortable chair in the middle of space. Then he summoned an oversized bucket of fried chicken and an ice-cold cola chilled with Antarctic ice. While dipping a drumstick in a caviar worth tens of thousands of dollars per ounce, he patiently waited for the transformation to finish. Eventually, the shadow-covered body regenerated a new head. The face remained unchanged. Robert Reynolds. Yet everything else was different. There was no expression, no humanity, no emotion. The black eyes contained only destruction. The earlier Void Sentry had merely amplified Robert's darker impulses. This was the genuine Void, a killing machine devoid of both reason and feeling. Only in this state could the Sentry's full power be unleashed. The Void raised its head. An overwhelming aura of slaughter instantly spread across the cosmos. It didn't speak. It simply attacked. A punch shot forward. Drex asked. The Void didn't react. The towering figure vanished. Then it appeared directly in front of him. Within microseconds, a storm of attacks descended. Razor-sharp appendages. Fists carrying enough force to trigger universal-scale destruction. Every strike carried enough power to reshape the fundamental forces of creation itself. And yet, all of them were blocked by a fried chicken drumstick. A single drumstick casually held in Drex's hand. The scene was so absurd it would have driven most opponents insane. But the Void possessed no pride to wound, no emotions to provoke. Its attacks only became faster, more violent, more relentless. The void of space trembled under the assault. Drex took another bite of chicken. He sounded almost disappointed. After blocking several more strikes, Drex casually tossed the drumstick. The fried chicken spun through space and struck the void square in the chest. The void couldn't comprehend what happened. Its reaction speed exceeded light. It could perceive quantum fluctuations, predict future possibilities. Yet it couldn't dodge a piece of fried chicken. Even worse, the drumstick carried an unimaginable force. Its body, denser than matter compressed beyond neutron star levels, shattered instantly. The impact reduced entire sections of its form to nothingness. The void was forced to reconstruct itself from scratch. This time, it didn't rush back in a battle. It stopped and thought. For the first time since its emergence, it analyzed what had just happened. Searching for clues, searching for answers, trying to understand the power Drex had displayed. Unfortunately for it, transcendent abilities weren't something that could be mastered through observation alone. If they were, there would be no point in gods existing at all. Chapter 424. Drex Valen had only begun mastering conceptual level power after becoming a god. That said, even before then, his control over power had completely eclipsed anything the Void could manage. The Void still relied on conventional methods of transmitting force through air, water, or physical contact. Once the battle moved into a near-vacuum environment, he was reduced to little more than throwing punches. The problem was obvious. Even if those punches traveled faster than light, they still had to connect before their destructive force could be released. And during that tiny window, Drex could attack hundreds of times. Energy blasts were even worse. To Drex, they felt almost primitive, an outdated approach he'd abandoned long ago. In fact, the Void had never possessed the qualifications to challenge him in the first place. Even the Drex of years ago, back when he had only just reached the threshold of single-universe power, could have beaten the Void into the ground. The creature possessed immense power but lacked the knowledge, technique, and understanding required to use it properly. What frustrated Drex most was that the Void had access to the Sentry's superhuman brain. Why hadn't he learned? Why hadn't he studied? Why hadn't he armed himself with knowledge? You can manipulate molecular motion to regenerate faster than your own healing factor, Drex said, genuinely puzzled. To the Void, the question sounded like mockery. He didn't answer. Instead, he punched. This time, the blow landed and accomplished absolutely nothing. Drex didn't even move. The force seemed to vanish upon contact. Drex chuckled. He smiled. The Void exploded. The very force he'd used to attack Drex had been redirected back into his own body. Instantly, effortlessly, the Void reformed again. For the first time, he began to understand. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't defend. The difference between them wasn't merely power. It was an entirely different level of existence. Crimson gold flames erupted from his body. The energy became almost tangible as it flooded outward. Gamma radiation storms surged across space. A torrent of heat capable of vaporizing matter engulfed Drex completely. It was like standing inside the heart of a star. Solar flares, solar storms, unimaginable thermal energy. Everything should have been burned away. Everything should have ceased to exist. Interesting. Drex's voice echoed from within the inferno. The Void stared, then exploded. Again. Drex asked dryly. The Void regenerated. This time, he didn't attack. Instead, he searched. Desperately. He dug through every memory belonging to Robert Reynolds. Every experience. Every fragment of knowledge. Anything that might help him defeat Drex. The results were disappointing. Robert Reynolds had spent much of his life as an addict. Formal education wasn't exactly a priority. After becoming the Sentry, things hadn't improved. Why study when your fists solved every problem? Why learn when every enemy fell effortlessly? The Sentry even had a perfectly reasonable excuse. If he spent time studying, that was time he couldn't spend saving innocent people. From his perspective, using that time for heroics was the morally superior choice. The logic was difficult to argue against. Unfortunately, it left the Void with very little useful information. The most impressive feat he found in the Sentry's memories involved temperatures of 15 million degrees Celsius, hot enough to destroy almost any known form of life. Yet the Void had just unleashed thermal radiation measured in the billions of degrees. And Drex hadn't suffered the slightest injury. Worse, he'd blown the Void apart immediately afterward. How? The question echoed endlessly through his mind. Meanwhile, Drex was rapidly losing interest. The Void regenerated, exploded, regenerated, exploded again, over and over. Yet he couldn't detect Drex doing anything. The man simply sat there eating fried chicken. The Void couldn't perceive an attack, couldn't sense any movement, couldn't identify any mechanism. Even his emotionless consciousness began to feel something dangerously close to panic. I can't see him move. I can't sense him attacking. I can't dodge. Even traveling faster than light isn't enough. I can't escape. I've crossed dimensions, fled through alternate spaces, and the attacks still follow me. I can't defend. The Void had already wrapped every inch of his body in layers of protective energy. It didn't matter. He continued exploding. He increased his body's density. He reinforced every particle. He transformed himself into something harder than any known substance. Nothing changed. Eventually, he broke. The Void's voice shook the stars. His mental defenses collapsed completely. If he couldn't win, then he would take everything with him. The unimaginable power inside him erupted. A supernova was born, not merely the death of a star. Something greater. A cataclysm comparable to a gamma ray burst, detonating inside the core of a sun. Light blazed across the cosmos. The depths of space trembled. Heat capable of melting worlds poured outward. The resulting storm raged for what felt like an eternity before finally subsiding. When the last traces of energy vanished, Drex casually gathered the pile of chicken bones beside him. The Void's self-destruction hadn't even been powerful enough to erase his leftovers. The gap between them had been absurd. Still, a single universe-level soul was a respectable addition to his collection. From beginning to end, the Void had never realized one simple fact. The battlefield wasn't even a meaningful part of the black hole dimension. It was merely a tiny corner, a single pixel on an impossibly vast image. An image so detailed it would make entire universes look insignificant. The Void's treasured power, the energy of 1,000,000 exploding suns, hadn't even illuminated that single pixel. The black hole dimension was simply too large. A single pixel contained space comparable to an entire universe. After the Void's defeat, Earth didn't immediately recover. The world had spent too long living beneath the Sentry's rule. People were terrified. More importantly, they'd seen his power. To them, the Sentry was invincible. A few days of absence wasn't enough to convince anyone otherwise. No great rebellion emerged. No worldwide uprising followed. Even this universe's Captain Marvel had been broken and turned into one of the Sentry's enforcers. If someone as powerful as her had fallen, what hope did ordinary people have? As a result, resistance remained nearly non-existent. This wasn't one of those absurd universes populated by monsters like the Dark Phoenix, Blue Marvel, Hyperion, or Nova. Even if they had been present, they probably would have struggled against the Void. There was only one exception: Franklin Richards, a walking absurdity who'd entered existence already operating on a multiversal scale. Even now, Drex couldn't help feeling a little jealous. At his current level, he finally understood why Franklin had come looking for him all that time ago. The kid had ulterior motives. He hadn't been seeking help. He'd been trying to introduce Drex to Susan Storm. Franklin had apparently possessed enormous confidence in his mother's charm. His plan seemed obvious now. Make Drex curious, bring him closer to Susan, get them together, and somehow ensure Franklin's own future existence. The problem was that Franklin had completely misjudged his target. Drex had never been interested in Marvel's female heroes. Too many relationships in that universe resembled train wrecks waiting to happen. Affairs, betrayals, love triangles. Entire crises seemed to start because somebody couldn't remain faithful for 5 minutes. Drex preferred to keep a healthy distance. Several miles, if possible. 3 feet certainly wasn't enough. Chapter 425, 425. If this had been some anime world, Drex Valen might have considered settling down and finding a wife. Marvel? Absolutely not. For the moment, his conflict with Asgard had come to an end. After giving it some thought, Drex decided there wasn't much to gain from continuing to batter the Norse pantheon right away. If he wanted meaningful returns, it was time to turn his attention toward a different target. The gods in this universe are all sitting on mountains of wealth, Drex mused. Meanwhile, events were unfolding in the Norse pantheon. To Odin's surprise, Baldur, the god of light, had returned to life. Even Baldur himself had no idea how it had happened. By all logic, he should have remained dead. Odin was puzzled at first, but once he connected the dots to Ragnarok, understanding dawned on him. Ragnarok was destiny, an unalterable fate. Baldur's appointed death had not yet arrived. Therefore, he had been restored. Naturally, this was the work of the ancient gods of the Shadow Realm. Reviving Baldur was trivial for beings like them. Even though his soul had been completely erased, they could still bring him back. In essence, it wasn't much different from what Drex did. They simply recreated a god. This time, the pantheon chosen by Drex was Greece, the legendary realm ruled by the three brothers of sea, sky, and underworld. The home of Lord Zeus himself, perhaps the earliest and most notorious example of a god willing to sleep with virtually anything capable of breathing, and quite a few things that weren't. Among the countless pantheons of the gods' universe, the Greek pantheon easily ranked among the top 3 in overall strength. That probably reflected the preferences of Marvel's writers. Just as DC heavily favored monotheistic mythology, where the presence stood at the pinnacle, followed by Lucifer and other cosmic entities, Marvel had always given Olympus exceptional weight. Mount Olympus housed the 12 Olympians. Beyond Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, and a handful of especially powerful gods, most of the Olympians likely fell just short of Skyfather level. Even so, they remained terrifyingly powerful. And that wasn't even counting the imprisoned Titans or the former Titan King. The Heavenly Court dimension had only just finished clashing with Asgard. No pantheon expected another invasion so soon. As a result, Greece was completely unprepared. The first target was the underworld. Hades, ruler of the dead, one of the primary leaders responsible for overthrowing Cronus. His divine power rivaled that of Zeus and Poseidon. The only reason he ended up ruling the underworld was because he lost the draw that divided the cosmos among the three brothers. Of the three, determining who was strongest was difficult. One thing was certain, however, Poseidon wasn't winning that argument. Drex had long suspected that Hades possessed every bit of the power necessary to challenge Zeus directly. The problem was that Olympus contained 12 major gods. Against such overwhelming political and military pressure, even Hades could only remain suppressed. Regardless, he stood among the absolute elite of the Greek pantheon. And beneath his domain lay the prisons that held the Titans themselves. When Hades sensed invaders entering the underworld, he immediately abandoned what he had been doing with Queen Persephone. Grabbing his bident, he charged out to confront the threat. The weapons of the three brothers had always been strangely amusing. Zeus wielded a lightning spear with a single point. Hades carried a bident with 2. Poseidon favored a trident with 3, which naturally raised an important question. If Zeus had 9 brothers instead of 2, would the 9th one be carrying a 9-toothed rake? Dark mist erupted beneath Hades' feet. The shadows wrapped around his body, forming a fearsome suit of black armor. A swirling portal opened nearby. For magnificent black horses emerged, snorting streams of dark hellfire as they pulled an obsidian war chariot devoid of warmth or light. Then Hades saw his enemies. His face changed instantly. A moment ago, he'd assumed some insignificant fool had dared interrupt the Lord of the Underworld. Instead, it was them. "Sorry about the interruption, Lord Hades," said a giant whose right arm was noticeably larger than his left. It was Sunpiercer. Another giant stepped forward. This one was Quafu. "Lord Hades is a great god. A few hours wouldn't be nearly enough. It would take days." He spread his hands apologetically. Hades stared at the gathering forces surrounding him. His expression grew increasingly grim. Not one of these giants felt weaker than he was. Several felt significantly stronger. Damn it, did the Heavenly Court have titans of its own? Unfortunately, his enemies had no intention of giving him time to think. The moment they completed their encirclement, they attacked. Together. Boom! Thunder rolled across the underworld. An overwhelming divine pressure descended from above. The clash of weapons echoed endlessly as hurricane-force shockwaves tore across the landscape. Mountains collapsed. Valleys shattered. Countless wandering souls screamed in terror as the battlefield buckled beneath the strain. The ground split open into bottomless chasms. Waters from the river Styx surged into the cracks like black floods. Despite the overwhelming odds, Hades fought with astonishing ferocity. Among the three brothers and the Olympians as a whole, he was one of the rare male gods who hadn't spent his existence chasing every attractive woman he encountered. His devotion belonged solely to Persephone. Granted, Persephone was Zeus's daughter. Granted, He had kidnapped her, but by Olympian standards, that practically made him a saint. Compared to the rest of Olympus, Hades was a refreshing anomaly. As for the fire god never had the opportunity for moral corruption in the first place. Hades spent nearly all of his time in the underworld, watching over the imprisoned titans. A nation becomes stronger when it faces powerful enemies. The same principle applied to gods. Although divine authority mattered far more than training, Hades never neglected his own growth. At the very least, his attitude was admirable. The fact that he could fight 10 Skyfather-level gods simultaneously without being overwhelmed proved as much. The battlefield shook beneath the advancing giants. Sunpiercer, Quafu, and the others strode forward with unstoppable momentum. Every step flattened mountains. Every movement reduced ancient gates and palaces to rubble. Hades' war chariot thundered across the sky. The 4 black horses charged forward through rolling curtains of darkness. His furious roar echoed endlessly through the underworld. Then everything changed. A calm voice interrupted the battle. A formation of heavenly soldiers emerged. At their center stood Persephone. She wore flowing white garments. Her dark hair was gathered neatly behind her head. Her beauty possessed a natural elegance untouched by artifice. One glance was enough to understand why even gods would fight wars over her. Hades froze. His pupils contracted. His wife had fallen into enemy hands. What should he do? The answer came immediately. Exactly what any husband should do. The bident slipped from his fingers. His shoulders slumped. Defeat settled over him. Damn it. Where were the 3 judges? Where were the other gods of the underworld? A short while later, Hades, Lord of the Dead, was thoroughly bound and escorted away. Persephone, meanwhile, was released immediately. She had never been restrained. Drex Valen had no interest in another man's wife, even if Persephone was breathtakingly beautiful. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Kung Uzishar. Chapter 426, 426. Drex Valen had long since outgrown the stage where he found that sort of thing exciting. These days, it felt tedious and dull. Of course, if Tifa or his death wanted his attention, he would never turn them away. Whenever he indulged them, they always left more than satisfied. You are. Below the throne, Hades knelt in a battered, disheveled state. He stared at the figure seated high above him. Behind the heavenly emperor stretched a vast celestial panorama of sun, moon, and countless stars. The sight was like gazing at the heavens themselves. His presence alone shook heaven and earth. One glance was enough to tell that this heavenly emperor stood on the level of primordial beings like Gaia, the mother of earth. In fact, Hades wasn't even sure Gaia could defeat him. The celestial court's new ruler possessed such terrifying power. No wonder the previous Jade Emperor had been eliminated without so much as a struggle. Drex had no interest in recruiting a being at Hades' level. The only reason he had spared him was out of a measure of appreciation and respect. Otherwise, Hades would already have been sent directly to the immortal execution platform. After the black hole dimension manifested as the Celestial Court, many of the court's original functions had undergone significant enhancement. The immortal execution platform was among them. It had become vastly more powerful and practical. Once placed upon it, it didn't matter whether the target was a Sky Father, an All-Father, immortal, or possessed some extraordinary method of resurrection. Everything could be executed, and once executed, the victim became nourishment for the black hole dimension itself. Body and soul were erased completely. No reverse, no resurrection, no second chance. The ropes binding Hades were equally extraordinary. They were immortal binding cords from the celestial prison. The stronger the captive, the stronger the cords became. Only a being at the level of a single universe entity might have a chance of breaking free. One thing did ease Hades' worries. The Heavenly Emperor had not ordered Persephone separated from him. The couple was escorted into the celestial prison together. Persephone stood helplessly beside him. Her power was so insignificant that no restraints had even been placed on her. She was free to move about the cell as she pleased. But freedom inside a prison was still freedom inside a prison. Even the heavenly soldiers and generals stationed there found the place bitterly cold. For Persephone, who was little more than a decorative queen compared to the gods around her, the environment was almost unbearable. Fortunately, Hades soon discovered he could still use his divine power. Using it, he shielded Persephone from the freezing atmosphere. What surprised him even more was the complete indifference shown by the gods of the celestial court. No one paid attention to them. No one cared. None of the horrifying scenarios Hades had imagined came to pass. The underworld queen wasn't dragged before the heavenly emperor. She wasn't passed around among the celestial court's gods. She wasn't humiliated, corrupted, or turned into some tragic trophy. The fact that Hades could imagine such things so vividly wasn't entirely his fault. His brother and much of his extended family had established a rather terrible precedent. Growing up around the Olympians had left him with a permanently cynical view of divine behavior. After protecting Persephone with his divine power, Hades sat silently in the freezing prison. He endured the cold without complaint, without a single word. Meanwhile, the celestial court pressed its advantage. Leaving the underworld behind, the divine army advanced toward a destination visible to mortals, yet forever beyond their reach. Mount Olympus. As for the creature that had once guarded the gates of the underworld, the legendary Cerberus was now a pot of stew. At that moment, Drex was enjoying a hearty bowl of three-headed hellhound hot pot. The meat was surprisingly nourishing and surprisingly delicious. If his assumptions were correct, Olympus still had no idea what had happened in the underworld. That was one of the primary reasons Drex had chosen the Greek pantheon as his first target. From top to bottom, the entire divine system had rotted away. Its gods were consumed by indulgence, pleasure, and decadence. A dying structure propped up by old power. Drex leaned comfortably against the heavenly emperor's throne after finishing his meal. The Titan War had been the great conflict between the Olympian gods and the Titans. It marked the transition between the old divine order and the new. The war had nearly destroyed the world. Human civilization had almost been wiped out alongside it. After 10 years of warfare, the Olympians emerged victorious. The defeated Titans were punished, imprisoned, or banished to the depths of hell, never to rise again. Not every god had participated in that war. Many remained neutral, preserving themselves while waiting to see who would win. When Zeus secured victory and began distributing authority among the gods, those neutral factions quickly banded together. Over time, they became increasingly difficult to control. They obeyed commands when convenient, but ignored direct oversight. Conflicts over divine authority multiplied as old gods and new gods competed for influence. Many refused to fully accept the framework Zeus attempted to impose. It was a historical problem born from the rapid rise of Zeus' family. After overthrowing the Titans, they had consolidated power so quickly that numerous unresolved issues were left festering beneath the surface. Those weaknesses created opportunities for rival pantheons, and now for the Celestial Court. One unique characteristic of this world was the relationship between the divine realms and the mortal world. Whether it was Olympus or the underworld, neither existed in some distant dimension inaccessible to ordinary beings. They were physically connected to the material world. They could be seen, touched, reached. This reflected the worldview of many ancient civilizations, an age when gods and mortals occupied the same world. Perhaps even the late mythological era itself, the era when gods and humans still walked the same lands. At this moment, the gods of the celestial court advanced toward Olympus through flight and direct travel. Mount Olympus, the sacred mountain, towered over the world. Steep, majestic, its enormous form stood at the center of creation, worshipped by countless mortals living under the rule of the gods. In Greek mythology, Olympus was known as the place of light. Its status was comparable to heaven itself. Gods, demigods, and their servants all dwelled there. The Olympians remained above the mortal world, distant, untouchable, and so the mountain rose to impossible heights. Snow-covered peaks stretched across the horizon. Verdant valleys wound through its vast ranges. Whether dawn's first light or the moonlight of evening, both seemed to wash across Olympus before touching the rest of the world. It was a symbol of divine authority, a declaration of the gods' superiority. Upon its summit stood magnificent palaces from which they governed creation. Though governed might have been a generous description, Zeus was frequently absent, and whenever he was discovered, he often looked as though he had left somewhere in a hurry without bothering to straighten his clothes. The celestial court's gods traveled at astonishing speeds. In a single breath, they could cross thousands of miles. Before long, the colossal form of Olympus appeared directly ahead. Yet something strange soon became apparent. After another minute of flight, the mountain looked no closer than before. Despite the immense distance they had covered, the gap between themselves and Olympus remained unchanged, as though the mountain occupied a completely different reality. The advancing god slowed and came to a halt. Every pantheon possessed its own unique mysteries. Olympus was evidently no exception. The mountain served as the ancestral source of the world's ley lines. To put it simply, it occupied a role similar to the Himalayas on Earth, or Mount Bujo in ancient myth. It was the focal point where the power of the world's ley lines converged. An even simpler explanation would be this: a portion of the world's energy naturally leaked into the ley line network. That energy eventually gathered in locations like Olympus. Even if only 1% of the world's total energy accumulated there, that 1% still represented a fraction of an entire world's power. A force so vast and immeasurable that ordinary individual beings could never hope to resist it. Chapter 427. Structures built upon the convergence points of a world's ley lines rarely face destruction. Barring catastrophic disasters, such places could endure for ages. To mortals, mountains were simply mountains. To gods, there was something else entirely. The divine perspective saw the world through the lens of energy. Everything could ultimately be reduced to its underlying forces. Even faith itself was simply another form of energy. At the foundation of this multiversal reality lay four primordial elements: time, space, energy, matter. Though countless worlds and civilizations had evolved from those origins, every phenomenon could ultimately be traced back to those same fundamental pillars. That was why the gods of the celestial court didn't see Mount Olympus as a mountain at all. What they saw was a colossal concentration of the world's ley line energy. The vast knowledge Drex had granted him allowed him to grasp far more than most divine beings. Still, understanding Olympus and reaching it were two different matters. At present, they couldn't even approach it. Whatever power protected the mountain was unlike anything they had encountered before. To the gods of the celestial court, the phenomenon was mysterious and unfathomable. To Drex, it was riddled with flaws. He raised a hand. The entire celestial court army vanished. Then, in the next instant, they appeared within Olympus's divine domain. The principle was surprisingly simple. The divine domain was like a painting. The celestial court's gods were figures outside the canvas. No matter how they moved, they couldn't bypass the boundary. But Drex existed on a far higher level. To him, the divine domain was merely a picture. And if it was a picture, he could simply paint new figures into it. Just like that, the obstacle ceased to exist. The celestial court's gods immediately offered their praise before launching their assault on Mount Olympus. The Olympian gods were still immersed in endless pleasure and indulgence when the invasion began. The attack caught them completely off guard. Zeus especially. At that particular moment, he had transformed himself into a woman and was attempting to seduce Apollo. Then the invasion arrived and ruined everything. A furious roar exploded across Olympus. The summit of the mountain erupted with dazzling lightning. Zeus was beyond enraged. Frankly, anyone would have been. As the god who ruled thunder and punishment, and the supreme ruler of Olympus, His divine power overshadowed every other god in the pantheon. The moment he unleashed his full strength, the heavens responded. Dark clouds swallowed the sky across hundreds of miles. Silver lightning surged through the storm like countless serpents writhing through the clouds. The sheer pressure alone would have driven ordinary mortals to their knees. The celestial court's gods weren't impressed. If anything, Zeus was the one shocked. He hadn't expected to be facing so many beings on the level of Skyfathers. The 12 primordial witches, Yang Jian, the war god Xingtian, the warlord Qiyu, Sunpiercer, Quafu, 17 Skyfather-level beings. And that wasn't all. Drex had recently created another terrifying powerhouse. The Nine-Spirited Sage, a colossal, nine-headed lion. 18 Skyfather-class gods in total. Zeus barely survived the opening exchange. He was blasted backward and severely injured almost immediately. Only then did the 12 Olympian gods realize what was happening. At first, they had assumed Zeus had gotten himself into trouble again. That sort of thing wasn't exactly uncommon. Now they understood. An enemy invasion was underway. The Olympian gods rushed out to confront the celestial court. Unfortunately for them, more than half of them weren't even true Skyfather-level entities. Against Drex's forces, they stood little chance. The Nine-Spirited Sage moved first. Its 9 massive heads swayed slightly. In a flash too fast for even the Olympian gods to react to, 9 jaws snapped forward simultaneously. 9 gods were seized. The technique was known as Nine-Head Capture. It was the Nine-Spirited Sage's greatest trump card. Its effectiveness dropped dramatically after the first use, and it could only target up to 9 creatures at once. But that hardly mattered. The attack had already succeeded. Without so much as a scream, 9 Olympian gods vanished into the lion's stomach. The remaining gods froze in horror. What kind of monster simply swallowed gods whole? At that moment, Zeus returned. He had hoped the Olympian gods could buy him some time. Instead, they had nearly been wiped out by a single beast. The Nine-Spirited Sage couldn't assume a humanoid form. It remained a gigantic 9-headed lion. Originally, neither Zeus nor the Olympians had paid much attention to it. After all, Greek mythology was full of monsters. Most of them ended up dead. This one was different, terrifyingly different. It had casually devoured 9 divine rulers. Even Zeus felt a chill. Then determination hardened in his eyes. He raised a hand toward the heavens and roared. Thunder. The storm answered instantly. Countless bolts of lightning converged above him. A spear materialized in his grasp. The lightning spear. The next moment, Zeus hurled it. The weapon tore through the heavens wrapped in endless thunder, carrying enough destructive force to shatter worlds. Legend claimed the spear had been forged by either the Cyclopes or the Titans. The truth hardly mattered. It was a divine artifact embodying the authority of the sky, God himself. An object comparable to the greatest divine treasures in existence. Perhaps even greater. The moment it appeared, every god present felt the overwhelming pressure radiating from it. Lightning exploded across the battlefield. These weren't ordinary electrical discharges. They were manifestations of divine authority. God thunder. Each bolt carried enough power to annihilate almost anything it touched. Compared to this, even the century's billion-degree thermal radiation seemed crude and simplistic. Both appeared to be energy attacks on the surface. In reality, they existed on entirely different levels. Even Thor's divine lightning would have been shattered upon contact with such power. Just as the devastating attack descended, Tempest stepped forward. The thunder god of the celestial court. He wielded divine lightning as well. But unlike Zeus, who shared portions of his authority with Hera and other divine powers, Tempest held near total dominion over thunder itself. In ancient Chinese mythology, the highest thunder deity had been the heavenly worthy of universal thunder, a supreme divine ruler commanding countless thunder gods and celestial generals. Yet even that position possessed only a fraction of Thunder's overall authority. The power had been divided among countless divine offices. Tempest was different. Drex had granted him sole dominion. One god, one authority, thunder itself. Lightning was more than a weapon. It was one of the fundamental mechanisms of creation, the force that connected opposing energies, the catalyst that drove transformation. Without it, the worlds could not function as they did. Its presence echoed throughout the cosmos, from the birth of stars to the clash of primordial forces. Thunder existed everywhere. And now 2 divine masters of thunder stood opposed. Tempest raised his hand. Divine lightning answered. Then the 2 powers collided. The world detonated. Boom. Chapter 428. The world shook. A blinding white light erupted into existence, surging skyward like a newborn star. In an instant, it pierced the heavens. The radiance consumed the center of the battlefield. Boundless energy swept outward with unstoppable force, stripping away and annihilating everything in sight. Zeus's expression darkened. He had expected the lightning spear to crush several of the enemy's greatest gods in a single blow. Instead, a thunder god had stepped forward to meet him head-on. The divine lightning wielded by Tempest was so powerful that it could actually contend with the authority contained within the lightning spear itself. Most of the spear's destructive power had been neutralized. What remained was still devastating, but the celestial court had blocked it far more easily than Zeus had anticipated. The situation immediately drew the attention of Olympus's elder gods. One after another, ancient divine figures emerged from their retreats. This was no longer a conflict involving Zeus's family alone. The entire Olympian pantheon was under threat, and for the first time, they recognized the celestial court as a genuine enemy. The 17 gods standing at the forefront of the invading force radiated divine power of astonishing purity. Even Zeus's authority felt muddled in comparison. Then there was the monster. That terrifying 9-headed lion possessed neither divine authority nor godhood, yet had casually devoured Olympian gods. The thought alone was enough to send chills through immortal hearts. Unlike the 12 Olympians, many of the elder gods possessed far more specialized authorities. They weren't burdened by the sprawling collection of domains held by younger gods such as Hermes, whose portfolio had become absurdly bloated over the ages. The battlefield descended into chaos. Entire mountains were ripped apart and hurled into the distance. From above, the destruction looked almost surreal. Vast sections of the mountain range had been carved away as though some giant hand had scooped chunks from the earth. Deep chasms split the land. Peaks collapsed one after another. Raging flames scorched everything they touched, reducing entire regions to blackened wastelands where no life could survive. At the foot of Olympus, demigods and mortals fled in panic, only to run directly into the celestial court's armies. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals promptly rounded them up and transported them into the celestial court dimension. The Olympian gods were stunned. They had never seen such shameless behavior. Kidnapping civilians in the middle of a war? That was usually their thing. When had the celestial court learned tactics like that? The outrage was immediate. Ares exploded with crimson divine power. Blood-red energy engulfed both the god of war and his divine steed until horse and rider resembled a blazing meteor. Their auras merged. Their power climbed. The atmosphere itself filled with the suffocating pressure of warfare and slaughter. A pillar of scarlet light shot into the sky. Ares charged forward, galloping across the air while leveling his spear toward his target. Xingqian watched carefully. Olympus possessed 2 gods strongly associated with war, Athena and Ares. Yet Ares' authority over war was anything but weak. Murderous intent flashed in the war god's eyes. His spear glowed red. The weapon tore through the air and drove straight toward Xingqian's chest. Despite his massive size, Xingqian showed no trace of arrogance toward his much smaller opponent. He swung the mighty Ganshi axe sideways, intending to test Ares' strength first. Clang! A crimson arc slashed across the battlefield. Ares' spear strike cleaved through a mountain peak. His warhorse reared up before stomping downward with tremendous force, kicking half of the shattered mountain through the air. Moments earlier, Xingtian had struck him with a single axe blow and smashed him deep into the mountainside. Now Ares was returning the favor. Above them, Zeus raised the lightning spear once more. Endless thunder converged around him. Lightning coiled across his body, carrying enough destructive force to wipe entire regions from existence. Then he charged. The king of the gods crashed directly into Xingtian. The lightning spear met the Ganchi axe. Boom! A flash of cold light burst between them. The impact instantly swept away the surrounding air. A visible boundary line appeared across the sky. White above, crimson below. The heavens themselves split into two opposing colors. As both gods poured divine power into the clash, violent currents erupted in every direction. Hurricane-force winds rolled outward. The sky screamed. The sea roared. Massive waves rose and crashed across the ocean while black storm clouds consumed the horizon. Boom! Boom! Crack! Lightning gathered from every corner of the battlefield. Jagged bolts flashed through the darkness. Then another figure emerged. Sunpiercer. The legendary archer had finally entered the fight. Boom! Compressed energy erupted from his bowstring. Released after being condensed to an absurd degree, the attack shot forward with the speed of lightning. Space itself seemed to vanish before it. A beam of light tore through the battlefield and raced towards Zeus's chest. Except it wasn't merely a beam. It was an arrow. The heaven-shaking bow. The sun-slaying arrow. Sunpiercer's greatest weapon. Zeus had been watching. The instant the attack was unleashed, he immediately crossed the lightning spear before him. Boundless thunder answered his call. A vast defensive barrier of divine lightning formed around him. The arrow struck. The superheated energy pierced directly through the storm. The lightning shield collapsed. The protective shell shattered. The sun-slaying arrow slammed into the lightning spear itself. Zeus's eyes widened. The spear erupted with divine radiance as he pushed forward with all his strength. Lightning exploded beneath his feet. Heaven trembled. Yet the arrow continued advancing. Blood spilled from the corner of Zeus's mouth. The king of the gods was being driven backward. Higher, higher, deeper into the sky. Still, his arms never buckled. His posture never broke. Pride would not allow it. Even now, Zeus refused to appear weak before gods and mortals alike. Rumble. The arrow carried him into the clouds. Then the attack detonated. The heavens exploded. The resulting blast illuminated the world. For a brief moment, the light surpassed the sun itself. A tiny point of white brilliance expanded outward. Colors shimmered within the explosion like fragments of a newborn galaxy. The energy waves swept across the sky, erasing every cloud in sight. When the light finally faded, silence followed. The heavens above Olympus had become a flawless blue. Not a single cloud remained. The gods of the celestial court erupted into cheers. The Olympian gods stared in disbelief. The power of that shot was absurd. It had forced Zeus himself onto the defensive. Who could possibly survive such an attack? Then the answer appeared. The remnants of the white clouds drifted away. A figure stood revealed, completely unharmed. Zeus. His lightning spear hung casually from his right hand. On his left arm rested an ornate dark gold shield. The moment the Olympians saw it, their eyes widened. The cry echoed across the battlefield. The divine shield of Greek mythology, forged by Hephaestus, the god of the forge. There were two such shields. One belonged to Zeus. The other belonged to Athena. Though fashioned from goat skin, Aegis was among the greatest divine artifacts ever created. Zeus's version possessed unparalleled defensive power. Even his own thunderbolts could not damage it. When he wielded the shield, storms were born. When it rested in the heavens, clouds gathered. When Zeus raised it, skies cleared. Only now did many realize the truth. The storm clouds surrounding Olympus had been Aegis all along. Zeus had carried the artifact with him the entire time. Athena's shield was slightly weaker in terms of pure defense. To compensate, she had enchanted it with powers representing fear, battle, savagery, and pursuit. Later, she embedded the head of Medusa into its center, allowing it to turn those who gazed upon it into stone. The dark clouds began gathering again. Thunder rolled across Olympus. Lightning burst through the darkness. The air itself seemed to grow violent. And Zeus, standing beneath the storm with Aegis in one hand and the lightning spear in the other, looked more like the king of the gods than ever before. Chapter 429. Zeus hovered high above the battlefield, lightning dancing through his eyes. A cold realization lingered in the back of his mind. If he hadn't summoned the Aegis at the last second, Sunpiercer's arrow would have crippled him. The shield had blocked the attack. That didn't mean he'd escaped unscathed. The Aegis possessed unparalleled defensive power, but maintaining it consumed an enormous amount of divine energy. The question suddenly left Zeus's mouth. The battle had escalated to this point. Even Poseidon, who normally contributed little beyond making noise and stirring up waves, had shown up. Yet Hades was nowhere to be seen. The absence bothered him. When the celestial court gods answered directly. A brief pause. Zeus's response was immediate. The other Olympian gods reacted the same way. If someone claimed Poseidon had been captured, that would have been believable. Hades? Not a chance. That was Hades. Even Zeus rarely challenged his brother without the protection of the Aegis. Otherwise, there was a very real possibility of getting beaten senseless. The celestial court gods didn't bother arguing. There was nothing worth boasting about. After all, they had only subdued Hades because Persephone had fallen into their hands first. Under different circumstances, many of them would have preferred fighting him head-on. But their silence had an unintended effect. To Zeus and the Olympians, it looked like complete indifference, as though the celestial court couldn't even be bothered to defend the claim. The implication struck like a hammer. Maybe it was true. The mood among Olympus darkened instantly. The skies erupted. Hurricane-force winds swept across the battlefield. Lightning split the heavens. Dark clouds swallowed the previously clear blue sky. Zeus slowly raised his head. Crackling bolts burst from his body and slithered through the air like living serpents. Each arc unleashed violent energy shockwaves that shredded everything nearby. The battlefield transformed into a realm of thunder. Above him, countless bolts converged. Thunder gathered from every direction, merging into the lightning spear clutched in his hand. Among the Olympian gods, Zeus possessed the greatest authority over thunder. And now he was drawing upon all of it. While gathering power, Zeus secretly transmitted a message. His daughter immediately turned toward him. Zeus didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Athena understood. She looked at her father in surprise. For perhaps the first time in a long while, she saw genuine resolve in him. The situation had become that desperate. The celestial court had arrived at Olympus with overwhelming force. 17 beings on the level of divine kings. A monstrous, 9-headed lion capable of devouring chief gods whole. The battle was no longer about territory or pride. It was about survival. Without the lightning spear and the Aegis, Zeus likely wouldn't have lasted this long. This decision wasn't bravery. It was necessity. After delivering his instructions, Zeus stepped forward. Divine might rolled off him like a tidal wave. Poseidon reluctantly followed. The other Olympian gods moved into position as well. Zeus had already informed them of the truth. The fate of the entire pantheon hung in the balance. Thunder gathered around him. More, and more, and more. His aura rose continuously. The pressure became almost unbearable. It felt as though the next surge of power might erase the oceans themselves. Then the wrath of thunder descended. The sea trembled. Countless tons of water rose into the sky before being torn apart by lightning. Dark storm clouds descended from above, spreading across the horizon like a black curtain. Sunlight vanished. The ocean below darkened until it resembled an endless sea of ink. Columns of lightning crashed down one after another. The roar of thunder shook heaven and earth. Even Tempest felt genuine admiration. Among everyone present, he understood the nature of thunder better than anyone. And because of that, he recognized exactly what Zeus was doing. The king of Olympus had become completely serious. He was pushing himself beyond his limits. Much like Odin, Zeus possessed power so overwhelming that his own divine body couldn't fully contain it. Normally, he restricted himself to levels his body could safely endure. Those levels were already enough to dominate most gods. What he was using now was different. This exceeded his natural limits. Pain appeared on Zeus's face. His body was beginning to break under the strain. Yet he continued. Solidified thunder rained down upon the celestial court. The bombardment was relentless. Every stray arc carved enormous trenches into the seafloor. Entire sections of the ocean floor were ripped apart and vaporized by heat. Energy waves rolled across the world. The earth rippled like water. Far away, entire coastlines trembled as the sea withdrew from the shores. Rumble. Within the endless darkness of the storm clouds, Zeus transformed. Thunder wrapped around him. His body expanded into a gigantic figure. Golden light blazed from his features. The lightning spear enlarged alongside him, growing into a weapon fit for a divine titan. The celestial court gods immediately realized what was happening. Zeus was preparing his strongest attack, and this entire display, so far, had merely been the prelude. Even the celestial court was stunned. The Olympian gods were equally shocked. Many had never witnessed Zeus in this state before. The oppressive aura pouring from him was almost suffocating. Black clouds churned overhead. Endless lightning flooded into his body. For a brief moment, the storm illuminated the world brighter than daylight. Zeus's face turned pale. A pained groan escaped his lips. Then he roared. The thunder carried his voice across the world. The giant drew back his arm. Every ounce of strength in his colossal body flowed into a single throw. Then he released the spear. The lightning spear became a falling star. Space tore apart before it. The heavens split open. The earth below cracked beneath its passage. A radiant beam descended toward the celestial court. An unavoidable strike. An annihilating strike. A divine strike. That hit. Not the celestial court. Not any of the gods. Instead, it collided with a small golden tower spinning gently in the air. The heaven and earth mystical yellow pagoda. The ultimate defensive treasure manifested by the black hole dimension. Untouched by all techniques. Untouched by all laws. The strongest thunder. Against the strongest defense. Crack. 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 At the point of impact, unimaginably hot divine lightning exploded outward. Countless flashes of light tore through space. Ripped. Ground. Shredded. The clash grew more violent with every passing second. Then everything vanished into light. The explosion swallowed the battlefield. Destructive thunder crashed across the ocean. The seafloors split apart, creating trenches so deep their bottoms couldn't be seen. Uncontrolled energy surged in every direction. Within seconds, the ocean floor had been melted into vast fields of multicolored crystal glass. The air itself became scorching hot. Tiny sparks crackled everywhere. The entire world seemed trapped inside a furnace. When the light finally faded, Zeus stood there breathing heavily. His face was pale. He leaned on the lightning spear for support. His divine aura had fallen dramatically. Even the projection of his divine soul appeared faint and unstable. The attack had consumed an enormous amount of his power. Still, anticipation flickered in his eyes. He swung the lightning spear. The remaining mist and smoke scattered. Zeus looked toward the celestial court. Surely someone had died. At the very least, they should all be seriously wounded. What he saw instead left him speechless. The gods of the celestial court stood exactly where they had been before. Uninjured, untouched, not a single casualty, not a single wound. Many of them looked just as shocked as he was. Above their heads, the golden pagoda continued to rotate slowly. Each revolution released a circle of yellow light. The protective radiance flowed downward, enveloping every member of the celestial court, and it had blocked everything. Chapter 430. The moment Zeus saw the golden pagoda still spinning serenely above the celestial court's army, he understood exactly what had happened. His ultimate attack had been blocked by that artifact. Olympus had never built structures resembling pagodas, but the level of a god, form hardly mattered. Powerful divine objects carried their own meanings. Their nature could often be understood at a glance. The instant Zeus laid eyes on it, information flooded his mind. The heaven and earth mystical yellow pagoda, untouched by all laws, immune to all techniques, an absolute bastion of defense. What confused him wasn't its purpose. It was why the celestial court had never revealed such a terrifying artifact before. Still, Zeus refused to believe true invincibility existed. Even the Aegis wasn't perfect. Why should this pagoda be any different? Drawing himself upright, Zeus unleashed another thunderous roar. The authority of the king of gods swept across heaven and earth. He gathered every remaining ounce of power and struck again. Darkness swallowed the sky. Lightning descended with apocalyptic force. Boom! Thunder collided with the pagoda's golden radiance. The explosion shook the world. Beneath the freezing black storm clouds, golden lightning overwhelmed the ocean's blue hues, as if attempting to shatter the sea itself. Boiling currents of divine thunder rained destruction in every direction. Blinding white flashes illuminated the battlefield. Countless arcs of electricity burst from Zeus's body and danced through the air, generating violent shockwaves wherever they passed. Then came the spear. A streak of frigid brilliance cut through space. Wrapped in unstoppable thunder, it hurtled toward the celestial court. The gods beneath the pagoda didn't even flinch. Once they learned what artifact was protecting them, all concern vanished. The heaven and earth mystical yellow pagoda. If that treasure was present, there was nothing to worry about. Watching Zeus continue his assault felt less like witnessing a divine battle and more like watching a man challenge a mountain with his bare fists. The lightning spear struck the golden light. The resulting eruption of energy rivaled a newborn star. Boom! Boom! The world trembled. A pillar of white radiance surged into the heavens and remained there for several long seconds. The shockwave tore through the surrounding region. Space itself fractured. Twisting black cracks spread outward like scars across reality. The earth convulsed. A colossal mushroom cloud rose above Olympus. Dust and debris engulfed the sky. Then, suddenly, everything froze. The dust hung motionless for a heartbeat before collapsing back to the ground all at once. The air cleared instantly. Visibility became unnaturally sharp. The surrounding mountains shook together in a grand, terrifying resonance. An invisible pressure spread outward. Even gods felt fragile beneath it. The force was chaotic and orderly at the same time. An impossible contradiction, and it was devastating. Boom! 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 The reflected energy carved glowing scars through the atmosphere. Air ignited from friction. Several seconds later, the delayed scream of the atmosphere finally arrived. Then it was drowned beneath an endless chain of explosions. Red-hot beams raked across the earth. Everything they touched disintegrated into ash. Mountains vanished. The ground was flattened. Smoke columns rose toward the sky. The land was transformed into a wasteland beneath an endless bombardment of reflected destruction. Boom! When the devastation finally subsided, the entire region had become a sea of scorched ruins. The terrain had been lowered by hundreds of feet. Olympus itself had lost nearly half its mass. The source of all that destruction wasn't the pagoda's attack. It was Zeus's own power. The heaven and earth mystical yellow pagoda automatically reflected hostile force. A perfect countermeasure. A perfect mirror. The stronger the attack, the stronger the retaliation. Zeus had effectively struck himself with the full force of his own lightning spear. And the result was immediate. The king of gods had been blasted away to parts unknown. When the dust settled, a significant portion of Mount Olympus had collapsed. The Olympian gods were nowhere to be seen. One of the celestial court gods shouted, The gods immediately surged forward, leaving the pagoda's protective range. Every one of them understood how close they had come to disaster. Without the Heavenly Emperor's protection, Zeus's previous attacks would have killed some of them outright and left the survivors gravely wounded. The fallen would have needed to be reborn through the celestial restoration pool. Now was not the time to hesitate. The celestial court launched a full pursuit. Their targets were simple: Zeus and every fleeing Olympian god. Meanwhile, Athena arrived in the underworld. The celestial court had moved its forces elsewhere, focusing entirely on Olympus and the mortal world. As a result, the realm of the dead seemed eerily empty. Athena advanced cautiously. No guards, no patrols, nothing. The absence of resistance surprised her. Hades had already fallen, yet the celestial court apparently hadn't devoted much attention to maintaining control of the underworld. Or perhaps they simply hadn't noticed certain things. Her destination lay far below Tartarus, the deepest region of the underworld. The abyss itself, a primordial force representing one of the universe's fundamental components. This was the prison of eternal sinners. Gods, monsters, ancient horrors, anyone deemed too dangerous to remain free. After Zeus and his siblings rose to power, the second king of the gods, Cronus, had been imprisoned here alongside many titans. Over the ages, countless other divine criminals and legendary villains had joined them. For Zeus's family, Tartarus had always been a place of fear. If the Titans ever escaped, the result would be another war capable of destroying the world. Under normal circumstances, Athena would never consider disturbing its prisoners. But circumstances were no longer normal. Olympus stood on the edge of extinction. Nothing else mattered anymore. As she moved through the underworld, Athena occasionally glanced upward. Even from here, the signs of battle remained visible. She witnessed Zeus's defeat. She saw the Olympian gods scattering in every direction, running, fleeing, escaping, faster than rabbits fleeing a wildfire. Athena wasn't surprised. Disappointed, perhaps, but not surprised. Zeus had spent centuries suppressing and controlling the other Olympians. Even within his own family, intrigue and betrayal were everyday occurrences. Gods seduced each other's wives, stole each other's lovers, manipulated each other's children. Family loyalty was practically non-existent. Many gods had grown resentful long ago. Other pantheons weren't nearly this dysfunctional. Now that Olympus was collapsing, everyone was looking out for themselves. The moment the tree began to fall, the monkeys abandoned it. That was simply the reality of Olympus. Far above the battlefield, seated upon the heavenly throne, Drex Valen watched the unfolding chaos. The battle had been entertaining, but something bothered him. He frowned thoughtfully. That was unexpected. The fighting had escalated to the point of threatening the survival of the entire Olympian pantheon. Yet Gaia remained absent. Gaia, Mother Earth, Mother of the gods, the embodiment of life, creation, and the world itself. Trying to define the limits of her power was nearly impossible. For all practical purposes, she was close to omnipotent within her sphere. The downfall of the Titans hadn't occurred solely because Cronus had become unpopular. A major reason for Zeus's victory was Gaia's support. Many neutral factions and countless descendants of Gaia had sided with Zeus because of it. Others who originally favored Cronus had chosen neutrality instead. After the 10-year Titan War ended, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades divided the cosmos among themselves. Sky, sea, underworld. The earth, however, was supposedly shared. Supposedly. Everyone knew the truth. The earth belonged to Gaia. No one was foolish enough to challenge her authority over it. Most of the time, Gaia ignored the struggles of gods. She rarely involved herself in divine politics. But when someone truly angered her, things tended to end badly. Very badly. Uranus had learned that lesson. The first king of gods had been overthrown by his own son and mutilated in the process. Cronus had learned it too. The second king of gods had been overthrown by his son and thrown into Tartarus. Yet now an invading pantheon had pushed Olympus to the brink of destruction. Surely Gaia couldn't remain indifferent forever. Unless... Drex raised an eyebrow. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 431. The absence of the four primordial gods had begun to intrigue Drex Valen. Gaia's silence was strange enough. The others were even stranger. Besides Gaia, the remaining primordial entities rarely involved themselves in the affairs of gods or mortals. Nyx, the goddess of night, and Erebus, the god of darkness, had secluded themselves in the underworld for ages beyond counting. They had ignored wars, dynastic struggles, and divine conflicts for so long that many younger gods barely remembered they existed. When a celestial court had swept through the underworld earlier, neither of them had appeared. Then there was Tartarus, not merely a place, a being, a primordial god, the living embodiment of the abyss itself. According to ancient myth, when the world was first created, Tartarus had simply found a comfortable corner of existence and settled there. Over time, his body became the endless abyss beneath the world. Though described as existing underground, the underworld was actually a separate realm entirely, independent from the domains of sky, sea, and earth. Tartarus rested at its deepest point, motionless, silent. Gaia had once joked that if he remained inactive for much longer, he would eventually follow the path of chaos itself and dissolve back into the world's fundamental laws. At that point, Tartarus would cease to exist as an individual being. The abyss was darkness incarnate, the end of the world, a place where sunlight had never reached. Nothing grew there. Nothing lived there. Not simply because life couldn't survive. The darkness itself was the problem. The energy saturating the abyss was pure, ancient, and impossibly dense. Cold darkness filled every inch of the realm. Weaker gods who ventured too deep risked losing themselves forever. Eventually, the darkness would consume them completely. Athena pressed onward through the endless blackness. Even for a goddess of her caliber, the oppressive darkness constantly gnawed at her. During the 10-year Titan War, Zeus had once found himself locked in a stalemate against the Titans. Following Gaia's advice, he freed 6 imprisoned beings, 3 Cyclopes, 3 Cinemanes, the 100-handed giants. Grateful for their freedom, they joined Zeus's side without hesitation. Their support had shifted the balance of the war. It was also through the Cyclopes that Zeus had acquired one of his greatest weapons, the lightning spear. After the war ended, the Cyclopes withdrew to remote islands far from civilization. The 300-handed giants remained behind. Their task was guarding the deepest prison in existence, the prison of the Titans. Ahead of Athena stood 3 massive bronze gates. Each was over 300 feet thick. Layer upon layer of divine barriers sealed the passage beyond. Fortunately, Zeus had entrusted her with his authority. The moment she approached, the gates responded. Boom! 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 The colossal doors slowly opened. Heavy footsteps echoed from the darkness beyond. The entire abyss trembled. 3 enormous figures emerged. Their forms were difficult to make out through the darkness, but each step shook the world around them. The 100-handed giants, the living siege engines of the Titan War. In direct combat, each possessed strength comparable to many Titan gods. Though in battle, they had usually been deployed in a surprisingly simple role, throwing mountains. Lots of mountains. One of the giants lowered his gaze. His voice rumbled through the abyss. The giants rarely concerned themselves with events on the surface. Seeing Athena appear alone, and with the authority to open the bronze gates, immediately put them on edge. The gates only responded to Zeus's command. Yet Zeus himself was nowhere to be seen. Athena quickly explained the situation. The giants listened in stunned silence. The disbelief in their voices was obvious. Athena clenched her jaw. Time was running out. These 3 weren't stupid, but they weren't exactly quick thinkers either. If Olympus falls, none of this will matter, she snapped. The giants exchanged glances. After a moment, they reluctantly nodded. Athena had opened the gates using Zeus's authority. That much couldn't be faked. If Zeus had issued the command, then there was no room for argument. the giants turned and began leading her deeper into Tartarus. Athena quietly exhaled in relief. Had they refused, forcing her way through would have been difficult even for her. The journey continued. Darkness stretched endlessly in every direction. Then blue flames appeared. Cold, eerie fires burned atop gigantic black iron pillars. Chains connected pillar to pillar, carrying the ghostly blue light throughout the prison. Athena finally saw them. The Titans. Dozens upon dozens of colossal figures hung, suspended in the darkness. Their limbs and torsos were bound by enormous chains. Some appeared human-sized. Others towered hundreds of feet tall. Most of the prisoners were second- and third-generation Titans. Their power varied greatly. The first-generation Titans, however, were imprisoned separately. Their cells lay deeper within the prison. Generally speaking, the first-generation Titans possessed the strongest bloodlines. But bloodline wasn't everything. Hecate, for example, was a third-generation Titan, yet her strength surpassed that of many older Titans. Likewise, among the second-generation Titans were monsters such as Atlas and Prometheus. Even some first-generation Titans would hesitate before challenging them. Looking back, the Titan War had been a fascinating conflict. Not because of military strategy, not because of battlefield heroics, but because Zeus had weaponized something entirely different. Relationships. The future king of gods had effectively dismantled the Titan alliance through marriage, seduction, and political maneuvering. The 12 Titan lords consisted of 6 male Titans and 6 female Titans. 2 of those Titan goddesses, Themis and Mnemosyne, eventually became Zeus's second and fifth wives. During the war itself, one day they were members of the enemy faction. The next, they were sharing Zeus's bed. Naturally, their loyalties shifted. The Titan alliance weakened. Then came Oceanus and Tethys, the parents of several of Zeus's wives and Poseidon's queen, Amphitrite. Through family ties and diplomacy, Zeus convinced them to withdraw from the conflict entirely. Just like that, 4 of the 12 Titan lords were effectively neutralized. And Zeus wasn't finished. He kept going. Zeus and Phoebe had 2 daughters, Leto and Asteria. Leto eventually became Zeus's 6th wife and the mother of Apollo and Artemis. Asteria married the second-generation Titan Perses, and together they became the parents of Hecate. That lineage made Hecate one of the purest third-generation Titans. As legend had it, Zeus had also pursued Asteria relentlessly. He had wanted both sisters. Unfortunately for him, Asteria was the goddess of falling stars. She literally fled across the heavens. For once, Zeus failed to catch his target. By the end of all this, the original 12 Titan lords had effectively been reduced by half. Not through war, not through conquest, through Zeus's astonishing ability to turn enemies into relatives. Looking at it from that perspective, the king of Olympus had practically defeated 6 Titan gods single-handedly. No wonder he ended up ruling the pantheon. Who else had contributed more? Certainly not Hades. Hades excelled at charging directly into battle and fighting until both sides were drenched in blood. Zeus preferred dismantling alliances with words, promises, marriages, and political manipulation. One was a battlefield commander. The other was a king. Their positions had been decided long before the war ended. Then there were Hyperion and Theia, Titans associated with sunlight and radiance, parents of the former sun god Helios and the former moon goddess Selene. Unlike the others, they simply refused to participate. Neither they nor their children joined either side. Their entire family had essentially watched the war from the sidelines until it was over. After all the defections, withdrawals, and divided loyalties, the mighty Titan alliance had dwindled to almost nothing. And there was one final blow. Rhea, the queen of heaven, mother of Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, and their siblings. Cronus had swallowed each of her children at birth. She had every reason to support their rebellion. By the time the war neared its conclusion, the once mighty Titan king found himself looking around the battlefield only to discover that almost everyone had abandoned him. Standing beside him remained only 2 loyal brothers, Crius and Iapetus. Chapter 432. Among the remaining loyal Titans, Iapetus was perhaps the most pragmatic. Father of Prometheus, he had always been known for his patience and foresight. The moment he realized Gaia supported Zeus during the Titan War, he had quietly disappeared from the battlefield and avoided committing himself to a losing cause. Still, Cronus couldn't claim he had been completely abandoned. Of the original 12 Titan Lords, one unwavering supporter had remained by his side. Cryus. They had been defeated together, captured together, imprisoned together. For countless years, the two had occupied neighboring cells in Tartarus. If nothing else, their brotherhood had endured. Boom! Ancient mechanisms grown to life. The final prison within the abyss slowly opened. Massive bronze doors parted under the combined strength of the 300-handed giants. Inside waited Olympus's most dangerous prisoner, the father Zeus feared most, Cronus. 2 colossal pillars rose behind him. 12 chains pierced his body and bound him in place, suspending him above the ground. Blue flames burned along the chains. The cursed fire consumed flesh, organs, and divine essence without end. Having gone ages without seeing a visitor, Cronus slowly lifted his head. A red glow flickered between strands of matted hair. A thin trail of white steam escaped his lips. The pressure radiating from the former king of gods was overwhelming. Athena immediately felt the difference. Compared to these ancient primordial-era deities, she belonged to a younger generation, powerful by modern standards, insignificant by theirs. She didn't dare hide anything. Athena quickly explained the celestial court's invasion and the disastrous battle unfolding at Olympus. Cronus listened in silence. After a long pause, his expression softened slightly. A strange smile crossed his face. He hadn't expected such decisiveness from his youngest son. Then laughter echoed through the prison. Everyone froze. New figures entered the chamber. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Athena's face changed. The newcomers wore the armor of the celestial court. At their head stood a smiling heavenly general. His tone remained calm. Then everyone noticed what he carried. A spear crackling with divine thunder. A golden shield. The lightning spear. The Aegis. For a moment, Athena's heart nearly stopped. Had Zeus already fallen? The heavenly general immediately understood what they were thinking. He casually lifted the weapons. Athena and the others looked again. The force present within the artifacts felt genuine. Around the heavenly general stood dozens of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Every single officer carried a lightning spear and an Aegis shield. Mass-produced. The thought alone was absurd. Still, hearing Zeus was alive eased some of their concerns. The 100-handed giants no longer hesitated. They immediately began freeing Cronus. The moment the chains fell away, the former Titan King's body began healing. Divine flesh regenerated. Muscles expanded. Ancient power awakened. Within moments, his shattered form had regained much of its former strength. His aura surged violently. The increase was breathtaking. Athena and the 100-handed giants immediately charged forward. They needed time to free the remaining Titans. The lead heavenly general merely sneered. Thunder gathered around his lightning spear. Rumble. One after another, the heavenly soldiers raised their own weapons. Lightning erupted throughout Tartarus. The entire abyss was illuminated by divine thunder. Athena's expression darkened. The 100-handed giants stared in disbelief. Mass-produced replicas? This was a replica? The amount of divine thunder radiating from those weapons was terrifying. Cronus stepped forward. His knees bent slightly. Steam poured from his nostrils. Dark crimson patterns spread across his bare upper body. Ancient power surged outward. The primitive force of the Titan King shook the abyss itself. Black ripples spread through the darkness like a tidal wave. Boom! Cronus vanished. The former king of gods launched himself toward the lead heavenly general. The heavenly general reacted instantly. His lightning spear thrust forward. Thunder exploded. Darkness split apart. A new world of light briefly emerged between them. Ancient power clashed with divine lightning. The resulting shockwave spread throughout Tartarus. At one point, the thunder detonated so violently that branching bolts spread through the darkness like the roots of a cosmic tree. Black and white, light and shadow. The two forces collided head-on. Under normal circumstances, a single heavenly general could never bridge the gap separating him from someone like Cronus. Cronus stood at the level of an all-father, a true ancient powerhouse. But circumstances had changed. One heavenly general wasn't the problem. An entire army armed with lightning spears was. The sheer volume of divine thunder pouring into the battlefield exceeded even what Zeus could have unleashed during his prime. Equipment alone was compensating for the difference in power. Rumble. Cronus looked upward. Thunder flashed continuously. Gigantic lightning beasts formed within the storm clouds. Each one looked ready to descend and devour the world. The Titan King exhaled slowly. Then he reached into the void. A black sickle appeared in his hand. The weapon was roughly his height. Its blade was impossibly dark. Curses, misfortune, death. The weapon radiated all three. Facing the overwhelming storm of divine thunder, Cronus chose not to meet it head-on. He swung the sickle. A black fissure opened through reality. Cronus stepped inside. The next moment, another crack appeared behind the heavenly general. The black blade emerged silently. It swept downward toward the man's neck. Everything it touched split apart. Lightning, wind, space itself. The killing intent contained within the strike was so cold and absolute that not even sound accompanied it. Slash! A massive spatial rift tore through Tartarus. The wound in reality stretched for miles. Even the endless sea of lightning was split in half. Yet the attack stopped, blocked. The Aegis shield held firm. After all, the shield remained Zeus's greatest defensive artifact. Even Cronus couldn't destroy it with a single blow. And the moment his attack failed, the heavenly soldiers counterattacked. The lightning beasts descended. Thousands of them. The charge resembled a stampede of divine monsters. Cronus stood his ground. His sickle danced through the air. Lightning shattered wherever the blade passed. The thunder struck his body repeatedly. It accomplished nothing. This wasn't simply a matter of power. It was a matter of authority, rules, concepts. If translated into Eastern mythology, Cronus's sickle would qualify as a primordial divine artifact, a treasure existing on a fundamentally higher level. Swish! A flash of white light appeared behind him. The heavenly general, using the lightning beasts as cover, he had closed the distance unnoticed. The lightning spear pierced space itself. Then it struck. The weapon drove through Cronus's back and burst from his chest. The Titan King grunted. His hand instantly clamped around the shaft. Without hesitation, he swung his sickle backward. The heavenly general raised the Aegis shield. Clang! The strike was blocked. The heavenly general immediately released the spear and retreated. Cronus sensed his movement. The sickle swept repeatedly through the darkness. Space fractured again and again. Incoming lightning beasts vanished into newly created voids. Then Cronus sliced open reality before him and stepped through in pursuit. The battle intensified. Neither side showed any sign of tiring. Dark waves rippled endlessly throughout Tartarus. Reality itself fractured under the strain. The entire battlefield became a chaotic dimension separated from the outside world. Meanwhile, Athena and the hundred-handed giants continued opening prison cells. One titan after another was released. Once they learned what was happening, they joined the battle immediately. Soon, titan gods and celestial warriors were clashing throughout Tartarus. Boom! 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 Far in the distance, darkness and lightning consumed one another repeatedly. Shockwaves swept endlessly across the underworld. Hurricane-force winds tore through the abyss as the war for Tartarus truly began. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you could give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 433. Immortal clouds spread across the heavens. Layer upon layer unfurled through the sky until countless banners emerged from the cloud banks. 365 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals stood at fixed positions, each holding a celestial banner. As the banners waved, starlight converged. A vast stellar realm took shape in midair. Even deep within the underworld, gods felt a chill run down their spines. The pressure emanating from the formation was immense, boundless, ancient, overwhelming. It wasn't the legendary Tion stellar formation. Even Drex Valen couldn't reproduce something from an entirely different cosmological system. This was simply a sealing formation, a very effective one. Drex had no intention of letting a single Titan escape. Meanwhile, in both the mortal world and the divine realm, enormous numbers of heavenly soldiers deployed cloud-gathering banners, weaving a massive net that sealed the entire Olympian dimension. No exits, no escaperuts. The trap was complete. Then the archers raised their bows. Millions of arrows pointed toward the fleeing Olympian gods. Golden light descended from the heavens. A storm of radiant arrows tore through space itself. The Olympians found themselves trapped. There was nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. A wave of unbearable heat swept across heaven and earth. Darkness surged. Explosions thundered endlessly. Space fractured like shattered glass, spreading black cracks across reality. Violent currents rampaged through the world. Every gust carried enough force to kill gods. The destruction stretched from the highest heavens to the deepest reaches of the earth. Rumble. At last, the two primordial gods of darkness could no longer remain spectators. Nyx and Erebus, husband and wife. Their combined attack shook the world. Black waves of divine power spread outward like ink spilling across reality. The resulting devastation was catastrophic. Mountains collapsed. The earth split apart. Tsunamis devoured coastlines. Entire regions vanished beneath the aftermath. The classic problem of divine warfare had arrived. When gods fought, mortals paid the price. Fortunately, there were very few mortals left to suffer. The celestial court had already relocated nearly everyone. Not captured, relocated. A very important distinction, at least according to the celestial court. The heavenly army had long surpassed a mere 1,000,000 soldiers. Now it numbered in the billions. An endless ocean of divine warriors stretched across the world. A significant portion of them originated from the souls of angels harvested from the former heaven dimension. Drex had selected the strongest among them and reforged them into heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. The sheer scale of the force left even distant pantheons uneasy. Then a single spark appeared, a tiny point of golden light. At first, it seemed insignificant, a candle in an endless night. But the spark grew, and grew, and grew. Soon it expanded into a blazing inferno that stretched for thousands of miles. Darkness retreated before it. Neither Nyx nor Erebus could suppress it. The golden flames gathered inward. The sea of fire condensed, and a figure emerged. A three-legged golden crow. It hung in the sky like a second sun. Light flooded every corner of the divine realm. Temperatures skyrocketed. The world itself seemed to brighten. The Olympian gods stared in disbelief. Apollo felt the shock more strongly than anyone. The solar divinity radiating from the golden crow made his own power seem insignificant. A candle before a star. The gap was absurd. The gods were stunned. A bird? Their divine sun god was a bird? Though admittedly, some solar deities weren't exactly conventional either. Still, this was a giant three-legged bird. The golden crow let out a piercing cry. Its body erupted with light. Countless rays split apart and rained down across the world. The sea instantly vaporized. One unfortunate minor god was struck by a beam. He disappeared without even leaving ashes behind. More golden rays followed. An endless barrage of solar destruction. Heat, light, radiation, everything melted. The earth itself began to soften beneath the assault. A sea of golden fire spread across the horizon. Then it transformed into a colossal pillar of flame that connected heaven and earth. Driven by raging winds, the inferno continued expanding. Clouds spiraled toward it from every direction. A massive vortex formed overhead. The spectacle was terrifying. Panic spread among the Olympian gods. At last, Gaia intervened. The earth responded to her will. Continents shifted. Mountains rose. A gigantic sword forged from cliffs, and stone shot upward toward the golden crow. The bird didn't move, didn't dodge, didn't react at all. The earthen blade never even reached it. The light and heat surrounding the golden crow erased the attack before contact. The divine energy within Gaia's construct destabilized instantly. The collision unleashed a devastating explosion. Elemental forces spiraled out of control. Storms erupted. The world seemed on the verge of collapse. A black rift opened at the center of the blast, swallowing excess energy before rapidly contracting once more. The shattered space folded inward until it vanished. Golden light filled the sky. Then a beam descended. A pillar of solar radiance slammed directly into Gaia's position. The resulting explosion sent smoke and debris miles into the air. Nyx and Erebus joined the battle immediately. If they couldn't stop this three-legged monster, the entire dimension would be destroyed. Darkness surged. An endless black sea rose toward the heavens. Wave after wave crashed down upon the golden crow. The creature vanished beneath the flood. Boom! A burst of sunlight exploded from within the darkness. The black sea was torn apart. Golden fire spread in every direction. Space itself seemed to ignite. The darkness burned away. Entire sections of Nyx and Erebus's divine power evaporated like mist beneath a summer sun. The two primordial gods watched in disbelief. Their darkness couldn't advance even a single step. Then enormous golden wings unfolded within the burning sea. Every feather radiated divine light. The world turned gold. The underworld shook. Golden radiance spread across its eternal gray skies. Countless points of sunlight appeared overhead. The entire realm trembled. The underworld had always existed separately from the domains of sky, sea, and earth. It was its own world, independent, sacred, essential. Every mythology possessed some version of it. The underworld, the afterlife, the realm of souls. Without such a place, the cosmic order itself would collapse. Olympus was no exception. The underworld was one of the pillars supporting reality. Yet now, even this realm was being pierced by the golden crow's solar power. The Olympians had never witnessed anything so terrifying. Even Typhon, father of monsters, seemed lesser by comparison. Gaia frowned deeply. She hadn't even had time to process how everything had gone so wrong. One moment she had been occupied elsewhere. The next, Olympus was half destroyed, and the celestial court was on the verge of conquering her dimension. She planted her earth scepter into the ground. A vast defensive field spread outward. The power of the earth collided with descending solar radiance. The resulting shock wave shook the entire underworld. Divine energies surged endlessly across the gray world. Yet the outcome shocked everyone. The golden crow's solar power was overwhelmingly dominant, blinding, tyrannical, unstoppable. Even Gaia suffered burns beneath the golden light. For the celestial court, the authority of the sun god occupied an extraordinarily high position, a terrifyingly high one. Chapter 434. The torrent of divine power showed no sign of stopping. It surged endlessly across the underworld, carrying enough force to drown the entire realm. The command thundered across the heavens. Divine power shook the skies of the underworld, sending ripples through reality itself. The next moment, a piercing cry echoed through the darkness. A pressure capable of tearing apart heaven and earth erupted upward, instantly punching through the underworld's gloomy sky. Scattered across the battlefield, gods looked up in horror. There, suspended in the heavens, stood a colossal, three-legged golden crow. Its radiance stretched for billions of miles. The eternal darkness of the underworld vanished beneath its light. For the first time in ages, the realm of the dead shone as brightly as the mortal world. Golden brilliance flooded every corner of existence. The underworld itself seemed unable to bear the burden of such overwhelming power. The realm groaned. The world trembled. Reality cried out beneath strength capable of ending creation. Gaia's heart sank. She poured even more power into her earth scepter. Then she produced another treasure, the chalice of life. Water carrying the essence of all living things flowed from the vessel, forming a seemingly gentle but incredibly resilient barrier. The three-legged golden crow didn't even spare a glance. Solar flames consumed the heavens. The entire sky turned crimson. Then the divine bird folded its wings. And dove. Its target wasn't Gaia. It wasn't Nyx. It wasn't Erebus. Its target was the entire underworld. Whoosh! Solar light descended. Life water shattered. Earthly defenses collapsed. Gaia's two greatest treasures were unable to slow the attack for even a moment. Her expression changed instantly. Abandoning her position, she swept up as many nearby gods as possible and retreated. As for those farther away, they would have to rely on their own luck. A metallic roar echoed through the world. The underworld's darkness split apart. Then the impossible happened. The endless continent of the dead was cleaved in two. A single line of blazing sunlight carved through the realm. Boom! The entire underworld broke apart. Mountains shattered. Continents split. The realm fractured into countless pieces. Nyx and Erebus's expressions changed dramatically. The underworld was more than territory. It was their foundation, their lifeblood. Boom! The earth shook violently. Hurricanes erupted across the battlefield. A colossal mushroom cloud rose into the heavens. Scorching temperatures spread outward with the shockwave. Crimson oceans of molten stone surged across the broken landscape. From above, the expanding blast resembled a fan-shaped tidal wave of destruction. Dust storms swept across the horizon. Solar power bored through the earth itself, creating oceans of molten fire. Then, from the center of the inferno, the three-legged golden crow rose once more. It spread its wings. Endless light, endless heat, endless divine power. Its presence felt invincible, like a living apocalypse. Rays of golden light crossed the world. Mountains exploded. Molten rivers carved through the earth. Entire peaks vanished beneath the attacks. To the Olympian gods, it looked as though a second sun had risen over the world. Within that blazing star, the silhouette of the golden crow spread its wings. The pressure was unbearable. The temperature continued rising. Space itself warped beneath the heat. Reality folded like paper being crumpled by invisible hands. The world had become a furnace. The ocean screamed. The earth split apart. Volcanoes erupted one after another. Golden flames spread with the momentum of a force determined to burn heaven and boil the seas. Honestly, many Olympian gods wanted to surrender. How were they supposed to fight this? The celestial court already possessed more than a dozen supreme gods capable of challenging entire pantheons. Now a monstrous solar bird had appeared and was single-handedly tearing the Olympian dimension apart. Gods were dying. The world was collapsing. What exactly was left to fight for? Unfortunately, surrender was no longer an option. Drex Valen had already decided to devour the Olympian dimension. Unless some forgotten ancient god emerged from the deepest shadows, the outcome was all but decided. The world shook beneath endless light and heat. Every part of reality seemed moments away from collapse. Golden beams shot through heaven and earth like divine swords. Mountains crumbled. The oceans roared. The entire Olympian world appeared destined to burn. The golden crow continued its rampage. Golden radiance tore open countless black fissures across reality. The shattered continents of the underworld drifted farther apart. Below them stretched a darkness deeper than any abyss, a place untouched by light for countless ages. Then something opened its eyes, two enormous eyes, hidden within the darkness, a shadow so vast it couldn't be measured. A single growl shook both continents. Countless cracks appeared across their surfaces. The shattered realm seemed on the verge of complete destruction. Tartarus, the primordial god of the abyss, had awakened. The destruction of the underworld had roused him from his endless slumber. The entire world trembled. A vast and boundless presence spread outward. Its magnitude was absurd. The sky couldn't compare. The earth couldn't compare. Even the entire Olympian world felt insignificant beside it. Drex Valen raised an eyebrow. Even he was surprised. Gaia was powerful. Nyx and Erebus were powerful. All three stood at the peak of the All-Father level. Yet the three-legged golden crow had overwhelmed them with ease. But Tartarus had surpassed that level entirely. A primordial who spent most of his existence sleeping somehow possessed power beyond even the strongest gods of Olympus. The sheer scale made no sense. A savage cry rang out across the heavens. The three-legged golden crow responded immediately. Waves of heat exploded outward. The burning bird tore through space itself and descended from above. It resembled a blazing sun falling from heaven. Its kingly aura dominated everything. Boom! The golden crow beat its wings. A massive beam of condensed solar power descended from the clouds. In an instant, it crossed impossible distances. The attack tore apart heaven and earth. Residual energy continued to spread long after its passage. Tartarus answered with a roar. Then he stood. The sight stunned everyone. His body was unimaginably vast. His divine power seemed endless, boundless, infinite. The combined strength of the entire Olympian pantheon might not equal even a tenth of his power. The golden crow accepted the challenge. Golden flames erupted. It soared into the sky before diving directly toward the primordial abyss god. As the sun god of the black hole dimension, it possessed the qualifications to challenge a single universe-level deity. The golden crow descended. Everything in its path evaporated. The sky vanished beneath endless fire. The atmosphere exploded with crackling detonations. Its claws split mountains. Its wings parted oceans. Then it collided with Tartarus. Clang! A metallic impact echoed across reality. The golden crow stopped abruptly. For the first time, something had halted its charge. Then Tartarus struck. With a savage roar, the primordial abyss god seized one of the golden crow's wings. The two giants tore into each other in midair. Golden feathers scattered. Chunks of flesh were ripped free. Boiling golden blood rained from the heavens, igniting vast seas of fire wherever it landed. Yet Tartarus paid a price as well. The golden crow's claws ripped open his seemingly indestructible body. Divine blood painted the skies. The battle escalated. The golden crow's blazing beak pierced through Tartarus's massive form. At the same time, Tartarus snapped one of the bird's wings. Both sides suffered devastating injuries. Neither yielded, neither retreated. The clash ended with both titans wounded, their blood falling across a world already on the brink of destruction. Chapter 435. Rumble. The entire Olympian world became a battlefield. Wherever the two colossal beings clashed, both the gods of Olympus and the celestial court watched with fear. Blinding white divine power erupted from Tartarus. Countless beams of light burst from his body as his aura surged skyward. A massive shock wave blasted upward through the heavens and downward into the deepest abyss. The aftershocks swept across the mortal world, kicking up endless clouds of dust and shaking mountains and continents alike. The destruction covered an unimaginable area. As far as the eye could see, there wasn't a single untouched region left. Residual energy saturated the atmosphere. Magnetic fields collapsed into chaos. Charged particles roamed freely through the sky, causing shifting storms and dazzling curtains of multicolored light. Even if Olympus somehow won this war, rebuilding the dimension would take millions of years. Then the golden flames returned. The three-legged golden crow erupted from the bottomless abyss. Its wings spread wide. Brilliant rainbow-colored radiance bloomed around it. Golden fire, divine light, and rippling distortions of space spread outward like an endless tidal wave. The attack shattered layer after layer of reality. Countless fragments of broken space became part of the assault itself, hurtling toward Tartarus. Tartarus's response was even simpler. He grabbed a massive chunk of the Olympian world's foundation and threw it. The resulting collision shook existence itself. Boom! Energy exploded in every direction. Countless shockwaves spread like a storm of divine blades. Everything nearby was cut apart. The sky itself seemed to rise another few feet. Watching Tartarus fight felt less like witnessing a battle and more like watching someone demolish a house. He appeared determined to destroy the Olympian world faster than anyone else. Even the Golden Crow was momentarily stunned. Was this guy an enemy or an ally? The Celestial Court was wreaking havoc to accelerate the black hole dimension's assimilation of Olympus. Tartarus, meanwhile, was ripping out the world's foundation and using it as a weapon. He was destroying the world faster than they were. Terrifying forces shook heaven and earth. Tartarus swung the chunk of world foundation repeatedly, overwhelming the Golden Crow with sheer power. After all, it was the literal foundation of a world. Nothing in Olympus was harder. Nothing was heavier. The piece in Tartarus's hand looked only about the size of a Japanese island. Its mass, however, exceeded even that of stellar phenomena. An invisible pressure settled over the Olympian world. Reality groaned. The dimension continued breaking apart. The Golden Crow erupted with solar brilliance. Endless divine flames surged from its body. It was, after all, descended from the race that once ruled the demon clans beneath primordial heavens. A temporary setback meant nothing. Any injuries Tartarus inflicted were instantly repaired by the endless stream of solar divinity supplied by the black hole dimension. The Golden Crow didn't even need a full breath to recover. The aftershocks continued spreading. Then something changed. Tartarus swung the foundation stone several more times. The massive block began transforming, reshaping, refining itself. Eventually, it became a weapon, an enormous axe sword. If such an artifact existed within ancient primordial mythology, it would rank among the highest divine treasures imaginable. Once the weapon took shape, the dark power surrounding it became even more terrifying. More importantly, it gained a concept, an authority, the concept of absolute sharpness. Nothing could resist it. Nothing could block it. The Golden Crow learned that lesson immediately. Attempting to receive the strike head-on, it was split cleanly in two. Had it not possessed immortality, the battle would have ended right there. The stars trembled. Endless divine force flowed, like a celestial river pouring from the heavens. Tartarus swung the axe sword repeatedly. Each strike sealed layers of space. There was nowhere to dodge, nowhere to run. The Golden Crow wasn't helpless, however. It simply lacked a weapon capable of matching that monstrous axe. Its wings spread. Solar divinity gathered. The entire Olympian world suddenly darkened. The temperature dropped. Every trace of light and heat was drawn into a single attack. The phenomenon affected the entire dimension. Even the gods felt it. Tartarus showed no fear. He swung the axe sword. The Golden Crow released its attack. All the gathered sunlight erupted outward. Like countless rivers merging into a single ocean, overwhelming energy condensed into a beam capable of destroying worlds. It shot directly toward Tartarus. Instantly, space fractured. Cracks spread across reality like a giant spiderweb. The heavens shook. Explosions erupted one after another. The collapse could no longer be stopped. Buzz! The Golden Crow blazed like a miniature sun. Space shattered around it. The axe sword cleaved the solar divine light in half effortlessly. But the attack wasn't destroyed. It simply became two beams. Its power remained unchanged. Tartarus immediately realized the danger. His colossal divine body transformed. Darkness consumed him. Space folded inward. Reality collapsed layer by layer. Then a black sun appeared. It floated in the void. A massive vortex spun at its center. Its edges were pure darkness. Infinite destruction radiated from within. The dark abyss. The solar divine light tried to spread. It couldn't. The abyss created by Tartarus folded space itself, dragging everything inward. Stars, energy, fragments of reality. Everything was consumed. Nothing escaped. Not even the solar divine light. The terrifying gravity bent the attack, twisted it, dragged it into the abyss. Darkness contracted violently. The gathered gods stared in horror. This wasn't merely a battle anymore. It was the destruction of an entire world. Across the mortal realm, life perished on a massive scale. Hidden gods died. Ancient monsters that had existed since prehistoric ages were erased. Everything turned to ash. The world resembled the dawn of creation. Earth, fire, water, wind. The fundamental elements raged wildly. Then the earth shook. A gigantic green hand burst from mountains and plains. Slowly, an unimaginably vast figure rose from the ground. Its body stretched beyond the horizon. Clouds only reached its waist. A casual wave could scatter stars. A single step sent tsunamis roaring across the oceans. The Olympian gods stared in terror. Their voices trembled. Wasn't chaos supposed to have merged with the rules of existence long ago? Among the four primordial gods, chaos had supposedly become one with creation itself. Eros, the primordial god of love, had vanished long ago, believed to have returned to the cosmic laws after leaving desire behind. Tartarus had disappeared as well. Only the abyss remained. Now the truth was finally revealed. Tartarus had become part of chaos, the greatest power of creation, the greatest power of destruction. Chaos, the true foundation of the Olympian world. Drex Valen finally understood. Tartarus hadn't been destroying the world recklessly. He'd been preparing a resurrection, a summoning. Gaia had vanished. Nyx and Erebus had vanished. Most likely, they too had become components of chaos. This was Olympus's final trump card, its ultimate weapon. The sky disappeared. The underworld disappeared. The earth and seas dissolved into nothingness. Void spread everywhere. Several celestial court gods were caught by that annihilating emptiness. They vanished instantly. Not dead, gone, erased. The three-legged golden crow could no longer dominate the battlefield. Facing chaos, it could only struggle to hold its ground. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 436. The moment chaos appeared, Drex Valen felt a spark of excitement. Compared to the Void, whose grasp of single-universe-level power had been crude and underwhelming, chaos possessed the strength of a true cosmic entity. Drex doubted the primordial god could actually defeat him, but at the very least, this promised to be an interesting fight. Chaos extended a massive hand into the endless void. Boundless nothingness condensed in his grasp, forming an enormous axe sword. It resembled the weapon Tartarus had wielded before, yet the difference between the two was like comparing a candle to a star. The power contained within chaos and his weapon was the power of an entire world. The instant chaos emerged, the Olympian gods dissolved into nothingness and became part of him. Even if chaos had not reached multiversal status, within the confines of a single universe, he stood above the vast majority of dimensional entities. And this was the universe of the gods. A universe where Earth's pantheon could crush nearly every supervillain that existed. Drex issued the warning through the quantum realm itself. At their level, ordinary speech had become hopelessly inefficient. Their speed of thought and reaction surpassed physical communication by an immeasurable margin. Without using quantum-level transmission, a simple conversation could take an eternity. Chaos responded instantly. The axe sword descended. The strike tore through the void itself. Time split apart. Space shattered. Energy unraveled. Matter ceased to exist. Even the quantum realm trembled beneath the attack. The blow reached backward into the past and forward into the future simultaneously. In the ancient Olympian world, where the 10-year Titan War still raged, gods vanished into nothingness beneath its influence. Countless future iterations of Olympus suffered the same fate. Everything touched by the attack was erased. Unless chaos chose to recreate it personally, Olympus no longer existed. A time stone could not restore it. Traveling into the past would reveal nothing. Traveling into the future would reveal nothing. Only a higher multiversal existence could reverse such destruction. A single universe-level being could do only one thing: resist. Drex watched the attack with genuine admiration. The Sentry and the Void only understood destruction at the material level. He shook his head. Time could not slow the strike. Space could not block it. Dodging was impossible. The moment the weapon was swung, the result was already determined. It would hit. It could not be defended against. It would kill. For anyone beneath this level of existence, that outcome was absolute. But not for Drex. He no longer relied on anything external. He was complete unto himself. His existence was self-sustaining. That was the essence of the single universe realm. Once one reached this level, true immortality became possible. When planes died, they remained. When worlds perished, they remained. When all things faded into nothingness, they remained. Such beings no longer depended on outside sources of energy. The core of their existence supplied everything they required, enough to endure for billions upon billions of years. They were their own heaven, their own earth, their own universe. The clash between Chaos and Drex was not merely a collision of power. It was a collision of paths, a collision of truths. Anyone beneath their level could only witness superficial phenomena. To mistake those surface appearances for the actual battle would be fatal. One would die without ever understanding how. Long before becoming the god of destruction and ruin, Drex had already reached this state through his own efforts. Divinity had merely deepened his understanding. Chaos showed no reaction whatsoever when Drex blocked the axe sword. The two immediately entered a battle impossible for lesser beings to observe. The conflict became so intense that even Drex's own black hole dimension began suffering disturbances. A body composed purely of resonant energy formed through microscopic particle entanglement. Such a construct would likely be obliterated instantly if it entered this battlefield. Drex found the idea amusing, a useful technique. The inspiration had come from Dr. Manhattan. As he fought chaos, the universe revealed itself in ever greater detail. Both of them observed the flow of reality at its most fundamental level. The world in Drex's eyes had become pure quantum structure. Particle streams stretched endlessly before him. Through those streams, he could see the past. He could see the future. Reality had stripped away every illusion and laid bare its true form. For countless living beings, this would have been the ultimate realm of enlightenment. For Drex and Chaos, however, it was merely the beginning. Every particle stream approaching them became silent. Or rather, not silent, controlled. Without any visible action, the countless microscopic currents of reality fell under their influence. The particles shifted, changed velocity, altered direction, reorganized themselves according to different laws. Many powerful entities throughout existence could manipulate rules. Such beings possessed authority granted by their worlds and could employ those rules in battle. Odin's spear was a perfect example. Its attacks were fated to strike their target, an ability that made Odin seem nearly invincible. Yet there were levels even among those who wielded laws. The difference between Drex and Chaos and those so-called gods was not a matter of degree. It was a difference in kind. Like comparing an ant cultivating fungus to humanity wielding advanced technology. Both were using tools, yet the methods existed on entirely separate planes. The Sentry and the Void were even worse. They were like someone using state-of-the-art scientific equipment to peel an apple. possessing incredible power while barely understanding how to apply it. The battlefield surrounding Drex and Chaos lacked any concept of up or down. It was not space. It was not time. There was no energy, no matter, no spiritual sea. Everything there existed as pure abstraction, like imagination made manifest, except far more real than imagination had any right to be. This was the fundamental nature of the multiverse. Their battle had already broken beyond their respective dimensions. They now fought at the deepest level of multiversal existence itself. Countless hostile gazes turned toward them. Single universe-level entities, dimensional demon gods, and other indescribable beings. All watched, all observed. Neither Drex nor Chaos paid them any attention. Using the space beyond the multiverse as a battlefield was something that had not occurred for untold ages. The reason was simple. It was dangerous. Such conflicts inevitably attracted the attention of dimensional demon gods. A single mistake could result in annihilation. Drex, however, felt no concern. He had already surpassed his own black hole dimension. In truth, he was a dimensional demon god burdened by his dimension rather than empowered by it. That made him fundamentally different from ordinary dimensional entities. Most dimensional demon gods depended entirely upon their dimensions. Drex did not. Entering a dimension ruled by another dimensional demon god would not weaken him in the slightest. If anything, it made destroying that dimension easier. Within their own realms, dimensional demon gods appeared omnipotent. But omnipotence was an illusion. They were far from invincible. After all, the Ancient One had repeatedly entered the Dark Dimension and beaten Dormammu into submission on his own turf. Chapter 437, 437. Drex Valen's voice echoed through the abstract battlefield. We control them. A faint smile touched his face. We are the origin of the laws themselves. The primordial truth. To an outside observer, it would have appeared that neither Drex nor Chaos had moved. Yet they had already exchanged blows countless times. Their conflict unfolded beyond conventional speed, beyond particles, beyond the quantum realm itself. Even regions untouched by time experienced distortions simply because of their presence. The battle was unimaginably dangerous. Each exchange carried the potential to erase the other from existence. Each attempt was met with an equal countermeasure. It was like two players fighting over a coin while it was still spinning through the air, both struggling to decide which side would land face up before fate itself could make the choice. Ordinarily, no single universe-level entity would engage in such reckless combat. But Chaos had no alternative. The black hole dimension had already driven its roots deep into the Olympus dimension. If he failed to destroy Drex, then he might as well surrender his own existence. And Drex had no intention of letting Olympus escape. A genuine single-universe god hidden inside the dimension. Devouring him would bring Drex dangerously close to the next level. Not quite there, but close enough to make the distinction feel increasingly meaningless. Around them, countless dimensional demon gods and cosmic entities watched with undisguised hostility. Then, unexpectedly, Drex withdrew from the deadly exchange. Chaos froze. Only then did he realize something alarming. Drex was completely unharmed. He hadn't even been fighting at full strength. A chill ran through Chaos. Something was wrong. Drex finally revealed his path. At the level of a single universe god, one's existence became synonymous with reality itself. Time, space, matter, energy, life, death, concepts, and laws alike could be altered through sheer will. That was why powers like chaos magic and the Crimson Power could rewrite reality so effortlessly. Of course, chaos magic ultimately originated from a multiversal demon god, a realm even Drex could not yet fully comprehend. Chaos sensed the danger immediately. He understood that the next attack would decide everything. Every fragment of his attention focused on Drex. Yet when Drex saw his caution, he only smiled. A smile that looked very much like victory. Chaos didn't understand. Then he saw Drex raise both hands. One gathered force. the force capable of driving everything in existence. The other compressed that force. Smaller, smaller still, condensing it into a point so infinitesimal it was almost non-existent. Then the attack was released. From the perspective of an entire universe, the amount of energy involved might not have seemed remarkable, but the density concentrated within that single point surpassed imagination. At that infinitesimal location, the power reached the intensity of the primordial explosion that birthed a universe. The secret of creation itself, the source from which dimensions, laws, and reality had first emerged. This was the spear of the single universe realm. Everything was condensed into one strike. Time, space, matter, energy, rules, concepts, all reduced to a singular point of annihilation. Unstoppable, unbreakable, inevitable, beyond laws, beyond concepts, beyond resistance. Even a multiverse trembled. Every single universe level being possessed their own version of this spear. Sidorak's crimson power, chaos magic, those were examples. The ultimate offensive expression of their existence. The strongest attack they could wield. Only one thing could oppose such a weapon. A shield. Unfortunately for Chaos, he possessed no such defense. Truthfully, even Drex himself had yet to fully understand how to create one. Chaos couldn't even comprehend what Drex was doing. How could he possibly stop it? The strike landed. Every version of Chaos. Across every dimension. Every timeline. Every layer of existence. All were struck simultaneously. The Olympus dimension was erased alongside him. When infinite force was compressed into a point approaching absolute nothingness, it transcended every law. Because every law in existence ultimately traced its origin back to that first cosmic eruption, the birth cry of creation. The attack represented the moment before beginnings existed, before chaos and order were divided, before reality possessed shape. The vibration of the multiversal strings themselves, the purest manifestation of primordial power. The entire multiverse shook. Chaos never had a chance. He couldn't retaliate, couldn't defend himself, couldn't even understand what had happened. I'm dead. The thought lingered for an instant. Single universe gods weren't supposed to die. As long as their dimensions endured, they could be reborn. Even if another being erased them, traces would remain. Those traces would allow resurrection. Only by erasing every mark they had ever left upon existence could they truly be destroyed. But why? Chaos felt the answer immediately. The traces he had left throughout the Olympus dimension were gone. Every version of himself. Across infinite timelines, infinite dimensions, infinite parallel universes. All erased. The reason the multiverse trembled was simple. It had just lost every incarnation of chaos. Every trace of his existence. The Olympian pantheon had vanished forever. Nothing remained. Drex consumed chaos. Unlike the void, chaos had truly mastered single universe level power. Digesting that power would not be easy. Fortunately, Drex had already erased chaos's will and fundamental identity. What remained was pure power without consciousness. There would be no need to spend countless eons grinding away resistance. The black hole dimension swallowed the Olympus dimension soon after. If Dormammu ever learned how quickly Drex's strength was growing, jealousy alone might drive him insane. Drex had intended to retreat and quietly absorb his gains. Instead, he suddenly found himself somewhere else. There had been no transition, no warning. One moment he was standing amidst the remnants of Olympus. The next he was elsewhere. His eyes narrowed. A colossal cavern stretched around him. It was so vast that an entire small planet could have fit within its hollow interior. Embedded throughout the stone walls were statues. Countless statues. Some towered like celestials. Others were no larger than ordinary humans. Each possessed a different appearance. Armored warriors carrying enormous swords. Winged angels. Horned demons. And countless other forms. All of them radiated ancient age, as though they had stood here for billions upon billions of years. Their expressions varied, yet most shared one thing in common: contentment, satisfaction, ecstasy, like dreamers trapped forever within their perfect fantasy. For perhaps the first time in a long while, genuine surprise crossed Drex's face. Someone had brought him here without his knowledge. That alone was unsettling. Three voices spoke simultaneously. Drex turned toward the source. Three elderly women floated in the center of the cavern. They wore black robes, positioned in a triangular formation, silent guardians of this impossible place. The moment he saw them, recognition flashed across his face. The three seemingly ordinary crones were anything but ordinary. They were among the most mysterious and powerful divine entities in existence, beings whose status rivaled that of the five cosmic entities themselves. There was little need to explain the five. With the exception of Galactus, the others possessed neither fixed forms nor conventional personalities. They were living embodiments of universal laws, and the infinite witches stood alongside them, waiting, watching, as though they had expected Drex's arrival all along. Chapter 438. The God's Quarry was feared throughout creation. It was a place controlled by the infinite witches, a forbidden land where even cosmic beings walked on the edge of oblivion. A universe-spanning deity could enter its depths and never return, because this place was quite literally a graveyard for gods. Yet hidden within that danger was an equally extraordinary opportunity. Those who had lost their power could reclaim it here. Those with enough strength and resolve could go even further, inheriting fragments of power left behind by fallen divinities. The God's Quarry existed outside conventional reality. It lay beyond parallel dimensions, hyperspatial realms, and neutral planes of existence. No one had created it. No ancient architect had built it. Instead, it had emerged naturally over the course of countless ages, formed by the accumulation of broken destinies and discarded possibilities. In a sense, it was the multiverse's refuse pit, a place where failed fates gathered and solidified. Drex knew enough cosmic history to understand the difference between worlds. In DC's greater cosmology, destiny was overseen by beings of such overwhelming authority that no one dared challenge the system. Entire worlds could be guided with the turn of a page. Marvel's reality was far less orderly. There was no supreme power constantly enforcing destiny's design. As a result, even relatively modest gods of fate could manipulate their own destinies and twist probability in their favor. The current custodians of fate in this universe were the three witches of destiny. Only by working together and remaining forever bound to the God's Quarry could they exert even a limited influence over the laws of fate. Their authority was immense. Their personal power was not. From Drex's perspective, they occupied a peculiar position in the cosmic hierarchy, similar to Kronos, the god of time, similar to Nightmare, ruler of the dream dimension. They held dominion over fundamental concepts, yet lacked the overwhelming force normally associated with such responsibilities. Naturally, that made them targets. Powerful gods routinely sought to exploit or suppress them. The three witches of destiny understood this reality better than anyone. Kronos understood it. Nightmare understood it. None of them could afford to grow too strong. Whenever they showed signs of advancement, other powers inevitably moved to keep them in check. Their solution had been simple: stay inside their domains, remain hidden, avoid becoming a threat. Within their own territory, however, they were far from helpless. At the center of the realm stood a castle. Its architecture resembled that of medieval Europe. The outer walls were painted a soft pink, lending the structure an oddly whimsical appearance that felt strangely out of place in such a terrifying location. There were no gardens surrounding it. Instead, beside the castle yawned a massive abyss. A pit so deep that its bottom vanished into darkness. That abyss was the God's Quarry. The infinite witches hovered above it, watching Drex in silence. The trio looked exactly as legends described them. Three elderly women draped in gray robes. Their skin was withered and wrinkled. Their faces seemed ancient beyond measure. Every detail of their appearance carried an unsettling sense of decay. Most disturbing of all was how identical they were. Not merely similar. Identical. 3 copies of the same ancient figure. Heavy chains wrapped around their arms and bodies, binding them together like eternal prisoners. Drex couldn't help noticing a pattern. In Marvel's cosmology, anything associated with the word infinite tended to be extraordinarily dangerous. Below them, the quarry stretched into darkness. Its walls were covered with countless stone figures. Some stood upright. Some had fallen. Each possessed a different expression and posture. The only thing they shared was that they had become stone. Every one of them had once been a celestial, or something equally powerful. One of the witches spoke. Drex understood immediately. He still had no idea why the infinite witches had brought him here. But he knew what this place represented. Opportunity. Perhaps the greatest opportunity he had ever encountered. Maybe even the path toward becoming multiversal. The true heart of the gods' quarry was the abyss itself. A unique region formed naturally by the multiverse. Entering it meant entering the mist of fate. Within that mist, power meant nothing. Divinity meant nothing. Only will remained. Only conviction. Anyone seeking to understand their destiny first had to understand themselves. Not every god possessed mastery over fate. Most would never stumble across a magical artifact capable of revealing their future. For those who wished to challenge destiny directly, the gods' quarry offered another path. One far more dangerous. Reliving one's old life was meaningless. Only when placed within a completely different environment could someone truly see themselves for what they were. The quarry offered that chance. Or perhaps it offered punishment, depending on the outcome. Within distorted lives and broken destinies, challengers were forced to discover their true selves. Only then could they find their fate. Drex's gaze drifted across the smooth quarry walls. The stone figures appeared frozen in the act of climbing upward. Their hands clawed desperately at the rock. Their faces twisted with determination, terror, and despair. Many seemed only moments away from reaching freedom. None had succeeded. The implication was obvious. They had failed the trial. Then the voices of the infinite witches echoed once more. The eternal wall. The smooth stone surface surrounding the abyss. Drex studied the countless petrified faces embedded within it. Every one of them had once possessed enough confidence to challenge fate itself. Every one of them had failed. Even Drex hesitated. He wasn't reckless enough to assume sheer determination would carry him through. This was the gods' quarry, one of the highest manifestations of cosmic law, a rule older and more fundamental than many cosmic entities. Even the Phoenix could not alter it. Within this place, the Phoenix held no special authority. That realization prevented Drex from underestimating the challenge. He didn't believe he was inherently superior to the countless cosmic beings already trapped here. The petrified figures surrounding him served as a warning, an entire monument to failure. And yet, when he looked deeper into the abyss, he saw something else, something magnificent, something terrifying. At the bottom of the quarry surged unimaginable cosmic energy, not merely power, time, space, dimensions, fundamental principles beyond mortal comprehension. Countless laws intertwined within a single vast reservoir. The deeper Drex looked, the more unbelievable it became. If someone truly mastered the power hidden within that pit, they could potentially control the entire universe with a thought. Compared to that, the Infinity Stones seemed almost insignificant. Collecting all 6 Infinity Stones granted power approaching the multiversal level. But that power was borrowed. External, never truly one's own. Drex had never been interested in relying on borrowed strength. His instincts warned him that absorbing everything below was impossible. No being should be capable of containing such power. But even a fraction, even a tiny fraction, would be enough to challenge the 5 cosmic entities. Enough to rival the combined might of all 6 Infinity Stones. And most importantly, enough to grant him the power to stand against the Thought Robot. Chapter 439. The infinite witches were older than the 5 cosmic entities themselves. Whenever a cosmic god perished, their power, authority, and conceptual domain did not simply vanish. Everything flowed into the cemetery of gods, where it was stored in the deepest reaches of the gods' quarry. The infinite witches served as the eternal custodians of that inheritance. Bound by rules established by the original Beyonder, they could never leave the cemetery of gods. That limitation, however, had never prevented them from influencing the wider universe through indirect means. Drex already knew that, in another timeline, both Thanos and his son Thane had found their way here. The three witches spoke one after another, their voices flowing together as though they shared a single mind. Below them, the quarry pulsed with endless primordial energy. Then all three pairs of ancient eyes fixed upon Drex. Drex remained silent for a moment. He had no intention of stepping into the quarry itself. The place triggered every instinct he possessed. Its dangers were real, perhaps greater than anything he had faced before. Still, there was no harm in learning what the witches wanted. So he followed. The infinite witches led him deeper into the castle. Soon they arrived at a brightly illuminated hall lined with countless framed portraits. The witches smiled. The expression looked deeply unsettling on their weathered faces. Drex's eyes narrowed. He stepped closer. The portraits were rendered in stark black and white, highly stylized and almost abstract. Each frame bore a small plaque. The inscriptions described the entities depicted within, the embodiment of shared emotion across the resonance universe, the embodiment of inspiration and revelation across the manifestation universe, the embodiment of praise and reverence across the hymnal universe. Drex frowned. Something didn't add up. He turned toward the witches. Clearly, they hadn't. If the god of praise had truly been erased, then admiration, worship, and appreciation should have vanished long ago. One of the witches gave a dry chuckle. Another which continued. The third finished the explanation. Drex nodded. That explanation was reasonable enough. Concepts like praise or resonance weren't fundamental pillars of existence. Removing them would drastically alter life, but reality itself could continue functioning. The group continued deeper into the hall. Soon they reached a second section. The portraits here were noticeably larger. The witches gestured toward them. Drex examined the plaques. His expression gradually became more serious. Destiny, the embodiment of all predetermined outcomes within its universe. Reversal, the embodiment of all unpredictable change and deviation. Concealment, the embodiment of all states that could not be perceived, detected, or discovered. There were nearly 100 such portraits. Drex inhaled slowly. These entities possessed far greater authority than those displayed in the previous hall. Their domains were powerful. Their abilities should have been formidable. Yet all of them were dead, killed by the schemes of three seemingly frail old witches. He turned back toward them. The witches shook their heads. Again, they shook their heads. Drex narrowed his eyes. The witches smiled. Rows of unnaturally white teeth appeared beneath their wrinkled lips. One spoke. Another continued. The third finished. Then all three stared directly at him. Understanding dawned immediately. So that was their goal. They had their eyes on him. From their perspective, he was probably the most promising candidate they had ever encountered. Possibly the ideal god hunter. Drex folded his arms. The witches exchanged glances. One which raised 4 fingers. Another smiled. The third completed the sentence. Only 4? Drex found that surprisingly low. Given the scale of the witches' ambitions, he had expected a much larger force. Then again, the more he considered it, the more obvious the answer became. Their plan was still in its infancy. The strongest gods displayed in the Memorial Hall were roughly comparable to Galacta. Powerful, dangerous, but nowhere near the level of the 5 cosmic entities. Certainly not enough to challenge beings beyond that tier. The witches' hunters clearly weren't ready for such targets. Drex asked again. The infinite witches merely shook their heads. The answer was polite, but it was also a reminder. The witches trusted him only so far. Then their tone changed. One of the witches reached out. Her dry, skeletal hand pressed against his chest. Another joined her. Then the third. All three slowly ran their hands across his pectoral muscles, as though inspecting a rare artifact. Drex's eye twitched. The witches seemed completely oblivious to how bizarre the situation was. That was enough. Drex immediately stepped backward. The witches paused, then continued as if nothing unusual had happened. Apparently, they saw no issue with their behavior. Turning away, they resumed walking. Drex followed. The group left the memorial hall and exited the castle. They traveled along a winding path for what felt like a very long time. Eventually, another immense crater came into view. This one dwarfed everything around it. Its diameter exceeded 30 kilometers. The interior was barren. Nothing existed within except stone, dust, and jagged earth. The crater plunged downward beyond sight. Drex's vision could penetrate roughly 100 kilometers into its depths before a vast sea of white mist obscured everything below. The mist wasn't ordinary fog. It was condensed universal source energy, so dense that it had become almost tangible. This was the true God's quarry. Its terrifying nature had little to do with its size. The real horror lay elsewhere. Drex looked toward the sheer rock walls surrounding the abyss. Countless petrified figures were embedded within them, an endless gallery of failure, silent witnesses to every soul that had challenged fate and lost. Chapter 440. The countless statues embedded throughout the quarry walls had all once been living beings. Their hands were pressed desperately against the stone, fingers outstretched as if they had been trying to climb free until the very last moment. The infinite witches floated beside Drex. One witch smiled. Drex had intentionally kept his distance from the quarry. Every instinct he possessed warned him not to get too close. Unfortunately, the quarry had other plans. Without warning, an overwhelming force erupted from the abyss. The gravitational pull was so powerful that even Drex had no time to react. The world lurched. Then he was dragged directly into the pit. The moment he crossed the boundary, the attraction multiplied. His power remained intact. Yet he found himself unable to fly, unable to escape. The force dragging him downward ignored conventional physics entirely. Drex slammed a hand into the stone wall and held on. The rock beneath his fingers was impossibly hard. For several seconds, he resisted. Then he noticed something alarming. His hand was becoming stiff. Gray-white discoloration spread across his fingertips. Stone. His flesh was turning to stone. The petrification spread rapidly through his body. Within moments, he had become another statue embedded within the quarry wall. Yet despite losing control of his body, his mind remained perfectly awake. Then the world changed. A bustling city appeared before him. Traffic flowed through crowded streets. People of every ethnicity walked the sidewalks, chatting and laughing. Drex blinked. He recognized it immediately, but not as New York. The New York from the Marvel Universe where he had first arrived no longer existed. This city was different. A reconstruction, or perhaps an illusion. Then he heard the voices of the infinite witches. Their words echoed through the dreamlike world. Drex felt his thoughts becoming clearer, so they were helping him, giving him hints. A little favoritism from the guardians of the quarry. That was useful. The real question was much harder. Who exactly was he? Drex frowned. That answer wasn't as simple as it sounded. He wasn't someone like the original Zod. He wasn't driven by absolute cruelty or domination. Trying to become that person would only lead to failure. But he wasn't Captain America either. Selfless heroism wasn't who he was. Pretending otherwise would be equally false. A strange realization settled over him. Perhaps that was the curse of someone who lived between extremes. When the moment finally arrived to define himself, he discovered he had never bothered assigning himself a label. A woman suddenly wrapped her arms around him from behind. His body tensed instantly. For one terrifying moment, he nearly reacted on instinct. Had he actually thrown an elbow, the resulting shockwave might have erased the entire solar system. Fortunately, he stopped himself. Turning around, he froze. The woman looked remarkably similar to Wonder Woman. Diana? Wait, this wasn't even the DC universe. The next thing he knew, he was sitting in a bedroom. The woman lay sleeping beside him. Drex stared at the ceiling in silence. After sorting through the memories supplied by the illusion, he finally understood. She wasn't Diana. She simply looked like her. In this reality, she was his girlfriend. They had been dating for half a month. The scenario was absurd enough that he almost laughed. Drex rubbed his forehead. It wasn't that Diana wasn't attractive. Quite the opposite. The resemblance simply made the entire illusion feel surreal. According to the memories, his appearance and charisma had worked wonders. The relationship had escalated quickly. Very quickly. The illusion practically treated them as inseparable. Unfortunately for the quarry, it had chosen the wrong bait. First, Drex knew this world wasn't real. Second, his heart already belonged elsewhere. Specifically, to the collection of custom-made waifu figures he had painstakingly created over the years. That attachment might have sounded ridiculous to anyone else. To Drex, it was simply the truth. He muttered. The woman stirred awake. She smiled and reached toward him. Drex sat up. The words landed like a meteor strike. The woman froze. Drex considered his reasoning. If the purpose of the trial was to remain true to himself, then suppressing his genuine thoughts would be a mistake. If he disliked something, he should reject it. If he wanted something, he should pursue it. No pretending. No compromises. No masks. He reached into a nearby drawer and produced a bank card. He placed it in her hand. Then he stood. Without waiting for a response, he walked out the door. The woman stared after him in complete confusion. At some instinctive level, she felt something terrifying lurking beneath the surface. Approaching him seemed like a very bad idea. Meanwhile, Drex wandered through the city. He didn't have any grand revelation. He simply observed himself. If he saw someone hurting others, he stepped in. That much came naturally. But becoming a full-time superhero? That wasn't him. Drex had no objection to doing good. He simply had no desire to dedicate every waking moment to saving people. Likewise, he had little interest in becoming a villain. He was, at his core, a former shun. And honestly, that was probably for the best. Someone with his power and a different personality could have become far worse than the Sentry ever was. The Sentry had indulged every desire. Drex wasn't built that way. His idea of happiness was much simpler. A private space, unlimited entertainment, his favorite hobbies, and, of course, the companions he had created himself. He could literally build life-sized, living versions of his favorite figures. As far as he was concerned, that was already a winning strategy. Why complicate things? So he stopped resisting the truth. The illusion shifted. He settled into a comfortable life. A secluded home hidden somewhere within the city. The most powerful gaming computer imaginable. The fastest internet connection available. Shelves packed with food and drinks. Every game console he could want. An endless library of games. And the company of his beloved creations. To Drex, it looked suspiciously like paradise. Then everything shattered. A sharp chime echoed through reality. Ding! The city cracked. Buildings fractured like reflections on disturbed water. The streets rippled. The sky dissolved. The entire illusion fragmented into countless pieces. Drex calmly looked around. New York vanished. The apartment vanished. The dream vanished. He was standing inside the quarry once more. The petrified walls surrounded him. He had passed. Suddenly, a vast torrent of cosmic source energy erupted from the depths of the quarry. It surged upward like a celestial tsunami. Then it slammed directly into him. Every pore, every cell, every fragment of his being. The energy poured inside. The sensation was indescribable. Like a man dying of thirst finally tasting water after decades in a desert. Drex couldn't stop the sound that escaped him. A deep, involuntary roar of exhilaration echoed across the quarry. Power flooded every corner of his existence. Some of it overflowed. The excess condensed around his body. Layer upon layer accumulated until it formed a suit of armor. The armor was matte silver white. Its appearance resembled metal, though it was clearly something far more profound. Countless symbols were engraved across its surface. Runes, concepts, fragments of divine authority, destiny, reversal, manifestation, negentropy, concealment, and countless others. Each symbol represented a concept once governed by a fallen cosmic god. The armor was their legacy given form. Of course, Drex had absorbed only a tiny fraction of the quarry's total power. His current body could not contain the entirety of the cemetery of gods. No being below a far higher level could. Still, the power coursing through him was staggering. Drex slowly raised his hands. The silver-white armor gleamed with quiet radiance. He examined the intricate symbols covering its surface. Every rune contained enough power to reshape worlds. And together, they formed something far greater. Drex stared at his armored hands. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Kung Uzishar. Chapter 441. Drex Valen clenched his fist. The silver-white armor covering his body hummed with unimaginable power. With the slightest exertion, he rose from the depths of the god's quarry and floated effortlessly back to the surface. The infinite witches were already waiting. As he emerged, the three ancient crones drifted forward. Drex could feel it. The strength flowing through him had crossed a threshold. This wasn't merely another increase in power. It was a qualitative transformation. He had stepped into the multiversal realm. The sensation was intoxicating. But after a brief moment of appreciation, he simply smiled. The infinite witches stared at him. Surprise flickered across their ancient faces. Not because no one had ever wanted more. Many had. Every single one of them had failed. Yet as they watched Drex, something far more alarming became apparent. The safeguards they had hidden within the power. The restrictions. The controls. The invisible chains attached to the energy they had granted him were gone. Not broken. Not weakened. Gone. The power and authority they had manipulated no longer responded to them. In less than a few seconds, Drex had completely mastered power on a multiversal scale. And somehow, he had already identified the flaws hidden inside it. The difference between him and countless previous recipients was simple. Most beings gained power and immediately rushed off to enjoy it, to flaunt it, to waste it. Drex had been a Kryptonian scientist long before he became a god. Curiosity was woven into his nature. Power wasn't something to be used first and understood later. It was something to be studied, dissected, mastered. For the first time, genuine panic entered the witches' voices. Drex gave them an odd look. The question seemed perfectly reasonable to him. After all, he had spent countless ages studying existence itself. The strange theories and impossible concepts he had encountered throughout his life, combined with a scientist's mindset, had given him a very different perspective on power. He continued calmly. The infinite witches fell silent. They had never considered those questions. Drex continued. A faint smile crossed his face. He raised one armored hand. The witches had no response. Not because they disagreed, because they couldn't. Drex looked toward the vast depths of the quarry. His voice remained calm, matter of fact. He turned his attention back to the witches. One of the witches finally managed to speak. Drex laughed softly. His eyes gleamed. The witches stared at him. Drex continued. His gaze sharpened. Silence filled the space. Then Drex delivered the final blow. Within Drex's body, a complete cosmic system had taken shape. For now, it existed as a single internal universe. But it was growing, expanding, evolving. Given enough time, enough cycles, enough accumulation, it would eventually become a true multiverse. That had always been the goal. Originally, Drex had expected to spend inconceivable ages devouring dimensions and harvesting power to accelerate that process. The endpoint had seemed impossibly distant. Then the infinite witches had practically delivered a feast directly into his hands. The irony wasn't lost on him. Many cosmic beings in this universe possessed incredible power, yet very few truly understood it. They treated power as a possession rather than a subject of study. As long as they had enough strength, they were satisfied. Drex found that mindset baffling. His future self had once been capable of intimidating Franklin Richards, a multiversal-level reality warper. That wasn't because of raw power alone. It was because of understanding. The universe inside him might currently consist of only a single cosmos. But that wasn't the important part. The key wasn't the universe. It was the fact that it was internal, self-contained, self-generated. Its fundamental nature differed completely from naturally occurring universes. Even as a mere embryonic structure, its level of existence surpassed ordinary universes by an immeasurable margin. And once such understanding was attained, it could never truly be lost. It would remain valid no matter which multiverse he entered. That was why the infinite witches could no longer reclaim his power. A true internal universe possessed one defining characteristic: infinity. Not absolute infinity, but enough. Enough to overwhelm almost anything beneath it. Even a self-contained single-universe system possessed the ability to influence a larger multiverse. The cost would be enormous, but it could be done. Drex spread his hands. The statement wasn't arrogant. It was simply factual. His voice echoed across the quarry. His eyes met theirs. The infinite witches finally understood what was happening, and panic exploded across their faces. The cry echoed through the cemetery of gods, because Drex had begun consuming the quarry itself. Infinite streams of cosmic source energy surged toward him. The witches attempted to stop him. They failed. The moment they acted, Drex devoured them. Completely. The guardians of the cemetery of gods vanished. The energy inside his internal universe exploded upward. Its growth rate exceeded any conventional model. It wasn't exponential. It was something far beyond that. Throughout the Marvel Omniverse, one rule had always remained absolute. When a cosmic god died, its power and authority would inevitably return to the cemetery of gods. No being could interfere. No force could reverse it. No event could alter it. The law had been established by the one above all, and only the one above all could rewrite it. The one above all stood at the pinnacle of existence, the supreme creator, the source from which the entire omniverse had emerged. There was only one other entity who approached that level, the one below all, the embodiment of everything dark, destructive, and negative within creation. Though still beneath the one above all, it occupied a similarly incomprehensible tier of existence. Together, they represented the highest powers in all reality. And now, Drex was drawing ever closer to that horizon. Chapter 442. The Infinite Witches scheme had given Drex Valen an opportunity unlike any other. Even so, he remained cautious. Absorbing power was one thing. Digesting it was another. He had no intention of greedily devouring more authority and cosmic energy than he could properly understand. Raw power without comprehension was a liability. So he proceeded carefully, methodically, patiently. Time lost all meaning. Age after age passed as he slowly absorbed the endless power contained within the god's quarry. Only when every last fragment had been integrated into his internal universe did the process finally end. At that moment, Drex truly stepped into the ranks of multiversal gods, a genuine powerhouse. He opened his eyes. The very fabric of existence seemed different now. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Compared to his current self, the thought robot no longer seemed particularly threatening. If they met now, he could crush it with a casual gesture. After all, the thought robot was still roaming countless universes throughout the multiverse, hunting alternate versions of Galactus and absorbing their power. Drex had already surpassed that stage entirely. Yet despite reaching such heights, he didn't immediately leave to hunt his old enemy. Instead, he began studying himself. Every aspect of his newly acquired strength. Every law, every authority, every mechanism hidden within his internal universe. Only after fully understanding his power would he be satisfied. The black hole dimension. Unlike ordinary realms, time held little meaning there. Its temporal flow remained isolated from the wider multiverse. As a result, despite Drex having spent an unimaginable span of existence away from the dimension. Only a few seconds had passed for those living inside it. During his absence, the black hole dimension had completely digested the Olympus dimension. To the other pantheons, the implications were obvious. The heavenly court had won again. First Asgard had been shattered. Now Olympus had been erased entirely. The various divine pantheons remained confident in their own strength. But confidence wasn't the same thing as complacency. No one intended to sit back and watch the heavenly court continue expanding unchecked. Something had to be done. As a result, the Council of Gods convened once again. The Earth Pantheon Council, an alliance formed by Earth's divine factions. Its original purpose had been simple: to defend Earth against invasions by extraterrestrial gods and cosmic races. Each pantheon sent its highest-ranking representatives: the Jade Emperor of China, Odin of Asgard, and the supreme figures of countless other mythologies. Long ago, during the era of the third host of the Celestials, a single Celestial had been repelled by the Council. That Celestial had later returned with reinforcements. In most timelines, the Earth gods were driven away and forbidden from interfering with humanity's development. That was the era that eventually gave rise to the Ancient One's role as Earth's protector. This universe had unfolded differently. The Celestials had returned with overwhelming force, and they'd still lost. The Earth gods had defeated them. As a result, divine rule endured across the entire world. There were no nations, no borders. Humanity lived beneath the authority of its chosen gods. Theocracy ruled everything. The authority of the divine stood above all else. Now the leaders of every major pantheon gathered once more. Olympus was gone. The heavenly court was absent. Everyone else had arrived. The first to speak was the ever-distant and aloof vice-regent of heaven, Michael. Several divine rulers immediately frowned. The complaint echoed through the chamber. Many pantheons found Yahweh's attitude irritating. His followers constantly proclaimed him the one true, omnipotent God, the supreme creator, the sole deity worthy of worship. Fortunately, such claims remained mostly confined to North America, where his followers still had to compete with Quetzalcoatl's influence. Michael remained completely calm. Unlike other pantheons, the heavenly host effectively revolved around a single deity. Yahweh stood alone. Even concepts such as the Son and the Holy Spirit were ultimately extensions of the same divine existence. As a result, beings who would rank among the chief gods of other pantheons remained subordinate within heaven. That reality was one reason the spear of Longinus possessed such legendary status. Within Christian mythology, it was one of the few weapons ever associated with the death of a god. Amaterasu spoke next. Among all the assembled gods, the Japanese pantheon had some of the greatest reason for concern. Only a few smaller pantheons were more nervous. Historically, the heavenly court had already been powerful enough to pressure them. Now it seemed to have transformed completely. The familiar celestial officials were gone. In their place stood terrifying new divine beings. Most alarming of all were the 12 primordial witches. Each one possessed power on the level of Skyfather. Every single one. No Skyfather present could confidently claim victory against them. Olympus had once been admired for its 12 Olympians, each ranked among the most powerful sub-Skyfather gods in existence. Combined with the imprisoned Titans, Olympus had consistently occupied one of the top positions within the council. And yet the heavenly court had annihilated them. That fact alone was enough to bring everyone together. The last time the council had assembled on this scale was during the Celestial Crisis. One of the Asgardians finally objected. Asgard had only recently survived its own war against the heavenly court. The conflict had cost them dearly. Odin had been weakened. The destroyer armor's reserve of divine power had been severely depleted. Launching another war immediately was the last thing they wanted. If the destroyer armor lost its remaining strength, one of Asgard's greatest trump cards would disappear. Naturally, their position favored caution. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered. Most of the other pantheons preferred a far more aggressive response. They wanted to teach the heavenly court a lesson. More importantly, they wanted the new heavenly emperor to understand that other powers existed capable of opposing him. Asgard's objections vanished beneath the tide of support for war. The assembled gods considered the situation straightforward. The Heavenly Court had just finished a devastating campaign against Olympus. They would be busy consolidating their gains, recovering, reorganizing. No one believed they could emerge completely unharmed from such a conflict. The three-legged golden crow had been visibly wounded during the battle. That alone suggested weakness, and weakness invited attack. Michael finally spoke again. The declaration immediately drew attention. Several gods scoffed. The pantheons weren't particularly intimidated. After all, the Indian pantheon alone could mobilize billions upon billions of divine warriors. Michael's lips curled into a faint smile, a smile carrying unmistakable superiority. Silence spread through the chamber. Michael slowly surveyed the assembled gods. Then he delivered the answer. For a moment, the council forgot how to speak. Every god in the room stared, stunned. 1.9 billion principalities? Not ordinary angels, not lesser servants. Every single one a high-ranking angelic power. The revelation struck the assembly like a thunderbolt. For the first time that meeting, genuine shock swept through the Council of Gods. Chapter 443. Everyone familiar with heaven's hierarchy knew that angels were divided into three great orders. The first sphere, the divine order seraphim, cherubim, thrones the second sphere. The sun's order dominions virtues powers the third sphere. The spirits order principalities, archangels, angels. Ancient traditions disagreed wildly on the actual number of angels in existence. Some accounts spoke of only dozens or hundreds, enough to govern the planets, seasons, months, days, and hours. Others claimed there were hundreds of millions. Still others described countless heavenly legions beyond mortal comprehension. Then there were the fallen. Lucifer and his followers occupied a category all their own. Whatever the interpretation, one fact remained unchanged. Principalities occupied a remarkably high position within heaven's hierarchy. They were not expendable foot soldiers. They were celestial rulers entrusted with maintaining divine order throughout creation. In many pantheons, a being of equivalent rank would already qualify as a major god. Even within heaven, principalities possessed immense authority and combat power. As for the angels of the first sphere, those were beings of extraordinary rarity. Only the purest souls could ever ascend to such heights. The people of San Venganza, who had once fallen victim to Mephisto's schemes, were a perfect example. Among those souls were individuals pure enough to attract the protection of holy light itself, which made Michael's announcement all the more shocking. 1.9 billion principalities. The revelation stunned every pantheon present. Since when had heaven become this powerful? No one had noticed. No one had anticipated it. The various gods exchanged glances. If heaven was willing to carry the banner, then everyone else would contribute as well. Those with armies would send armies. Those without armies would provide divine artifacts. The alliance expanded rapidly. Before long, a true coalition of gods had formed. And unlike previous campaigns, nobody was holding back. The destruction of Olympus had served as a warning. Every pantheon dispatched its strongest representatives. 30 Sky Father-level gods alone could be assembled for the campaign. And leading them stood Michael himself, an all-father-tier existence. Behind the scenes, even greater powers watched. Single-universe gods, dimensional entities, cosmic beings whose attention alone could shake realities. All observed the coming conflict. Meanwhile, the heavenly court remained completely unconcerned. The dimensional gateway was left wide open. After all, Drex Valen had never intended to close it. In fact, he wanted enemies to enter. Unfortunately, he was still occupied within the god's quarry and couldn't personally oversee events. That hardly mattered. When the alliance of gods launched its invasion, the heavenly court was already waiting. Not because someone had leaked information, but because Thousand Mile Eye and Wind Ear had detected the coalition long before it arrived. The invading gods were surprised to find heavenly forces standing in perfect battle formation. For a brief moment, they wondered if their plans had been exposed. Then they reconsidered. Moving an army of this scale without attracting attention had probably been impossible from the beginning. Some members of the coalition intended to issue a declaration, explain their reasons for coming, perhaps offer terms. The heavenly court gave them no such opportunity. The moment they entered range, the celestial army attacked. Millions upon millions of spears flew through the sky, crackling with divine lightning. Shock rippled through the coalition. During previous battles, they had witnessed heavenly soldiers carrying lightning spears and aegis shields. Most had assumed those were elite units, limited numbers, rare treasures. Now reality hit them like a hammer. Every soldier carried one. Every single celestial warrior. The sight was horrifying. Hundreds of millions of soldiers armed with divine artifacts. That wasn't an army. It was a catastrophe. Divine. Weapons could elevate ordinary warriors to absurd levels of power. The first exchange devastated the coalition's front lines. Thousands died instantly. Then the armies collided, and things somehow became worse. The Alliance quickly discovered that the Heavenly Court's equipment was outrageously extravagant. Lightning spears, aegis shields, and beyond those, many celestial soldiers carried Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. Thor's expression darkened immediately. The Heavenly Court had mastered the ability to manufacture Mjolnir. Not replicas, not imitations, the real thing. Every hammer felt authentic. Every hammer possessed the same divine authority. It was as if entire divisions of soldiers had become miniature Thors. Of course, each individual wielder remained weaker than the true god of thunder. But there were hundreds of millions of them. Even Thor himself would think twice before charging into that storm. The battle unfolded nothing like the coalition had imagined. They had expected overwhelming numerical superiority. Instead, the Heavenly Court's forces pushed them backward despite being heavily outnumbered. The Celestial Army fought with terrifying discipline and equipment. Then the gods of the Heavenly Court entered the battlefield. Their appearance only deepened the coalition's frustration. Every one of them was astonishingly powerful. Despite possessing greater numbers, the alliance of gods could only barely hold the line against them. Then Michael finally moved. As vice-regent of heaven, his power surpassed that of many pantheon rulers. Among all the angels mentioned by name in Scripture, only Michael and Gabriel enjoyed truly universal recognition. Yet Michael stood above even that distinction. He was heaven's greatest champion, the Prince of Light, the defender of divine authority, the warrior who had stood against Satan himself. His name meant, across Jewish and Christian traditions, he appeared under many titles. The Great Prince, the Archangel, the Prince of Light. Every title carried the same implication. Michael was heaven's sword, its shield, its wrath, and its mercy. He embodied absolute justice, merciless toward evil, compassionate toward the innocent, a being whose existence contained no trace of darkness. Fire was his domain. Fire was his authority. 3 pairs of enormous snow-white wings unfolded behind him. Some spread wide, others wrapped around him protectively. His simple white robes radiated a purity that seemed almost unreal. His face was flawless, beautiful enough to defy mortal standards. It's strangely androgynous, almost beyond gender itself. His expression remained completely calm. No joy, no anger, no pride, only an eerie serenity. When one looked into his eyes, there was no sense of individual personality. No ego, no selfish decide, only the cold certainty of divine purpose. As Michael stepped forward, the atmosphere changed. A sacred power spread across the battlefield. The air trembled. Invisible hymns seemed to echo from nowhere, and the distant whispers of heaven grew suddenly, unmistakably clear. Chapter 444, 444. Emerald wings. Hair the color of saffron. A million faces and a million mouths, each speaking a different tongue. The angel of mercy and justice. Prince of God, second only to heaven's throne. Lord of light, In legend, he had annihilated 185,000 Assyrian soldiers in a single night when they marched upon Jerusalem. He had stayed Abraham's hand before Isaac could be sacrificed. He had called to Moses from the burning bush and guided the Hebrews out of Egypt. He had hunted down the ancient serpent Satan and bound him for 1,000 years. This was Michael, one of heaven's 4 archangels, a seraph standing closest to the divine. According to Scripture, he was one of the few beings capable of contending directly against Satan himself. Holy radiance flowed across Michael's body, condensing into pure white armor. Light rippled over its surface like pale flames quietly burning in the wind. With a spear in hand, he thrust toward Erlang Shun. Erlang Shun blocked the strike, his gaze locking onto the golden brilliance at the spear's tip. Michael's expression remained calm. The legend of a weapon that slew a god and bathed in divine blood grants it absolute piercing power. The sacred spear shone brighter. The holy aura around him surged. Erlang Shun gave a dry chuckle. Then you'd better be careful. That thing carries a curse. Michael raised the weapon. The moment those words fell, the 2 gods collided once more. Very quickly, Erlang Shun realized something was wrong. Clang! His black sword crashed against the brilliant white spear. A devastating shockwave erupted outward. A streak of light tore across the heavens, splitting both dark storm clouds and holy radiance in its path. Opposing energies clashed and devoured one another. Within an instant, thunderous explosions rolled across the sky like mountains collapsing. Then Erlang Shun was wounded. The 2 should have been evenly matched. Yet every strike from the spear of Longinus seemed to inflict damage before the impact itself was even completed, as though fate had already decided the result. Michael thrust again. The spear tip blazed with star-like brilliance. Erlang Shun couldn't fully defend against it. The strike smashed through his guard. Blood sprayed. His body plummeted from the heavens. At that moment, War God charged in. The authority of the Lord of War collided head-on with the spear of Longinus, barely achieving a fragile balance. Ding! The tremendous impact froze both combatants for an instant. Michael grunted. The force drove him downward more than 1,000 meters. His 6 wings folded around him. Holy light condensed into a miniature sun, flooding the darkened world with blinding white brilliance. The collision unleashed chain reactions throughout the surrounding space. Hurricanes, thunderstorms, lightning. The fabric of reality compressed, cracked, and split apart, spewing violent energy storms from widening fissures. Numerous gods were caught in the aftermath and injured. Hurricane-force winds ravaged land and sea. Dust storms swallowed the horizon. Tidal currents churned endlessly. Above the clouds, black and white flashes alternated across the heavens. The sight inspired primal fear. It looked as though Judgment Day itself had arrived. High above the world, War God and Michael exchanged thousands of attacks. Space ruptured around them again and again. Cracks opened, collapsed, healed, only to tear apart once more. Each eruption released catastrophic energy storms that swept back and forth across the battlefield. Then War God noticed something peculiar. The spear of Longinus seemed to consist only of its tip. Or rather, the shaft was insignificant. The true weapon was the spearhead itself. Realizing that, he immediately changed tactics and began targeting the spear's body. Michael recognized his intention at once. Holy flames exploded from his body. Each of heaven's 4 archangels governed one of the fundamental elements underpinning creation. Michael's domain was fire. In terms of authority, he stood equal to the fire gods of other pantheons. And his flames were terrifying. Caught off guard, War God was instantly scorched black from head to toe. Michael's face twisted with savage fury as he roared. The sacred spear transformed into a streak of white destruction. He drove it beneath War God's ribs. A beam of light pierced the sky. It continued beyond the horizon until it resembled a distant star. Only after the light vanished did the sea below react. Towering waves tens of thousands of feet high erupted across the ocean. Michael pressed his advantage relentlessly. War God was driven backward step after step. Every gesture unleashed oceans of light. He appeared invincible. This was the power of the spear of Longinus. Whoever wielded it carried the destiny of the world upon their shoulders. Victory seemed inevitable. Even the authorities of a war god or a lord of battle paled in comparison. At this moment, Michael possessed strength sufficient to challenge a single celestial on a universal scale. After all, Jehovah had originally forged the spear of Longinus with exactly that purpose in mind. One day, it would stand against the Celestials. At the center of Michael and Wargod's battlefield, overwhelming energy filled every inch of space. The air itself had become as dense and solid as steel. Seeing Michael dominate two of the heavenly court's most troublesome champions by himself, the allied gods' morale surged. The gods of the heavenly court quickly reached the same conclusion. Michael was clearly the enemy's central figure, so they responded with a strategy they knew exceptionally well. They jumped him. The ink-dark sky twisted slowly. Clouds rotated clockwise, forming a vast whirlpool like an abyssal vortex in the deepest ocean. The cloud layer descended lower and lower. The vortex accelerated. Darkness swallowed heaven and earth. Visibility vanished. Lightning serpents raced across the storm clouds, converging toward the center along the same spiraling path. A blinding flash illuminated the world. Accompanied by an endless shriek of thunder, the heart of the vortex suddenly exploded with pale white light, bringing illumination back to the blackened earth below. Yet even the heavenly court's coordinated assault failed to bring down Michael. Though heavily outnumbered, he fought with astonishing ease. Crimson light erupted from his body. Red waves spread across the heavens. Driven by raging winds, the flames grew ever more violent, transforming into a colossal golden-red vortex. The vortex spun faster. Its temperature climbed higher. Then it began compressing inward. Smaller, denser, hotter. The red glow shifted through impossible shades until it became a color no mortal eye could perceive. Any god struck by those energies suffered horrific injuries. Limbs vanished instantly. Entire sections of their bodies were vaporized. The destructive power was horrifying. Holy hymns echoed across the battlefield. Their voices rang clear and majestic. Deep bell tones accompanied the sacred chorus. A radiance rivaling the brilliance of stars burst forth. It was the light of divine life itself. Majestic, untouchable. At that moment, Michael's divine might reached its peak. Then someone shot him out of the sky. The divine archer drew back the heaven-shaking bow granted to him by the celestial marshal. That bow had been empowered by Drex Valen with the authority to kill anything. A Michael at the height of his power had no chance of stopping it. The allied gods froze in shock. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent. Fortunately for them, Michael reappeared shortly afterward. As long as he held the spear of Longinus, true death was nearly impossible. But surviving did not mean emerging unscathed. A grievous wound remained. The Godslayer arrow fired from the heaven-shaking bow was still embedded in his chest. Michael understood the situation perfectly. The instant he released the sacred spear, he would die, his eyes fixed on a bow in the distance. A rare trace of caution appeared on his face. That weapon was far too dangerous. The heavenly court possessed an artifact capable of threatening even him. Chapter 445. I am Michael, bearer of my Lord's sword and guardian of his majesty. I have descended upon this world to purge all evil in his name. Mortals, repent of your sins. Holding the spear of Longinus, Michael reached for the Godslayer arrow lodged in his chest. He couldn't pull it out. The arrow had been forged for a single purpose, to kill whatever it struck. There was no exception, no loophole, no miracle. This was a death sentence given form. If it hit its target, the target died. Michael's expression darkened as he realized the truth. The arrow would not come free. His grip tightened around the spear of Longinus. It didn't matter. As long as he held the spear, he would not die. Eventually, he could return to heaven, and his Lord would restore him. Across the battlefield, billions of dominions began chanting in unison. The hymn thundered across the heavens. Sacred praise became power. Holy energy flowed into Michael, strengthening and restoring him. The gods of the other pantheons barely reacted. They were used to heaven's displays by now. The angels loved grand entrances, grand speeches, and grand spectacles. Michael was, after all, the angel destined to sound the trumpet of Judgment Day, one of the highest-ranking seraphim in heaven. At the same time, he was a god of fire. As Jehovah's chief guardian, he wielded authority over divine flames. His destructive power had always been rooted in fire. Even with the spear of Longinus in hand, that remained true. Following the divine archer's devastating shot, the gods of the heavenly court resumed their assault on Michael, while simultaneously battling the father-level gods, rushing to support him. White flames burned across the sacred spear. They appeared unstoppable. Then Ignis stepped forward. The moment the fire god intervened, Michael's flames lost much of their effectiveness. The heavenly court's gods feared only one thing about the spear of Longinus: its absolute killing power. A strike through the head or heart meant certain death. Everything else, they could handle. Meanwhile, the Godslayer arrow continued tearing through Michael from the inside. Its divine power exploded through every inch of his body like countless bombs detonating simultaneously. Michael threw back his head and roared in agony. The surrounding father-level gods finally noticed something was wrong. That arrow was affecting him far more than expected. No longer content to hold back, they began fighting in earnest. Then a streak of golden light flashed across the battlefield. Before anyone could react, a golden three-legged crow appeared on Michael's chest. It radiated terrifying heat and light. Its 3 talons dug deep into his flesh, piercing muscle and bone. Panic erupted among the allied gods. They had seen that creature before, seen what it could do. The destruction of Olympus itself was tied to that terrifying golden bird. Yet Michael immediately sensed something strange. The creature possessed the same blazing solar divinity as the one he remembered, but its power felt weaker. Not weak, just nowhere near the impossible level of the original. Before he could think further, the 3-legged crow began tearing open his chest. Pain exploded through his body. Michael swung the spear of Longinus and knocked it away. Then 9 more appeared. 9 identical golden crows burst into existence. Each selected a chief god as prey. Each attacked without hesitation. Gods were ripped apart and devoured. The allied gods were horrified. These crows might not match the monster that had appeared during the fall of Olympus, but they were still stronger than ordinary father-level gods. Against most of the coalition, they held an overwhelming advantage. And as the 10 crows spread across the battlefield, the temperature began rising dramatically. At first, the change was subtle. It became impossible to ignore. One of the gods finally realized the truth. The realization spread like wildfire. The 10 solar crows alone were enough to dominate most father-level opponents. And now the 12. Primordial witches were no longer holding back either. They had endured this charade for a long time. The heavenly court had deliberately concealed its strength. If they appeared too powerful too early, the other pantheons would never have taken the bait. Now, inside the black hole dimension, even the single-universe entities backing the various pantheons couldn't observe what was happening. There was no longer any reason to hide. Erlang Shun looked toward Michael. He raised a hand, for swords streaked across the heavens. Though they lacked the spear of Longinus's ability to guarantee the wielder's survival, their killing power was no less terrifying. The blades flew into the hands of War God. 3 heads, 6 arms, for divine swords. In that instant, he became unstoppable. God slain by the sword Jusian, Jueshian, Ciencian, and Luxian never returned. There was no resurrection, no recovery, no second chance. Their souls were sent directly to the god's quarry. Only Michael, wielding the spear of Longinus, could stand against War God. For everyone else, a single exchange was enough to end their lives. Erlang Shun's command echoed across the battlefield. Several members of the allied gods immediately attempted to flee. Then a massive figure appeared at the dimensional exit. Xingtian, the war god, stood motionless, blocking the only escape route. In his hand was a strange banner. The fleeing gods charged toward him. They never arrived. Xingtian swung the banner. Countless blades of energy erupted outward. The moment they touched their targets, entire gods vanished. Erased completely. The Panga banner, a treasure possessing the power to tear apart primordial chaos, shatter time and space, command all laws, create worlds, and manipulate the very authority of heaven and earth. Its abilities were many. The attack Xingtian had just unleashed was known as the Heaven-Cleaving Blade, the embodiment of destruction. It could split chaos, sever space-time, and carve entirely new worlds from nothingness. Another ability, Genesis Radiance, embodied creation itself. It divided yin and yang, organized the 5 elements, and generated endless manifestations of earth, water, fire, and wind. Then there was the primordial barrier, an expression of absolute suppression. It distorted reality and drowned heaven and earth beneath infinite chaos. Finally came heaven and earth mourned together. The pure principle of annihilation, a force capable of destroying countless universes. The allied gods had never seen such a treasure before, but they didn't need to understand its origins to recognize its danger. One swing had erased entire groups of gods. That was proof enough. And unlike mortals, gods perceived reality differently. Their senses allowed them to glimpse truths hidden beneath appearances. Because of that, they could see just how terrifying the banner truly was. Every law, every rule, every principle, all of it seemed to shatter whenever the banner moved. Nothing could withstand it. This had been one of Drex Valen's contingencies. Of course, he had never anticipated being thrown directly into the god's quarry by the Infinite Witch. His original concern had been different. Once the Olympian dimension and Chaos dimension began being absorbed, the other pantheons would either continue watching from the sidelines, or they would unite against him. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. Chapter 446. The outcome had been all but inevitable. Back when the Qin Empire rose to dominance, the other nations had united to resist it. Expecting these ancient gods to sit back and watch the heavenly court dismantle them one by one would have been naive. After all, beings who had survived for countless ages were neither foolish nor complacent. Drex Valen had anticipated this possibility from the very beginning. The 10 Golden Crows and the Panga banner had both been prepared specifically for a moment like this. With the war god Xingtian standing guard over the dimensional exit while wielding the Panga banner, the allied pantheons had no way to break through and escape. At this critical moment, one of the Egyptian gods stepped forward. Horus, the guardian deity of the pharaohs, symbol of kingship and god of vengeance in ancient Egyptian mythology. The son of Osiris and Isis, Horus appeared with the head of a falcon and the body of a man. An Egyptian crown rested upon his brow, a linen kilt hung around his waist, and in his hands were the scepter and the ankh. The instant Horus entered the battlefield, he revealed the divine artifact entrusted to him by the sun god himself. The Eye of Ra was the supreme solar deity of ancient Egypt, the noonday son and chief of the Heliopolitan Ennead. For over 1,000 years, Ra had stood at the center of Egyptian worship. Following the rise of Thebes, he merged with Ammonius and became Ammonius Ra, the highest god of Egypt. Legend held that all life had been created by Ra, speaking each being's true name into existence. Humanity itself was said to have been born from his tears and sweat. The Eye of Ra was Kolnai. In reality, it looked no different from a sun. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that it was a sun. Radiant solar divinity flooded the battlefield. As the power of a supreme solar god and creator deity, Ra's divine light burned with terrifying intensity. Compared to Jehovah's authority over light, it showed no weakness whatsoever. If anything, its domineering nature felt even more overwhelming. Even the gods of the heavenly court were visibly surprised. These foreign pantheons possessed treasures of this caliber? Without hesitation, Horus directed the Eye of Ra toward Xingtian. The war god immediately sensed danger. The Panga banner swept through the void. Its full might erupted. The power to tear apart primordial chaos. The force to shatter space and time across countless heavens. The authority of limitless creation. The supreme law governing all techniques. The capability to split heaven and earth apart. Endless chaos, sword chi, surged outward. The blazing solar power was ripped open. Boom! As the Panga banner unleashed its true strength, the sun and moon lost their brilliance. The world spun violently. Mountains shook. The earth fractured. Oceans overturned. The boundless sky split apart into countless pieces as the entire dimensional world was forcibly suppressed. Space itself shattered. Earth, fire, water, and wind erupted from the ruins, reconstructing reality from the ground up. A casual strike generated enough residual force to create a cataclysm capable of destroying worlds. The Eye of Ra was pushed back so severely that its divine power erupted in waves, as though Ra himself were descending upon the battlefield. The endless seas flipped upside down. Every drop of water transformed into torrential rain that crashed across the world. Vast regions remained empty long afterward, unable to refill. Chaotic currents swept through space. Terrifying shrieks echoed across heaven and earth. With a single attack, the entire black hole dimension was suppressed. Space froze. Nothing could escape. The Eye of Ra blazed even brighter. Its radiance illuminated every corner of existence. Gradually, its overwhelming divine power began resisting the seemingly limitless force of the Panga banner. Yet Xingtian remained unmoved. Black and white streams of energy poured from his nose and mouth as both hands gripped the colossal banner. Chaos divine light surged. Thunderous sounds rolled endlessly across the world. The entire dimension resembled a pot of boiling water as earth, fire, water, and wind churned violently. Black shock waves swept across existence. Sky and land shattered wherever they passed. Chaos storms howled. All things drifted toward annihilation. The world became a gray sea of primordial disorder as murderous killing intent converged upon the Eye of Ra. At that moment, the Eye of Ra truly demonstrated why it belonged to a supreme god. With both solar divinity and creation authority, it resisted the horrifying power of the Panga banner. Even the heavenly court gods, fully aware of the banner's destructive capabilities, were astonished. For an instant, the world returned to nothingness. Everything became chaos. Void energy spread through existence. It climbed into the heavens, seeking to assimilate every god present and bring the entire dimension to its end. Divine light poured from the Eye of Ra. The countless realms stabilized. The gathered gods were protected within its radiance. The encroaching void was erased before it could reach them. Xingtian towered between heaven and earth like a giant supporting the cosmos itself. Suddenly, darkness filled his eyes. Black and white energy streamed from his mouth. With a roar that shook the void, the raging currents of chaos dispersed. Space itself resembled torn silk, threatening to split apart entirely. Then the giant seized the Panga banner. Holding it level before his chest, he swung. A single strike. Clear and turbid energies separated. Chaos surged wildly. An entire heaven and earth was carved open by force. The land below began taking shape. The sky rose higher. Earth, fire, water, and wind flowed endlessly through the newborn world. Violent, destructive energy saturated every corner of existence. Faced with such apocalyptic power, the Eye of Ra began to falter. In the end, it was only a fragment of Ra, not Ra himself. The allied pantheons suffered devastating losses. The destruction unleashed by the Panga banner appeared catastrophic within the black hole dimension, But in the grand scale of that realm, it affected only a microscopic portion of its vastness. Outside, however, the situation would have been entirely different. The Panga Banner possessed more than enough power to erase a universe. As an absolute divine artifact forged through the black hole dimension itself, it had reached the level of a single universe weapon. Then, at the most critical moment, the Eye of Ra suddenly erupted. Its brilliance exceeded that of sun by countless trillions of times. Divine light flooded existence. Ra had sensed that something was wrong. Using the eye as a beacon, he was forcing his true self to descend. The gods of the heavenly court noticed immediately. None of them attempted to stop it. Ra was exactly the kind of prize they wanted. If a great fish was willing to swim directly into the net, why interfere? At the same time, Michael gripped the holy lance and quietly murmured a series of sacred words. No one paid attention. All eyes were fixed on the imminent arrival of Ra, a supreme solar god, a creator deity, the highest god of the Egyptian pantheon. No one dared underestimate such an existence. Meanwhile, morale among the allied pantheons surged. They desperately sought to protect Ra's descent. Yet the heavenly court remained strangely calm, almost indifferent. The sight unsettled many of the foreign gods. Were they truly that confident? This was Ra, the sun god. Light blossomed throughout the heavenly court's world. The arrival lacked the overwhelming spectacle that had accompanied Jehovah's descent, but it carried a crushing sense of authority that was equally intimidating. Ra had arrived. The moment he appeared, Xingtian swung the Panga Banner at him. Ra frowned briefly before relaxing. An impressive artifact, he said calmly. He had no intention of meeting the Panga Banner head-on with solar power. Instead, he poured his full strength into his authority as a creator god. Creation power collided with the banner's might, offsetting its destructive force. Then Ra charged straight toward Xingtian. He had already seen the key to the battlefield. As long as the war god guarding the exit could be defeated, the allied pantheons would finally be able to escape. Chapter 447-447. Xingtian showed no fear as Ra charged toward him. The war god swung the Panga Banner, unleashing waves of annihilating power directly at the Egyptian creator god. Ra could neutralize much of that destructive force with his own authority, but that did not mean he was comfortable facing it head-on. Even he treated the Panga Banner with caution. As a result, his advance was halted. Seeing hope at last, the allied pantheons immediately moved to support Ra. But before they could act, another treasure emerged from the heavenly court. Radiant streams of light poured from it. Auspicious colors spread across the heavens. Mystical inscriptions circled its outer surface, while symbols embodying the heavenly Tao appeared and vanished within its depths. Five-colored brilliance illuminated the mountains and lands. Nine-colored divine radiance shook the cosmos. The Taiji diagram, a supreme treasure capable of calming earth, fire, water, and wind, transforming yin and yang, governing the five elements, unraveling the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and encompassing all creation. Its powers were boundless. It could dissolve any attack. It could ignore any defense. The moment the Taiji diagram unfolded, heaven and earth trembled. The sun and moon seemed to dim before its majesty. Its status as a supreme treasure was undeniable. Damn it, even Ra felt pressure descend upon him. Facing the Panga Banner alone was already difficult enough. Now, he had to contend with the Taiji diagram as well. The two treasures attacked from different directions, leaving even a supreme deity like Ra struggling to keep up. The Taiji diagram possessed three legendary abilities. Taiji Heavenly Tao. It could transform into a golden bridge connected directly to the authority of the Heavenly Tao, destroying all invaders. Primordial Yin Yang. It could convert countless dimensions and timelines into a primordial world of chaos. Chaos and mystical yellow. It could suppress and subdue innumerable weapons and treasures. Michael's expression changed instantly. The holy lance Longinus in his grasp suddenly began trembling violently. It felt as though it were trying to escape his hand. Each rotation of the Taiji diagram intensified the effect. The sensation became stronger and stronger. Many gods weren't as fortunate as Michael. Their divine artifacts were ripped away immediately. Even the Eye of Ra came under the influence of the Taiji diagram. Worse still, some gods couldn't withstand its suppressive power at all. Their bodies disintegrated into dust. The moment the Taiji diagram entered the battlefield, the allied pantheons suffered catastrophic losses. Those lacking sufficient power were erased outright. In an instant, nearly 70% of the coalition vanished. The archangels gathered together, praising the Holy Lord with unified voices. Only through their collective faith were most of them able to survive. Even then, their situation remained precarious. At that critical moment, Jehovah finally realized he could no longer remain a spectator. Michael was one of his strongest and most trusted subordinates. Allowing him to perish here was unacceptable. Thunder rolled across the sky. Blinding light erupted through the darkness. Countless pillars of radiance descended like celestial swords, tearing apart earth, wind, water, and fire. The sound of sacred hymns echoed once more. It was as if innumerable angels were singing in unison. Then a colossal beam of light pierced through the heavens. A figure slowly stepped out from within it. Jehovah had arrived. He stood amidst an endless sea of light. Boundless divine radiance poured from him like an infinite ocean. The moment he appeared, he instantly understood the situation. The sea of light erupted. Countless blades of radiance formed and shot toward the Taiji diagram, Xingtian, and the gods of the heavenly court. The luminous swords descended like a storm. Every blade was forged from Jehovah's own divine power. Their destructive force was immeasurable. Any single strike rivaled Michael's full power attack with a awakens. The difference was that Michael could only unleash one such attack at a time. Jehovah was releasing thousands, tens of thousands, an endless barrage. The rain of holy swords crashed into the Taiji diagram, then vanished completely. No matter how many light blades Jehovah produced, they failed to inflict the slightest damage upon the heavenly court gods protected by the Taiji diagram. Nor could they reach Xingtian, who stood beneath its protection while wielding the Panga banner. Since the day he had risen to prominence as the Lord God worshipped across half the world, Jehovah had never encountered anything like this. His face remained hidden within the ocean of light. Yet everyone could tell. He was furious. Ra found the sight almost absurd. Did Jehovah really believe light alone could solve every problem? The Lord of Heaven had not become one of the world's most worshipped gods through brute force alone. His methods were ruthless. He had extinguished the faiths of Celtic and Germanic peoples. He had brought medieval Europe beneath his influence. Entire cultures and religions had been erased beneath the banner of his faith. Countless gods had fallen before him. His success had been built atop the failures of others. Among all gods, few could rival him in cunning and decisiveness. He was a conqueror among divine beings. And so, when pure divine light proved ineffective, Jehovah immediately changed tactics. The endless sea of radiance transformed into a colossal tidal wave. It surged forward. Then his voice echoed across the entire world. I am the omniscient and omnipotent God. As the supreme deity of the Christian pantheon, his authority extended far beyond light itself. Light had merely been the beginning, the first step recorded in Genesis. It was never the entirety of his power. For Jehovah, light was only the foundation, not the summit. The true power of the all-powerful God described in Scripture was far more terrifying. The moment he proclaimed his divine title, an indescribable force entered the battlefield. The endless sea of radiance roared forward. It crashed into the Taiji diagram with overwhelming force. White holy light exploded against golden brilliance, creating waves of energy that shook the world. The sea of light pushed forward relentlessly. It sought to engulf the Taiji diagram completely. Under the influence of that strange and immeasurable authority, the Taiji diagram was swallowed by the ocean of light. Radiance surrounded it from every direction, moment after moment, instant after instant. Its power was steadily worn away. Yet this was the Taiji diagram. Even Drex Valen didn't know how the original artifact truly functioned. He had only recreated it according to the authority and abilities preserved within his memories. But that alone was enough. As one of the three supreme treasures born from the black hole dimension, its power surpassed even RA himself. And RA, possessing both solar and creator authority, was already among the rarest and most powerful gods in existence. The Taiji diagram tore through the sea of light. Golden brilliance erupted from within the endless radiance. It emerged once more, and the instant it appeared, it moved to reduce Jehovah himself to dust. As the words left Jehovah's mouth, the distance between him and the Taiji diagram began to stretch infinitely. Though he stood motionless, the treasure could not reach him. An invisible abyss had formed between them, a gulf that denied all approach, a gulf that prevented the Taiji diagram from striking its target. Then, in the next instant, the Taiji diagram tore through that incomprehensible authority. The invisible gulf shattered, and it arrived directly before Jehovah. Chapter 448. Jehovah was stunned. Twice now, he had invoked his greatest authority, and twice the results had fallen disastrously short of his expectations. That simply wasn't supposed to happen. His reputation as the omniscient and omnipotent God rested upon this power. Among Earth's countless deities, few abilities could compare to it in either uniqueness or raw potency. It was a force that stood above nearly all others. When Jehovah infused his words with divine power and declared his will, reality itself obeyed. It ignored existing conditions. It bypassed conventional laws. It rewrote possibility at the level of cause and effect. No matter how improbable an outcome might be, if Jehovah spoke it into existence through this authority, it became reality. Of course, such power came at a price. The greater the change, the greater the burden. If too many people, objects, timelines, or dimensions became entangled in the alteration, the backlash grew exponentially. In severe cases, the user could be rejected by causality itself. The consequences were catastrophic. Not even gods could withstand them. To disrupt the balance of causality was in some ways more terrifying than annihilation itself. It was an act that distorted the fundamental laws of the universe. And the universe always corrected such distortions. Those who pushed too far would not merely die. They would be erased. Their existence would vanish from the root. Their history, their lives, every memory others held of them, everything they had ever created, gone, as though they had never existed at all. Even Jehovah feared such a fate. That was why he had always exercised caution when wielding this authority. The restrictions limited its full potential, but until today, it had never failed him. Not once. Until now. Until the Taiji diagram. Disbelief filled Jehovah's voice. Yet disbelief changed nothing. The Taiji diagram was already upon him. Again and again, the realities he crafted through causality manipulation were shattered by its advance. No matter how much divine power he poured into his authority, he could not stop the treasure from tearing through the worlds he wove. He could feel it. Only a thin layer of reality remained between them now. A fragile barrier, one touch away from collapse. At any moment, the Taiji diagram might smash through and strike him with its overwhelming divine might. Yet what troubled Jehovah even more than the threat of destruction was something else. For the first time in countless years, the authority that had elevated him to the throne of heaven had failed. That was unacceptable. Faced with the relentless advance of the Taiji diagram, Jehovah abandoned all restraint. No more caution, no more compromises. His voice thundered across the dimension. I am everywhere. I'm all things. I know all things. The moment the declaration ended, thunder exploded across the world. Dark clouds churned. The entire dimensional realm trembled violently. Everything seemed to submit beneath Jehovah's overwhelming divine authority. Countless pillars of light pierced the storm clouds. Lightning tore through the darkness. Above, the Taiji diagram began to descend. Its power weakened. The blazing energies woven through its golden radiance rapidly unraveled. Lightning from the heavens merged with the boiling sea of light below. Together they crashed into the Taiji diagram like hammers shattering glass. The treasure's golden brilliance fractured. Thunder and holy light struck its true body directly. For the first time, the Taiji diagram lost the ability to remain suspended in space. It could no longer stand against gravity itself. Lightning exploded across its surface. Holy flames scattered in every direction. Thunder roared endlessly. Like a burning meteor, the supreme treasure plummeted from the heavens. At the same moment, the Panga banner was struggling merely to hold its ground. The Taiji diagram was being suppressed. And then, at last, the third supreme treasure appeared. An ancient bell. Upon its outer surface revolved the sun, moon, stars, earth, water, fire, and wind. Within its body existed mountains, rivers, vast continents, and countless primordial races. Five-colored divine light illuminated the heavens. The sacred might of chaos shook the universe. A bell toll echoed across existence. The cosmos trembled. Heaven and earth lost their color. Space and reality quaked. The authority of a supreme treasure of chaos revealed itself without reservation. The Chaos Bell, a treasure capable of suppressing the primordial world. One that could twist space and time across countless realms. One that could reveal the deepest mysteries of the heavenly Tao. One that could refine earth, fire, water, and wind themselves. Its wonders were endless. Its potential limitless. It could freeze time. It could suppress space. It could reflect the attacks of divine artifacts and heavenly weapons. It could ignore the effects of supernatural techniques and mystical powers. Perfect offense. Perfect defense. With the bell above one's head, defeat became nearly impossible. Its powers could be summarized in three supreme authorities. First, suppressing primordial destiny and governing the operation of the heavenly Tao. Second, absolute defense, rendering its bearer virtually invincible once activated. Third, twisting space-time and reversing yin and yang. The Chaos Bell rang once. Just once. The sound swept across the great cosmos. Everything froze. Jehovah was affected immediately. At the critical moment, Ra raised his creator authority and shielded the surviving gods. Even so, he struggled against the bell's overwhelming power. A substantial portion of his creator energy was stripped away in an instant. Had he not intervened, 99% of the remaining gods would have been reduced to dust by that single toll. With the support of the Chaos Bell, the Taiji diagram immediately recovered. Its power surged back to life. The momentum of the battle reversed. Now it was Jehovah who found himself suppressed. Then flames erupted. Endless flames. They poured from the Taiji diagram in an unceasing torrent. Higher and higher they rose. Soon they stretched across the horizon itself. The lightning in the sky vanished. The holy radiance was swallowed whole. The moment the flames appeared, everyone present was left speechless by their terrifying might. Jehovah could scarcely believe what he was seeing. The Taiji diagram still possessed power he hadn't anticipated. Even worse, his causality authority had failed yet again. Frustration churned within him. But beneath it lurked something far more dangerous. Fear. For the first time since his descent, genuine fear took root in his heart. Without hesitation, he invoked his greatest authority once more. 3 simple words. 3 absolute commands. Unlike his earlier proclamations, there was no subtlety here. No layered conditions. No hidden safeguards. No room for interpretation. Only Jehovah's pure and desperate will made manifest. Chapter 449. This time, Jehovah abandoned subtlety. In the past, whenever he used his causality authority to alter reality, he had always been careful. The danger posed by the universe's corrective force was too great. He never phrased his commands in absolute terms. Instead, he preferred indirect declarations, carefully worded statements that nudge causality toward desired outcome. Such wording left room for reality to adjust itself through countless minor details and coincidences, reducing the backlash placed upon him. For Jehovah, speaking in absolutes was dangerous. The more absolute the command, the greater the risk. Under normal circumstances, he would never take such a gamble. But the Taiji diagram had already pushed him beyond caution. The changes it was undergoing filled him with growing unease. The artifact had become a genuine threat, and he needed to crush it before it became something even worse. So he spoke. 3 direct commands. 3 absolute decrees. Instantly, twisted chains of causality formed from nothingness. Invisible restraints wrapped themselves around the sea of raging golden fire surrounding the Taiji diagram. The flames faltered. Their expansion slowed. Then they began to recede. For a moment, it seemed his authority had succeeded. Then the chaos bell moved. Zong! The bell's toll echoed through the dimension. It sounded like the first noise ever born in an endless, silent universe. The sound carried a primal majesty that shook hearts and rattled reality itself. The instant the bell rang, the boundless golden flames shattered every restraint placed upon them. The fire surged upward. In a single moment, it pierced the clouds and connected heaven and earth in a pillar of blazing gold. Jehovah's expression darkened. 3 more causality decrees, this time aimed directly at the chaos bell. Yet the result was even worse than before. Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. It was as if he had never spoken. The chaos bell stood unmoved, unshaken, untouched, the bell that suppressed the vast primordial cosmos. Golden streams of light spread across the Taiji diagram like ribbons forged from molten sunlight. A brilliant halo emerged behind it. The massive wheel radiated golden splendor in every direction. Patterns resembling flowers, vines, and living growth spread across its surface. Endless rays of gold burst outward, painting the entire sky in radiant light. Then something appeared within the halo. A vast, indistinct disk. At its center were 2 perfectly divided black and white semicircles. Around them revolved interconnected jade-like rings. The structure rotated on its own, guided by some incomprehensible force. Every revolution carried a sense of supreme order, an overwhelming majesty, as though this was a law older than creation itself, an unchangeable truth. Jehovah stared in disbelief. The authority displayed by the Taiji diagram was becoming disturbingly similar to his own omniscient and omnipotent authority. How was that possible? How could a mere artifact possess power approaching his divine domain? The very idea felt like blasphemy, an insult to the dignity of God. Only overwhelming wrath and catastrophic destruction could cleanse such an offense. Then the heavens opened. A new world appeared above the battlefield. White clouds stretched endlessly across the sky. Holy light intertwined with them in vast rivers of radiance. Countless angels stood in orderly formations among the clouds. Layer upon layer of sacred hymns echoed through the air without end. Beneath them, a sea of divine light surged downward like a celestial river pouring from the stars themselves. Heaven had descended, and it had descended carrying the fury of God. Jehovah had revealed every trump card at his disposal. His hatred for the Taiji diagram had reached its limit. He could no longer tolerate its existence. At that moment, he made his decision. This was the 5th time, and it would be the last. The instant Jehovah unleashed the decree, a sharp cracking sound echoed deep within his soul. His expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he was shaken. A fracture. His authority had cracked. Among all his divine powers, only one could produce such a reaction. His causality authority. Reality was no longer bending to his commands. Instead, reality itself was retaliating. The backlash had reached the source of his power, and now that source was beginning to break. He could not use it again, not even once. Another attempt might shatter the authority completely. The loss would be catastrophic. Jehovah had spent untold ages cultivating that power. Countless opportunities, endless effort, and extraordinary luck had all been required to engrave it into his divine authority. If it collapsed here, the damage would be devastating. Fortunately, causality was not his only weapon. He was God. His power extended far beyond a single authority. Without hesitation, Jehovah spread his arms. The endless holy light flooding heaven transformed into a colossal torrent. A divine flood roared from the gates of paradise and crashed toward the Taiji diagram. At the same time, countless angels charged from heaven. Battle cries echoed across the battlefield. These were the middle-ranking angels who served directly before God's throne. Each possessed divine power far beyond mortal limits. Measured purely by combat capability, they were no weaker than many powerful mutants. And there were 300 trillion of them. 300 trillion. They were fearless soldiers. For the glory of God, they would sacrifice themselves without hesitation. Part of that devotion came from a simple truth. Jehovah had created them. Their lives belonged to him. They were his creations, his tools. Whether life was precious or not held little meaning to them. Jehovah had granted them existence, but not the full range of emotions that came with it. Their purpose was singular, to serve, nothing more, nothing less. And when such beings emerged from heaven in endless waves, the sight was apocalyptic. They filled the sky, covered the horizon. Their numbers were so immense that mountains seemed insignificant by comparison. Every direction was packed with angels. The heavens vanished beneath a sea of wings. Looking outward, there was nothing else to see. Only angels, an impossible number of angels. Facing this unimaginable host, the Taiji diagram responded. Its power erupted with immeasurable force. Earth, wind, water, fire. The primal elements surged forth. Ferocious winds transformed into world-shattering storms. Divine flames were swept into the maelstrom. Together they exploded outward in a catastrophic wave. A blazing elemental tempest swept across the battlefield, rushing directly toward the endless armies of heaven. Chapter 450-450. In an instant, countless angels were torn apart by the raging storm and divine flames unleashed by the Taiji diagram. Wings filled the sky. Ash drifted across the battlefield. Within that sea of ashes, countless tiny lights rose upward and streamed toward the depths of heaven. Those were the souls of the fallen angels. Jehovah could grant life, but he could not create souls from nothing. Every angel had once been a mortal believer who had ascended to heaven and undergone divine transformation beneath God's blessing. When they died, they returned to their original state as purified souls and flew back toward heaven once more. At least, that was what should have happened. Only a handful made it back. Most of the souls that touched the elemental forces unleashed by the Taiji diagram were annihilated alongside their bodies. Nothing remained. The few souls that escaped were merely the lucky exceptions. The sight nearly drove Jehovah into a frenzy. Those souls were precious. He had spent countless years gathering and refining them from among his faithful followers. And now they were being erased by the millions. Then the chaos bell turned toward him. Zong! A blinding radiance exploded from heaven itself. The sound resembled the first vibration that had echoed through existence at the birth of the cosmos. It carried an indescribable majesty, a finality that transcended destruction. This was not merely a sound wave. It was information transmitted from a higher dimension, a declaration of annihilation. Where the bell's toll passed, everything ceased to exist. Jehovah's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he invoked his omniscient and omnipotent authority once more. But before the chaos bell's toll, even the authority of omnipotence seemed insignificant. Jehovah was erased. The allied pantheons were erased. Ra was erased. Heaven was erased. Everything vanished. Then, moments later, Jehovah returned. What reappeared was barely recognizable. His physical form no longer existed. He had become a tiny fragment of light, a weak flickering glow suspended in endless darkness, so fragile it seemed capable of extinguishing at any moment. Strictly speaking, he had died. Only one of his authorities had saved him. The God who claimed eternal life possessed the power of resurrection. Just as Jesus had risen after death, Jehovah had returned from complete annihilation. The Chaos Bell had destroyed him. His authority had brought him back. Yet, unlike legendary figures who emerged from resurrection stronger than before, Jehovah returned in a pitiful state. He was weaker than he had been at the dawn of his existence. His divine power was nearly exhausted. His authorities had dimmed. Even heaven itself stood on the verge of collapse. And none of that was the worst part. What truly terrified him was something else. He could feel it. The power of his omniscient and omnipotent authority was slipping away. The corrective force of reality had begun its counterattack. Among all the gods of the world, Jehovah had always been unusually obsessed with expanding his faith. To increase the number of believers, he had repeatedly ignited wars between religions and gods alike. Countless lives had been sacrificed in the process. Many deities had never understood why. Gods were supposed to stand above mortal desires. Why would Jehovah care so much about faith? Why wage endless conflicts over it? Only Jehovah knew the answer. In his doctrines, believers were often called the flock of God. That term revealed exactly how he viewed them. A shepherd harvested wool from sheep to sustain himself. Jehovah harvested faith, and what he sustained through that faith was the immense power of his omniscient and omnipotent authority. It was a peculiar ability. Its strength did not depend solely on power. It depended on existence. You could possess power beyond all gods. But if nobody knew you existed, if your existence had little impact on the world, then altering your reality would be effortless. A single sentence could rewrite your fate. But if billions praised you, if billions cursed you, if your existence had become intertwined with the operation of the world itself, then even if you were utterly powerless, reality could not be altered so easily. Not even omnipotence could casually rewrite such a being. To ensure his authority always stood on the stronger side of that equation, Jehovah had chosen a different path. He transformed his name into a symbol. He spread belief in himself across vast portions of humanity. How many people worshiped God? How many prayed to him during moments of despair? How many begged him for help when suffering threatened to consume them? Most of those prayers accomplished nothing. But that didn't matter. Every prayer strengthened his existence. For thousands of years, countless believers had provided an endless stream of existential weight. That weight allowed Jehovah to manipulate reality itself. But now everything had changed. Billions could praise him. Billions could pray to him. Billions could remember his glory and his miracles. None of it mattered anymore. The moment he used his damage causality authority against the Taiji diagram to alter an impossible reality, his fate had already been decided. The authority was breaking apart, hovering on the edge of total collapse. That alone would have been disastrous. The true horror was the correction imposed by universal law. Causality had always been a double-edged sword. For ages, Jehovah had held the hilt. He had never truly appreciated how sharp the blade was. Now, it was cutting into him, and it was far too late for regret. Countless strands of causality wrapped around his existence. The burden was unbearable. Without his authority to contain them, all the distorted realities he had forced into existence over the ages flowed back into him like poison. Jehovah began forgetting important things, vital things, his power, his authorities, the miracles he had performed during his first descent into the mortal world, the legends and myths he had carved into history. Gods did not forget. A divine being remembered everything it had ever experienced. If Jehovah was forgetting, there was only one explanation. Those events were no longer real. Their existence had been erased by twisted causality. Everything he had accomplished over thousands of years was being wiped away, reduced to nothing. This was the future he had always feared. the fate he had struggled for ages to avoid. Yet now, he could no longer escape it. No, no. The final divine decree echoed from the flickering light that remained of Jehovah. It was his last act of resistance. His divine power had long since run dry. His shattered causality authority could barely function. But there was still one thing he could burn: his divine status itself. And for this final command, he was willing to sacrifice even that. Read up to 100 chapters ahead and access exclusive novels by joining my Patreon. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.